Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Legacy Part 3443 Chapter 14. A dislocation was better, right? I'm not usually this productive, but enjoy. The house for Class 1B was identical to Izuku's, which made sense all things considered. The houses were all designed and built at the same time, so it wasn't like different architects oversaw the different houses or anything. Izuku was in a light green tracksuit that was doing a pretty poor job of warding off the cold. There was a spate of cold air in the mornings, but Izuku was mostly used to it. Early morning risings had been a part of his training for quite a while now, after all. Even so, Izuku still felt like warming himself up a bit more. Izuku made the tiger hand seal and closed his eyes. He could feel his chakra halt before it began to twist and coil and burn. It was only a small amount cut off the top, less than what he could regenerate over the course of an hour by a long way. Finally, his fluctuating chakra settled into a hot and flickering mass. Fire chakra. He dropped the tiger hand seal, and despite it needing more focus, he was able to continue to produce fire chakra. He then began to move it around his body on the surface of his skin. The difference was immediate. It now felt as though he were basking in the sun like a lizard as opposed to the chilly cold he had just been experiencing. He continued to percolate the fire chakra around his body as it seeped right down to his very soul. Could this be a replacement for warm-up exercises and stretches? Cold weather did tend to cause a lot more injuries because the muscles were overworked by losing a lot of heat. It would probably be best if he kept it stretching and warming up for now, though. Maybe if he studied more on the human body, he could actually pull off a replacement for warming up. It could prevent a lot of injuries if he was always warmed up and never affected by the weather. A hero had to be 100% ready 100% of the time, and that was impossible except for maybe All Might. Izuku wasn't even close to being All Might, but a quick burst of fire chakra to instantly get ready would probably be indispensable. Hell, Bakugo would probably love a way to sweat more. Unless his suit already had that built-in. Cold weather was not an ideal environment for Bakugo's quirk, after all. In all honesty, a lot of quirks were ill-suited to that weather, including Kendo's to a certain extent. She couldn't really afford her muscles cramping or spasming mid-battle. Then again, Kendo had enough metal to just surge past all the pain that would cause. Plus, cold weather battles were fairly rare. He probably wouldn't ever need to use this other than when he forgot a jersey or something. She had barely cared about him knocking one of her teeth out, after all. Though, that was probably because her dentist's quirk could regrow teeth. A unique quirk on its own, but there were actually quite a few like it in the dentistry field. These dental quirks weren't normally suited to hero work, but they had their own niche. Depending on how this spar went, both he and Kendo might need to pop in for a visit. Kendo just had to show up was all. Izuku had left his phone back in his room after sending Kendo a message about his imminent arrival. He hadn't waited for a response, but he was sure she'd be down soon. Kendo would never flake on an opportunity to fight someone, let alone him. Izuku was feeling pretty excited about this, all things considered. It wasn't just about this fight, but the ones he'd have in the afternoon too. It was one of many steps he had to take to become a pro, and he was buzzing for it. It had been about 2 minutes or so since he'd arrived when the door opened. He looked up and sure enough, Kendo was already jogging towards him. She was wearing a tank top and shorts and a wide smile that all but spelt disaster for him. "Hey, how long have you been here?" Kendo asked as she began to go through her stretches. "Sorry, I took so long. I had to convince one of my classmates that this was just a 1v1 sort of thing. He's pretty into martial arts too. He has a tail." "A tail?" Izuku leaned forward. "What type? Is it reptilian or?" "Nope," Kendo said as she began to stretch her legs. "You want the details, then you'll have to beat it out of me." Kendo paused her stretching before looking up at him. "You're not gonna stretch? Pretty sure I taught you better than that." Funny enough, Izuku did feel kinda warmed up from the fire chakra coursing through his body. However, he had no way of knowing how long it would last. He began to go through some stretches as well, but he made a mental note to explore his instant warm-up idea more. Finally, they were done warming up and Kendo led him to the back garden, which was remarkably similar to the one for 1A. There was a good amount of space and the 1B house loomed over them like some sort of monster. "We won't be waking anyone up, will we?" Izuku couldn't help but ask, and he was shrugged off by Kendo. "I told everyone we'd be sparring and everyone seemed fine with it," Kendo said as she dropped into her stance. "Quirks or no, I don't want you too beat up for your assessment today." "Let's use our quirks," Izuku said as chakra began to stream off of him. "There's no point in holding back. We need to give everything, absolutely everything we've got. Fatebreaker, activate." It was after the verbal command that the Fatebreaker roared to life. His muscles and bones and skin surged with chakra. The early morning light melded with his chakra to give an ethereal glow. Kendo stared at him for the longest time before a radiant smile broke out on her face. "Fine by me," Kendo said, dropping into her stance. "Big Fist, activate." Not as cool as Fatebreaker. What about something like Fist of the North?" Kendo's quirk did not activate and Izuku crouched down even as Kendo continued to ramble and feign ignorance. He knew she was baiting him, but that barely mattered to him. Izuku sprinted forward and lashed out with a spinning kick. As expected, Kendo hand grew before parrying his kick with a liquid counter. Izuku landed a bit heavily and barely had time to look before having to dodge a giant fist with a haphazard flip. Kendo's punch sent tremors through the earth and he couldn't help but let out a short sigh of relief. That would have sucked. Izuku rushed Kendo once more, not hesitating even as she enlarged her other fist. Izuku didn't divert from his plan until he was just inches away from getting brained from Kendo. He dropped down and slid forward in a type of soccer tackle, clearly aiming to ground Kendo. However, Kendo was wise to it and leapt away, shrinking her hands to jump higher and further. He caught a glimpse of her smirking at avoiding his attack, and he couldn't help as a smirk of his own grew on his face. He overloaded the surface-sticking exercise in his hands and feet, and that shot him off the ground towards an airborne Kendo. He soared through the air before smashing Kendo with a right hook across her face. The crack echoed through the morning and sent some birds flying. Izuku tried to adjust his body to land on her, but Kendo activated her quirk and swatted him away. He ragdolled through the air before landing on top of a garden table. Thankfully, this one was made out of plastic, but even then it still collapsed underneath his momentum. Izuku rose to his feet, ignoring the ache in his back. He looked at Kendo and felt a bit of pride at seeing the growing bruise on the side of her face. A bit of blood was seeping out her lips, so what if his whole body felt like one big bruise? Kendo would remember that one for a while. He knew he'd remember that backhand for at least a few weeks. "You hold back on that one," Kendo said with a slight frown. "I saw your highlights reel. I know you can move faster." Izuku quirked a brow. "You did too. You could have punched me instead of slapping me away." "That's different. I was acting on instinct," Kendo insisted. "You flattened a giant robot with one punch. You kicked a ball over a kilometer away. Surely, you can do better." "You can't handle either of those," Izuku said, and instead of getting offended, Kendo rolled her eyes. "It's not like you could touch me with one of those anyways." "What did she say? Fine. I hope the robots here don't mind picking up your organs," Izuku said as he boosted the Fatebreaker to the max. "I don't want to cause any trouble with them." "PSSHT, Kendo said as she enlarged her fists. "I'll shove these so far up your butt, you'll be coughing up fingernails for a month." That's what he got for trying to outdo Kendo in a war of disgusting threats. Izuku sped towards Kendo faster than before. He was in front of her in an instant and lashed out with a palm strike to her chest. He didn't use Tsunade's strength, though, so instead of turning into a confetti of human viscera, Kendo was sent sailing over the ground. The palm strike was a loud gunshot that pierced the air. Kendo barely managed to stand up before he was upon her again. He lashed out with punch after punch, and to his frustration Kendo just stayed ahead of all his strikes. He hadn't brought his chakra rods along to fight with Kendo, and he was regretting that quite a bit at the moment. Kendo had years of elite training on him, and even though he could and did beat her, it sometimes felt like she had hidden reserves of skill that he never quite managed to bring all the way out. His suspicions were now proven correct as Kendo had him chasing after her shadow. This was her element. Unarmed combat was Kendo at her best. Izuku sought to be a jack of all trades. Chakra afforded him the chance to specialize in practically anything. And yet, much like with Dabi and Eraserhead, Kendo was showing that he may be a jack of all trades, but he was no master. Nonetheless, Izuku pressed forward with his assault. Kendo was toying with him, clearly. She was allowing herself to be pushed backwards towards a tree, but what he didn't know was why. She was playing defense a lot more than she usually did. She'd had countless opportunities to parry, block, or just outright crush him, but she hadn't taken any of them. To make things worse, Kendo had a smile on her face as if she knew exactly what she was doing. "Come on, dodge. Izuku, dodge. I thought you were gonna pound my organs out. Dodge, 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 dodge." Izuku had backed Kendo into a tree and still, she dodged. He grit his teeth and out of desperation, he lashed out with a wild kick. Kendo caught his kick with a heavy grunt as it smashed into her side. Izuku had for sure felt something snap beneath his foot, but even then Kendo smiled as if nothing had happened. Izuku tried to wrench his leg free, but Kendo's grip was inescapable. Her other fist grew and a pained but excited smile grew on her face. Checkmate, he could not take that head on. Using chakra to anchor himself, Izuku threw up both his arms and blocked the blow from Kendo. It was his turn to feel something give way in his arms as a heavy punch from Kendo turned his world into pain. His ears rang from the impact, and Izuku was damn sure his descendants could feel that one. He had bent down with the punch, allowing some of Kendo's blow to flow through his body and into the ground. It still hurt. A lot. His arms felt like a horde of elephants had used them as jumping castles, but they were still mostly intact. Izuku looked up from his crossguard to meet Kendo's shell-shocked gaze. "How are you still standing?" Kendo couldn't help but ask as she looked at his one leg planted on the floor. "That's not." Izuku felt her grip on his captured leg loosen just a bit, and then he struck. He used chakra to stick his leg to her side before reeling her in. She let out a yelp before he drove his forehead into her face with a loud crunch. She let go of his leg, allowing him to cancel the chakra anchor in his foot to grab her face. Maybe it was the pain he was in, or maybe it was the frustration at the clear gulf between them, but as Izuku pulled back for a punch, he loaded his fist with chakra. He compressed it in a flash and he fired it towards Kendo. Even so, a large part of him expected Kendo to dodge it despite her injuries. As Izuku expected, Kendo didn't know the fist was coming, but apparently she was too tired to dodge and instead braced for impact. A bolt of panic spread through him and it must have shown on his face as Kendo's face seemed to change as she looked at him. Move! Angel's lasso! What the? Ah! Green, thorny vines wrapped around Kendo and pulled her out of the way. Izuku's momentum still carried his fist forward and he was able to release his built-up chakra safely. He punched the trunk of the tree, allowing the condensed storm in his hand to explode. There was a beat of silence before pandemonium was unleashed. The tree let out a series of cracks before it was wrenched out the ground and sent flying at a roaring speed. The morning quiet was read through as the tree plowed through many of its brethren. A sinking feeling grew in Izuku's stomach as he watched the tree wreck a good portion of the forest behind 1B's house. It was about 15 seconds of horror later that the tree finally collapsed. There was a row of flattened trees stretching from Izuku and carrying on for, give or take, 50 meters. Perhaps the most amazing thing was that technically speaking it barely made a dent in the forest. The forest made up at least 30% of UA excluding training grounds, which meant it was very, very big. But even then, it was clear as all hell that he'd screwed up. What on earth happened here? The vaguely familiar voice made Izuku turn around and he saw Kendo held in the air by green vines? Izuku traced the vines and he was truly surprised to see that it was actually the hair of a girl who looked halfway amazed and enraged at him. You have damaged school property and endangered the life of my classmate, the girl said as she lowered Kendo to the ground. You should be ashamed of your reckless behavior. That sort of behavior is unbecoming of a hero. Don't just blame him, Shiozaki, Kendo said as she turned to the other girl and ignoring the blood dripping out her nose. I kinda egged him on into doing that. No, it is my fault, Izuku said with a frown. I got really frustrated that I couldn't even get a proper hit in. I just thought the gap between us was smaller than what it is. I'm sorry. That was the crux of it. Izuku had lost control and Kendo had almost paid the price. There was no way she'd have been able to take that. He hadn't been literal about punching her organs out and hopefully, her taunt hadn't been literal either. You could never tell with her. Apology accepted, Kendo said as if she hadn't been moments away from getting pulverized. I guess I should apologize. I kinda went too far too. That hammer blow with my fist broke something in your arms too. I never expected you to actually stand up to that. Sorry about that. Oh, right. His arms were in major pain. Still, though, he had definitely gone way over the line. And why had Kendo been smiling at the end there? Did she really think she could sneak that barb in without him noticing? Well actually, it's on me, Izuku said, causing Kendo to frown. I kicked you in your weak and fragile ribs and felt something break with my foot and then I headbutt you so hard you couldn't even dodge a simple punch. So yeah, it's definitely my fault. Kendo's cheeks puffed out. No, it's my fault. I kept dodging your slow and weak. Kendo looked over Izuku's shoulder at the destruction behind him. Super weak punches. Shiozaki didn't need to save me. I could have taken that hit no problem. Izuku blinked as he processed Kendo's words. No, you couldn't. Deception is unbecoming of a hero student. Come on, Shiozaki, back me up. I'm here with you. She's right. You definitely couldn't take that. The surprise from Shiozaki backing him up, who he had forgotten was there, was only outweighed by the sudden interjection from a familiar voice. Izuku turned behind him and he frowned as he saw Eraserhead, not Aizawa sensei, standing behind him. His bright yellow goggles stood out from his otherwise drab outfit. The battle scarf he normally used was in Eraserhead's hands, but it didn't look active, so to speak. Oh, right, and virtually the entire UA faculty, including Principal Nezu, was behind him too. Eraserhead, Midnight, Smintos, but someone that stood out to Izuku was a man in wizard robes. Was that the Majestic? Did he teach at UA? No, that couldn't be it. Oh, right. His agency was a stone throws away and his quirk probably allowed him to teleport in at a moment's notice. That was probably how the entire staff had got the drop on them. Majestic would have just teleported them in with his magic. Izuku hadn't known he could do that at all, let alone bring along a group. Midoriya, Eraserhead said as he fixed his gaze on Izuku, would you like to try and guess and tell me why me and my colleagues are here? Izuku looked behind him at Kendo and Shiozaki. They looked just as surprised and worried as he felt. He met Kendo's gaze, her cheeks a pretty shade of red. She raised her hands in a shrug as she spoke. I think our spar got out of hand. Extremely so, Eraserhead said dryly. The reason we mobilized was because we thought the campus was under attack and instead. Eraserhead looked over at the destroyed section of the forest. 2 of our first-year students had a spar that got out of hand. He said air quotes too. I imagine you and Kendo are the ones who. Yes, but it's my fault, Izuku said, cutting his sensei off. I got carried away. I think I'm just a bit too nervous for the assessment today. I don't want to get expelled, so I wanted to get some extra practice in. Not after it was a miracle he was even in UA's hero course in the first place. If anyone should be held liable for the damage it should be me, Kendo didn't. No one will be in trouble, Principal Nezu declared. You are allowed to spar whenever you wish provided it is not past curfew, with or without your quirks. Luckily for you, our head of maintenance has a quirk that allows him to mend and repair trees, so all in all nothing wrong has been done. What? This was a joke, right? I assure you it isn't, Nezu's cheery voice jolting Izuku. Now run along to Recovery Girl's office. I'll have Snipe take you. As for the rest of 1B peeking out their windows, I hope you enjoy your first day of school. Izuku hadn't even noticed the 1B students watching things unfold until Nezu mentioned it. He watched as they scrambled away from their balconies and back into their rooms. Only a few took their time, including a shockingly tall boy who was being pulled away by his classmates as he tried to get Izuku's attention. "Hey, Green, we need to fight. Ow, Honanuki, let me out the floor." The other was a boy who was giving Izuku a very Todoroki, Bakugo, Yayurozu-like stare. Only a bit more unhinged than all of them except for maybe Bakugo. Was that a blonde thing? "Let's go, kid," Snipe said as he ushered Izuku forward. "You look like you tried to fight a racer." Aizawa-sensei blindfolded. "You don't look much better, kid. Should we call some robots?" "No, thank you," he and Kendo said at once in slight embarrassment. Kendo was pulled along by Snipe and they both tried to ignore the gaze of the other teachers as they continued their silent march. It was only when they were on the main road that Izuku finally spoke. "I really am sorry about that." "It's fine," Kendo said, a bit breathlessly bumping her shoulder into him, which made him wince. "For what it's worth, you're getting better a lot quicker. The mistake you made was getting into a boxing match with me. You're really fast, but you still telegraph your attacks quite a bit. You barely used your legs until the end." You're right." Izuku would have slapped his head if his arms weren't in some serious pain. "I let you direct the fight instead of trying to switch things up. No wonder I lost. You never lose in boxing." Plus, she taught him the vast majority of what he knew about fighting. "I don't know," Kendo said with a slight frown. "That punch of yours was something. And you took my hits way too well. I think I need to get better at taking hits. That giant punch I hit you with usually flattens everyone, even you. Still broke some bones," Izuku reminded her, which thankfully did lift her spirits a bit. Kendo snorted. "True. I still need to get better. Both of us really. Heroes need to fight past the pain and frustration that comes with fighting." Kendo was already good at handling pain. Maybe a bit too good. She almost seemed to enjoy pain quite a bit. "No, that was crazy. People didn't like being hurt, did they?" They were now in front of UA's main building and Izuku couldn't help but admire the sight of the building. The sunrise lit up the main building in such a way that it almost looked like a Titanic chandelier. Kendo had stopped to admire the sight too, and so had Snipe-sensei, thankfully. The panes reflected sunlight all over and a sunbeam settled on them almost perfectly. It was almost too bizarre to be real, and when Izuku finally turned away to face Kendo, she was already facing him. From this close, normally Izuku's attention would be drawn to the dried blood or bruises on her face, but instead, what he saw was her radiant smile that rivaled the sparkling building in front of them. He made something flutter within him as he somehow managed to return an equally wide smile. "This is just day one of us being here," Kendo said, which seemed to catch Snipe's attention. "By the time we leave, we'll be such badasses. I'll probably be able to take a harder pounding than the one you gave me back at the house." "Wah!" Snipe choked and coughed on his words as he turned towards them. "What did you guys say you did?" Izuku frowned. "Are you feeling okay, sensei? We could take you to the infirmary if you're feeling under the weather. She could give you some pills. I'm still surprised you got sick. Aren't all pros vaccinated against common diseases? It's like they say protection is better than cure." "That's right," Kendo added. "Protection now saves you from a lifetime of pain later. My dad taught me that." No, Snipe said with a much higher voice. "Let's go to Recovery Girl. Maybe she could give you two a talk about restraining yourselves even if you were using protection." With that, Snipe walked off at a far quicker pace than before. Izuku frowned as he turned towards Kendo. "You ever get that weird feeling that you're having two different conversations with someone?" "Yup. All the time," Kendo said sagely as they began to walk forward. "It's better not to bring it up. I don't want to embarrass anyone." Good call." After a few kisses and energy gummies, Izuku and Kendo were both back in tip-top shape. Recovery Girl had not been impressed at having her first patients before school actually started, but she had helped them nonetheless. Kendo had gone first, and so she was the first out the door. She had promised to cook breakfast for a few of her classmates who were not as gifted culinary-wise as she was. Apparently, a pretty brutal spar wasn't enough to make her break her promise. Izuku felt just as good, if not better than he did before the spar with Kendo, and yet, Recovery Girl hadn't given him the go-ahead to leave. He still had quite some time to go, so it was alright, but it was still weird. Recovery Girl was mostly bustling around her office while humming some song. For the most part, Izuku considered himself patient, but even so, this was a little odd. A few minutes later, enough was enough, and he was about to ask Recovery Girl a question when the door to the infirmary slid open. Two blonde men walked in, one in fantastic shape and the other not so much. The younger of the two was covered in many a bruise and looked like he'd been on the wrong end of a Detroit Smasher 7 by all might. And despite all that, he still stood tall and was practically beaming. "Hey, did you injure yourself too?" the boy asked as he looked at the fading bruises on Izuku's arms. "Wow, those look like they were broken not that long ago, and you're not even in a cast. You must have a lot of stamina to heal that much so quickly." "I guess so," Izuku said, feeling compelled to answer the way too energetic boy. "Are you a student here?" "I sure am," the boy said before thrusting his hand out. "My name is Mirio Tagata, but you can call me Mirio. I'm a third year in the hero course, and I'm guessing you're a first year?" Whoa, this guy was just months away from becoming a pro. He was probably really strong. His quirk was probably pretty interesting too. Yeah, my name is Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said, and for just a moment he glanced past Mirio to look at the man he'd come in with. Oddly, the man was looking at him, but then he looked away just as their eyes met. Huh. Woo, I knew it, Mirio said, regaining Izuku's attention. So why are you in here alone? Did you go too hard in training? Yeah, and I may have caused some major damage to the forest behind 1B2. Izuku felt his cheeks warm up. I put way too much power in my punch. You did all that damage in one punch. The destroyed forest I just got word of, that was your work. The question, was it a question? Wasn't from Mirio. No, it was from the man that accompanied him. The man looked vaguely familiar, but Izuku dismissed the thought. He'd have definitely remembered those striking features and deep voice. It was those features and an undercurrent of annoyance, if not outright anger, laced his tone that stood out. The questions had sounded more like statements too, almost as if he was confirming his suspicions instead of asking for new information. Perhaps he was being too paranoid, though. All the teachers, at the very least, knew about what he'd done. So, this guy knowing too wasn't a big deal, really. Yes, Izuku said, a bit shamefaced. I kinda used a bit more power than I intended to. Are you one of the staff? Me? No, the man said, fumbling for words, losing a bit of his aura. I mean, yes, I do work here. I'm one of the maintenance staff. Yes, that's it. You can call me Yagi-san. I see. I apologize for causing you so much work, Izuku sighed. It's just something of a control versus power issue that I'm not too sure how to navigate. Izuku's high spirits were beginning to fall as he realized how much of a mess he had caused. Tsunade's strength was adjustable, but for Izuku it was either nothing at all or level a section of a forest. Not ideal when he'd deal with almost exclusively normal humans with much squishier bodies than the zero-pointer. Do you know to eat an elephant? Mirio asked from absolutely nowhere. What? Piece by piece. Exactly, what? Your quirk allows you to scale up or scale down your strength and amp your body in general, right? Izuku nodded, but even then he couldn't help but wonder when and how did Mirio know. So, if you're having issues with this Arbor Harmer super move of yours, then tackle it piece by piece. Or approach things from a different angle. If a kick or punch is too strong, then maybe something like a slap isn't. Look at All Might. He can level buildings and yet he's always in complete control of his strength and adjusts when he needs to. Mirio actually made sense. Once he began to reference All Might, that was. He'd probably never get the opportunity to use Tsunade's strength the way she had. Shinobi fought to kill and heroes fought to suppress. Despite the chakra fruit and all its intricacies, Izuku was going to be a hero, not a shinobi. Thank you, Tagata-senpai, why are you naked? This place was weird. Oops, you saw my winky, didn't you? My bad. Very weird. Izuku's first day of school had gone. Normally really. His class had breakfast that had mysteriously appeared, but the powder and stains on Yayorozu's pajamas sleeves had pretty much given the whole jig up. Of course, Izuku had only thought to look at her sleeves because he knew she had bought the pizzas yesterday. No one else, to his knowledge at least, had cottoned onto it. Naturally, he was curious about why she was hiding this, but it wasn't exactly an easy thing to bring up. Least of all by him. From there they'd had class and it had been something. Other than a few pointed glances from teachers and a tree pun from Present Mike that flew over everyone's head, he'd actually had a pretty alright day. Not even Bakugo sitting in front of him had been enough to get him down. Now, though, it was almost the time he had been waiting for. The dining hall at UA was massive and could seat all students across all courses and years with ease. The food was divine and soon Izuku was able to find a seat in the dining hall. The first person to join him, though, was, "Can I sit here?" Utsushimi asked, and before he could answer she sat down. So, tell me, what's the plan for today? All out attack? Defense? Ooh, maybe we should play for time? Hey Utsushimi. Call me Kami. Right, so anyways, I don't think we should overthink this too much, Izuku said as he looked at all their other classmates. Other than a few exceptions, everyone had kept a good lid on who their teammates were. It just made sense, after all. Some people already had the deck stacked against them when it came to combat, and exposing their partners would be even worse. We'll just knock them down as they line up, Izuku said before taking a sip of juice. While he was doing so, someone came over to stop by his and Kami's table. Izuku thought it was one of his friends or classmates, so he was thrown for a loop when he met the eyes of a blonde boy. A familiar one. Can I help you? Yes, you can, the boy said calmly before sneering. You could start by fixing my back garden. How arrogant must you be to ruin my class's garden and then leave without so much as an attempt at repairing the damage you so carelessly caused? So, this guy was in 1B and he didn't like Izuku. It was a fair reaction. From 1B's point of view, he had beaten up one of their classmates so badly that they needed the nurse, and he had also devastated their garden to boot. Not the best of introductions by any means. To make matters worse, the boy continued, you came second in the entrance exam. Are you really living up to the standard expected of you? Your behavior has shocked and angered many of us in 1B. And how have you not been punished yet? Is this really what passes for discipline in the best school in? Normally, Izuku was not one to judge someone for rambling. It would be very hypocritical of him to do so, but he wasn't this bad, was he? Izuku had sort of tuned out the rest of what the boy said as he noticed the rest of the dining hall beginning to look over at them. He needed a miracle. Monoma, what are you doing? Kendo, what a lovely coincidence, the now named Monoma said as he switched gears. I was just having a chat with this plain fellow over here. Not quite a miracle, but Izuku would take it. Are you hassling Izuku explicitly after I explained the situation to our class and everyone agreed to drop it? Kendo set her tray down and crossed her arms. Come to think of it, didn't you say everything was alright? Monoma scoffed. I merely wanted to gauge the personality of this garden defiler. I am not impressed. Anyone in 1B would crush him easily. Izuku, Utsushimi and Kendo watched as Monoma walked away. Before Kendo could even sit down, Utsushimi let out a long whistle. That guy was weird, yeah, was what she had to say. He was, like, totally mad at you, Midoriya. Thanks for telling him off. Oh, what's your name again? Oh, Utsushimi, this is Itsuka Kendo, and Kendo, this is Kami Utsushimi, Izuku said, officially introducing the two to each other. Nice to meet you, Utsushimi. Right back at ya and call me Kami, she said with a wink at Kendo. So I'm guessing you two know each other? How did you meet? That's something we want to know too. The interruption had come from a very excited Uraraka who was accompanied by an embarrassed Iida. Kendo didn't answer Kami's question and instead watched as they both settled down. Uraraka, it's rude to barge into conversations you are not a part of, Iida said once he sat down next to Izuku. Where was this attitude when that weirdo was yelling at Midoriya? Iida, Uraraka said, which made Iida choke on his words. Exactly. Anyways, Kendo. That is your name, right? Do you want to tell us how you and him met? Cause it's obvious you guys know each other from before here. We met at my dojo, Kendo said to Uraraka before smiling. He wasn't always this ripped. He was probably smaller than you. Like he didn't even know how to use most of the machines and he lost a fight to our secretary Mai who's like, ow. Izuku was totally unbothered by everyone's confused looks and Kendo's glare. He picked up his juice box and popped the straw in. Sorry, I think my foot stepped on yours. Izuku sipped on the juice for a few seconds before continuing, by accident. You definitely weren't anywhere near this snarky too, Kendo groused, which almost made him smile. I'll get you for that. You know that, right? It was worth it. Anyways, so I basically tutored him and we just sorta hit it off, I guess. Kendo finished a bit lamely. That was a couple of months ago and we've been going steady since. Uraraka made this weird noise in the back of her throat. Going steady? As in? Yeah, we're really good friends. Best, actually, Kendo finished with a nod. So, how has UA been for you guys? How was the entrance exam? The conversation really took off from there as they spoke about mostly light topics. Everyone, even Utsushimi, he'd need a bit of time before calling her Kami, contributed and it was pretty nice. About halfway through, the bell went for seconds and Izuku, feeling really hungry, went to get some. He was the only one who had gone for a second serving from his table, but the vast majority of other students had gone for more. In a stroke of luck, Izuku had managed to get the last serving of seconds. He made it back to his table and he was surprised to see that Kendo had disappeared. He was about to ask, but Uraraka seemed to read his mind and told him that Kendo had to go speak to her homeroom teacher, who was wreaking Vlad King, about something. Her tray had already been cleared out and so the seat next to Izuku became empty. Something that became very relevant just moments later. Hey, isn't that posh girl in our class? Kami said lazily, pointing towards Yayu, who had just walked into the dining hall. Why is she so late? As opposed to her usual self, Yayu was looking very frazzled and on edge. Izuku watched as she walked to lunch rush only to see her slump as she was regretfully informed about the food being finished. Aw man, she didn't eat? Uraraka asked with a frown. I feel bad for her, plus we have that exercise next. I wouldn't want to do that on an empty stomach. Izuku looked down at his second serving before acting. Yayu, his voice cut through the buzz of the dining hall and others including Yayu turned towards him. Food, he said as he pointed towards his untouched plate of seconds. Yayu's face shifted from confusion to understanding and all the way back to confusion before blanking out entirely. The rest of the dining hall had already forgotten them for the most part, but Izuku could swear he felt some people's eyes still on him. How noble of you, Midoriya, Iida said as Yayu approached them. You're truly an inspiration. Helping out a classmate in need without hesitation. Yeah, Uraraka nodded along. That's really sweet of you. If it had been me I might not have done the same. The food here is so good. Well, it's no big deal, Izuku said, his face burning up. I'm already pretty full anyway. It's better if… Excuse me. Yayu. Izuku trailed off as his scariest classmate appeared by his table. Oh, right. Here you go. I know your quirk takes quite a toll on your body since it uses your lipids. It would suck if you weren't ready for today's exercise. This meal is perfect for that. Avocados, tofu and salmon are high in healthy fats and… Izuku trailed off as he realized he had been rambling. The table had a myriad of reactions to his verbal spillage. Kami and Uraraka both seemed amused while Iida was looking at Izuku as if he were a lecturer imparting wisdom of some sort. He only knew what that look meant because both present Mike and Midnight had commented on Iida's piercing stare earlier when they were in class. Iida probably knew more about healthy eating than Izuku did, so he really didn't need to pay so much attention. Yayu on the other hand was staring at him. Her expression as inscrutable as ever. He half expected her to just pivot and walk away or sneer at him or something, and instead of doing all that she just You are right, Yaoyorozu said before she bowed to him. Thank you for saving some for me. I may not have been able to perform at my best had it not been for your generosity. What was happening? Despite her words being genuine, the awkward air could not be denied. Uraraka, Utsushimi and even Iida all seemed to make terrible excuses as they left, leaving Yaoyorozu and Izuku alone. You should sit down and eat, Izuku said as he prepared to flee. Go back to Aizawa-sensei's classroom, I'll see you. Yaoyorozu had sat down, but she had also grabbed onto his wrist, preventing him from leaving. It wasn't an especially tight grip, but it was more than enough to make him sit back down. Please stay. Izuku steeled his nerves before obliging her request. He relaxed in his seat, which was hard to do considering Yaoyorozu had sat down next to him instead of across from him. Izuku expected her to speak, but instead, she began to eat her food rather quickly. She wasn't being messy per se, but it wasn't exactly the best of manners either. She probably ate just like he did, but it just looked messier on someone as dignified as Yaoyorozu. Weirdly, Izuku found it funny that she was only this undignified when it came to eating. It had been a similar situation at breakfast as well. Or maybe she was just really hungry. She kept eating and it got to the point where Izuku was convinced Yaoyorozu had forgotten he was there. Her sleeves were rolled up just a bit and he frowned as he caught sight of some black smudges on her sleeves. What were those? They kinda looked like, excuse my lack of manners, Yaoyorozu said as she put her utensils down and her sleeves fell out of sight. I was feeling rather peckish. Okay, then. What are you angling towards? Izuku blinked. And nothing, I already ate and you were late, that's it. Izuku winced at the volume of his voice. This is the second time you've done this, Yaoyorozu said as if he needed any reminding. Wouldn't you find it odd too? No, maybe. I don't know. Okay, yes, Izuku admitted before sighing. It's really not a big deal. That was my second serving, and as for last night, I noticed you hadn't had any of those pizzas. That one was even worse since you bought them. There it was. Classic motormouth. How do you know that? Yaoyorozu's eyes were narrowed. Did you follow me around? Eavesdrop on another conversation of mine, or maybe? I found a receipt from the restaurant outside on the ground, Izuku said, cutting her off. It had your name on it. Oh, yeah? Look, Yaoyorozu, Izuku said, and something seemed to make her flinch back. I know you and I don't really get along or anything, but that's fine. I'm used to that and worse. I don't know why you're like this around me, and I don't know if I do want to know. I didn't do myself any favors after our ruining your bag. That is not. I also won't ask why you're doing all these secret charitable acts, Izuku said, not allowing her a word in while he still felt brave. I just helped you because I saw you needed it. That's all. Besides, I want you at your best. Izuku rose out of his seat and this time Yaoyorozu led him. He picked up what was left of his dishes before giving her one last look. I don't want any excuses for when you to lose me. Had he just thrown his words back at her? He had. And judging by her face, Yaoyorozu had realized too. Okay, time to run. With his piece said, Izuku walked off and cleared his dishes. He was all too aware of Yaoyorozu's eyes on him even as one of his other classmates joined him in cleaning their dishes and placing them in the designated area for dirty dishes. What were you speaking to her about? Mineta said as he nudged Izuku. She can't take her eyes off of you. And nothing really, Izuku said a bit hurriedly. I think she was just surprised by what I had to say. Is that why you called her over? Mineta smirked. I guess food won't be the only thing you'll be feeding her. Before Izuku could respond, Mineta giggled before scurrying off. Izuku hadn't even had the time to respond. What an odd little person. Izuku shook the thought out of his mind. He had to drop by his class before heading towards one of the battle areas. Aizawa's sensei had given them news that only made Izuku more excited for their upcoming assessment. Their costumes were finally done. Izuku smiled as he walked out of the dining hall. He weaved through the crowds of students with barely restrained glee. He had a good feeling about how his outfit would turn out. Later, Battlefield 3B was a favorite of Shota's. It had a customizable field viewing gallery up above the battlefield and was also close enough to the main building that they didn't need to take a bus there. All in all, it was perfect. Shota, contrary to what people thought, enjoyed being a teacher sometimes. It was arduous and the kids were frustrating and his coworkers were even more frustrating, but sometimes, just sometimes, it was worth all the other stuff. This was one of those times. A weird sense of pride and almost anticipation filled him as his class stood before him in a line of 19. They were all in their hero costumes and most seemed to cycle between excitement and nervousness. The latter emotion worried him just a bit. This would be some of their first fights, so nerves were understandable. However, nerves would prevent them from getting better. Not all of them were suited for direct combat, but all heroes had to know how to fight regardless, so it was a moot point. He could only hope they would lose that mentality sooner rather than later. It's time for your first team assessment at UA, he said as he walked up and down the line. Combat is an unavoidable aspect of hero work. Even if you're a specialist in scouting or rescue, there will come a time for combat. I'm sure some of you here feel worried about how things will go this afternoon. Others probably can't wait to get started. He didn't name them, but it was on their faces and in their body language. Hagakure, Mineta and Aoyama seemed just a touch worried. Uraraka, Ishido and Jiro seemed halfway between excited and nervous. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the most excited, at least on the outside, were Bakugo and Kirishima. Iida, Tokiyami and Todoroki were calm. Again, not very surprising. The only surprise was Yayu, who seemed distracted as she shifted around. It wasn't nervousness. No, she just seemed to be occupied, and given the little he knew of her, Shota could forgive that. Focus on improving yourself and understand that progress takes time, Shota said as he stopped pacing up and down the line. We will have other exercises that will appeal to everyone else. Rescue, scouting and so on. You will specialize once you leave UA and join agencies or start your own. With that said, you will not be lacking in any field as long as you work hard. I can promise you that much. He kept quiet as he let his words sink in. Thankfully, they had the desired effect as those few who seemed nervous calmed down even if just a little bit. It was then that he decided to explain the rules. This assessment will be quite simple, Shota said as he gestured to a box behind him, and there are 20 tags attached to a circular disc. There are 10 pairs, so you and your partner must wear the same set. The discs will affix to any surface on your body, so it's up to you where to put it. Shota pulled one tag he had taken out earlier. The tag will hang from the disc and can be pulled off relatively easily. Shota showed just that as he placed the hook in his bare skin before removing the tag. He replaced the tag and with a bit of effort peeled the disc off. He then threw the disc to the student nearest to him, Kaminari, who fumbled for a bit but ultimately caught it. You win by knockout or by removing both your opponent's tags. Once your tag has been removed, you are out. It's also possible to draw a match via time limit. Partner up and get your tags situated, Shota said as he took a device out. Tell me what your teams are and then we can start when your classmate comes back. He watched as his class partnered up. There weren't too many surprises and there were two teams that he would call heavy favorites. Depending on who Midoriya was with. It was only natural that the stronger students would flock towards each other, and that was what had happened. Another thing that caught his eye were their costumes. He had seen the schematics for a few of them, but that was different compared to seeing them live. Some were expected like Iida's being similar to that of his family's, while others were rather out there like Uraraka's and Utsushimi's. He didn't even want to think about what Hagakure's outfit was supposed to be. Alright, let's start with the admin. Utsushimi, who's your partner? Well, he's not, I'm here. The doors to the arena were kicked open as a red blur rushed into the viewing gallery. The blur jumped down from up above before landing in a perfect crouch. Shota wasn't sure if he should be impressed at how well the landing had safely distributed the force or annoyed at the flashiness of it all. He settled for a mix of both. His student, who had excused himself, was wearing what looked like samurai armor, but a fair bit more modern and sleek. The main portion of the armor covered the boy's torso, shoulders and thighs, and below it, he wore skin-tight clothing, the kind most heroes chose to wear. Was that a headband? The symbol carved into it caught his immediate attention, and for better or worse Shota could immediately place it. After all, the Konoha ruins and artifacts had been causing a lot of headaches for a lot of people recently. How had Midoriya come to possess one? Midoriya, Shota said, causing the boy to turn towards him. Interestingly, the plate armor made no noise at all. Was it not made of ceramics then? It also looked to be one cohesive piece with the cloth beneath the armor, but was probably still removable. Good choices. Yes, sensei. Go to your partner. They'll explain the rules to you. We're about to start. Midoriya nodded, and in what was the second biggest twist of this session, he joined up with Utsushimi. It seemed as though most of their classmates were caught off guard by it. Except for Kaminari and Mineta, who seemed to be whispering about something he'd rather not know about. These are the teams, Shota asked, getting 20 nods back. Alright. I'll key you guys in and we'll get our first two teams. Oh, right. This is a gauntlet match. The earlier you're drawn, chances are the longer you'll fight. Did I forget to mention that? Yes. Well, now you know. It took some effort not to smile as he keyed in all the teams. Once he was done, he looked up at his class and was just a tiny bit pleased when he saw that they had gotten over the last-minute reveal. Sensei. Yes, Utsushimi. What happens if your tag gets removed, but your partner still wins? Simple, Shota said as he finally let a smile slip through. They continue in the rest of their matches without you. Pure and lovely silence was the response to that. Fantastic. Our first two teams are Jiro and Hagakure versus Bakugo and Kirishima, Shota said, and there was quite the difference in reactions between the two teams. The rest of us will go up to the top. Understood? Good. It took some teams and everyone was situated. Jiro and Hagakure seemed nervous, but luckily for them, the current field terrain had quite a few rocks and boulders for them to hide behind. It may just give them the time to strategize. The first match began. This was a pretty unfair matchup, Izuku concluded as Aizawa's sensei began the fight. Utsushimi had explained the rules rather quickly to him, and this was only ending in one way. Bakugo was probably going to end this as quickly as possible. Neither Jiro nor Hagakure could do much to stop him, but maybe they had a plan. It wouldn't make sense to write them completely. How will this one go? Sero asked their class. You guys think Jiro and Hagakure can handle Bakugo and Kirishima? They'd have to attack first, Izuku said as he watched all four. Well, three really, get ready. A full-on blitz or Bakugo might just blitz them. The first match begin. Move it, Hagakure, Jiro screamed before a strong burst of sonic waves were launched from the speakers on her legs. How's that for a blitz? Was that aimed at him? It felt like it was. No, it definitely was. The sound waves tore across the battlefield and washed over both Bakugo and Kirishima. They had started in advance, but Jiru's immediate attack seemed to have stopped them cold. Their starting positions had been very close to each other, which allowed Jiru to get them both at once. Kirishima was covering his ears in pain, but Bakugo seemed to be handling it better as he raised his hands towards Jiru. Die! It was both amazing and unsurprising that Bakugo's voice could just be heard over Jiru's sonic attacks. An explosion was launched from Bakugo's hands and it seemed to do enough to blunt Jiru's attack. Crucially, though, the explosion destroyed a nearby boulder and kicked up a large amount. Quite a few shards from the boulder were sent flying towards Jiru's previous position, but she had already moved away. You need better aim than that, Jiro said, ignoring the rain of shards that hammered her previous position. How'd you get first place with such awful aim? Oh, no, you'll pay for that one. Ears, Bakugo roared as he prepared to charge Jiru even as she prepared another attack. Stupid hair. Watch out. The shift in Bakugo confused Izuku until he saw what Bakugo was already reacting to. The earlier explosion had kicked up a fair bit of dust, and between that and Jiru's first move, most of them there had forgotten about someone else important, Hagakure. The dust swirled around Hagakure as her glove flew through the air. A blast from Bakugo smashed into her hand and Bakugo's partner just as Kirishima activated his quirk. Izuku expected a scream of pain or something, but none was forthcoming. He missed, Todoroki said, looking at a specific spot. Did you get her? Whoa! Kirishima leapt backwards as he felt his tag, attached to his chest, get pulled forward. Lucky for him, Hagakure hadn't managed to snatch it. She threw the glove as a distraction, Kirishima said, unfazed from taking an explosion from Bakugo before grinning. Blow this place to hell. She'll get the drop on me if I stay here. I'll handle Jiru. Kirishima then took off running towards Jiru, screaming all the while. He crested a boulder before launching himself into the air, enabling him to keep moving even as Jiru unleashed another powerful burst of sound waves. It didn't seem to achieve much, however, as Kirishima approached Jiru, who seemed to be rooted to the spot. He landed on the ground and ran right through the sonic barrage. Jiru amped up the power, but it was too little too late. That W won't work. Kirishima powered through the sonic waves before punching Jiru square in the stomach. Izuku and a lot of class groaned from the impact as Jiru's jacks were unplugged from her boot speakers. The battlefield was silent as she collapsed to the floor, dazed and out of commission. The punch had been amped by Kirishima's quirk, so it wasn't surprising that it only took one to put her out of commission. Kirishima grabbed onto Jiru's tag, which was on her shoulder, and held it aloft. I've got Jiru's tag, hurry up and find Hagakure. I know already. Shut up. Bakugo pointed both his hands at Kirishima and this time didn't hold much back as he fired a large blast. Come on out, you extra, you better forfeit now. They won't find your body when I kill you. You got 5 seconds, 5. He won't actually kill her, will he? Ishido asked with a shade of fear in her voice. 4, not on purpose, Asui said, and it wasn't something Izuku could disagree with. Bakugo doesn't really seem like the type to hold back. 3, Bakugo's hands were beginning to glow and crackle as he charged his quirk up. Izuku searched the field for Hagakure as Bakugo counted down to 2, and it was only then that he saw a rather large rock be lifted into the air behind Bakugo. 1, Bakugo shouted, and just as the rock was about to hammer into Bakugo, he used an explosion to push him out the way. He placed both his hands in front of him at the floating rock and his entire class gasped as Bakugo finally unleashed his explosion. An intense burst of light exploded from his palms as Bakugo's scream rent the air. Stun grenade. Izuku's vision whited out as a large boom followed the searing light. A few seconds later, Izuku was amongst the first to recover, and as expected the battle was over. Bakugo had his knee on Hagakure's back, or front, he honestly could not tell, and was holding her tag in one of his hands. Awesome! Kirishima cheered as their team won. Where'd you find it? I didn't see it floating around. Bakugo sneered, she hid it in her mouth. Good thing I'm wearing gloves. Cheap tricks like that won't work on me, mouth girl. Ew. Call me Hagakure, and get off me already, you won. Bakugo did eventually get off of Hagakure, and she and a groggy Jiro made their way back up to the viewing gallery. They were greeted by some sympathetic, pitying claps and cheers, but Izuku was sure some of them were genuine. They'd done a good bit better than what most, if not everyone, had expected of them. Midoriya. Uraraka hollered at him as the rest of the class spoke to Jiro and Hagakure. Iida and I are coming over. The two of them made quite the sight as a bubbly Uraraka and a stiff Iida negotiated their way over to the crowd. Izuku assumed they were on a team. He had been paying attention to Utsushimi's explanation to really register who was on what team. Wow, Bakugo is pretty good, Uraraka said as she and Iida joined him and Kami. I can't wait to fight him, and, wait a second, Midoriya, did you and Iida synchronize your outfits? Yeah, you two are kinda giving me the same vibe. You know, Utsushimi said rather unhelpfully. I can assure you we did not match our outfits, Iida said with an emphatic chop. My outfit is modeled on someone I admire, whereas Midoriya's is. Well, to be honest, I don't really recognize anything on your outfit, except for the symbol on your forehead. Is it not based on the symbol for the site you discovered? I mean, I could have sworn I'd seen it before. Izuku knew he was playing with fire wearing the headband, but he was ready for the questions it would raise. Or rather, he thought he was ready. Apparently, a good chunk of his classmates seemed invested in his hero outfit, which was an odd mix of good and bad news. And Iida just outright knew he was the Konoha kid, which actually made sense. Of all their classmates, he was the one that seemed the most likely to watch documentaries, after all. Iida's right, Kaminari said as he walked closer to Izuku. I know I've seen this before, but I can't remember, this is killing me. Don't short your brain out, you dolt, Jiro said weakly as she cradled her stomach. What is that anyways, a sweatband? No, the symbol's clearly a beetle, Sero said before looking Izuku up and down, and I'm starting to think I went way too cheap on my outfit. It's not a beetle. It's some sort of dessert on a stick, Sato said as he rubbed his chin, not sure which though. It looks like a boob. Thankfully, Mineta was ignored. Tell us what it is, Utsushimi said before whispering. Even sensei seems interested, so maybe just say it and get things moving. Izuku looked up and sure enough, Aizawa sensei seemed to be content letting this play out. They made eye contact and Izuku looked away immediately. Who knew if those freaky red eyes let his sensei read his mind or force him to tell the truth or something? He couldn't take that chance. Well, it's not a sweatband, it's more for my hair and the symbol is Konohagakure. Oh, no, did you say my name Yayu? Hagakure asked from somewhere. Besides, I can't have a symbol. Why? Because I'm Invis. A shido covered Hagakure's mouth as she looked at the symbol once more. Hey, Momo is right. I've seen that symbol before. My parents were watching some boring documentary about ancient quirks or something. Momo, hey, you're right, Sero said snapping his fingers as he ignored Yayurozu's question. I saw something about that on my phone once. Apparently, there were a lot of artifacts in this crazy mountain. I heard the ruins are so old all the corpses disintegrated into dust. My family and I watched a few of those documentaries. Apparently, some of them could shoot fire like Endeavor. Why didn't I remember Midoriya was in them? I know he's kinda plain but still. So, that made the second person today that called him plain. Well okay, then. I read about it in a newspaper I think. Can't remember too clearly, though, it was ages ago. Oh, man. I'm surprised it took me this long to remember. My history teacher wouldn't shut up about Konoha, ever. Izuku felt his stomach sink as he realized that more than just a few of his classmates had heard something about Konoha even if they hadn't all heard about him per se. If anything, the only one that seemed as uncomfortable as Izuku felt was Todoroki, who didn't even try to hide the confusion from his face. I got it, Kaminari all but shouted, that's the symbol of Konoha. Yayu already said that. I idiot, Jiro said with a frown that bled into a pained smirk as she held her stomach. Did you short-circuit your brain already? No, Kaminari said waving his arms dramatically. You didn't let me finish. The whole village was apparently a hotbed for quirks and my mom was super into the documentaries. A few of them had interviews with the kid who found it while on vacation and the kid's name was Izuku Midoriya, Yayu said cutting Kaminari off. Her eyes cutting into Izuku's even as the rest of the class swarmed him with questions. Most of us know about that already, Kaminari. Hey, Midoriya. Did you really fight off a pack of wolves? Wasn't Hawks the one that rescued you? How is he in real life? He's so dreamy. Yayu totally stole my thunder. That was supposed to be my reveal. Anyways, Midoriya, we should go cruising for some chicks. I heard fame just makes them drop there. Enough, Aizawa sensei said just as Izuku began to feel suffocated by it all. You've had enough fun, now back to the exercise. The next team is up, go on down. It had taken just about 24 hours for his class to figure out he was behind the largest archaeological discovery in quite some time. Izuku had expected to have more time, but then again he had brought this upon himself with the forehead protector, hadn't he? Finally, Bakugo shouted from down below, and by the way, Deku isn't cool for finding that stupid ruin, and my outfit is better. He really doesn't like you, does he? Kami asked as Ishido and Aoyama made their way down. Easiest question he'd had to answer all day. No, he doesn't. Midoriya, Iida said as he rose from his seat and bowed deeply. I apologize for causing your anonymity to be eradicated. I've known who you were since we moved in, but I assumed you wanted to forget about a traumatic event. It's my fault. It's okay, Iida, Izuku reassured his classmate as he helped Iida out of his almost reverent bow. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Don't blame yourself for it. Iida seemed to take his words to heart and nodded at Izuku's words. I see. However, if it's not too much trouble, could you allow the rest of the class to ask some questions? I must admit that hearing the story firsthand makes for an interesting prospect. Izuku looked up and saw quite a few of his class had overheard Iida's request. They all looked at him with excitement. Damn it, he couldn't say no now, could he? Izuku sighed. Alright, we can talk about it later tonight. There were cheers as the last match began and as everyone turned their focus to the second round, Izuku looked away. Instead, he looked at Yayu who was taking in the fight down below. Ishido was zipping around the arena and her acid was strong enough to cause Kirishima some serious issues. Hey, Bakugo, wanna switch? Kirishima asked as he dodged a spray of acid. I'm kinda losing out here. Busy, Bakugo shouted as he dodged Aoyama's naval laser by a close margin. Shiny's tougher than he looks, just deal with it. Normally, the display of wonderful quirks would have had Izuku's attention, but instead, he couldn't help but look at Yayu. She knew all about him, and Konoha and her family was in charge of the discovery site to boot. She may be able to help him and Sumay figure out some of the missing pieces of the whole Konoha debacle. Or so he hoped. Die! Ishido was sent hurtling through the air before rolling on the ground. Smoke wafted off her body and she began to rise to her feet, but she stopped as her tag was ripped off by Kirishima. Ishido had done well, but after Bakugo had managed to finish Aoyama off, the ending was clear. Ishido was clearly one of the more adept students, and to her testament, she had lasted quite a few minutes on her own after getting the better of Kirishima. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to take Kirishima's tag before Bakugo had taken Aoyama's, which, as Izuku had said, led to her defeat. It made for a tense atmosphere as everyone waited for the next team to be drawn. Bakugo and Kirishima were a great team. It was a sort of sword and shield combo if the sword could blow things up. Plus, the gauntlet battle did kinda favor Bakugo. The more he fought, the more he would sweat, which made his explosions bigger. That would only get worse too. Izuku was drawn out of his thoughts as the next team was revealed. Alright, Uraraka cheered as she and Iida were summoned down to the arena. I already know how to play this one, Iida. Izuku wished them luck as they made their way down. Uraraka and Iida were given a small amount of time for conferring before finally, the battle began, and right off the bat, things were weird. Uraraka hopped onto Iida's back like he were some sort of horse before pointing at a baffled Bakugo and Kirishima. This looks lame, but it will totally work. Right. Iida roared back, somehow matching Uraraka's passion. Prepare yourselves, villains. This looked really familiar. You know, Aoyama's voice whispering in his ear almost made Izuku jump out of his seat. They're only doing that because of your plan at the entrance exam. It may look odd, but it is trace intelligent. How did Aoyama manage to get so close to him? Izuku hadn't even noticed Aoyama was there until he had whispered into his ear. Hadn't Bakugo just beaten him? Release, Uraraka said as she slapped sections of Iida's arms and then herself. She then wrapped her arms and legs around Iida, who was carrying her not unlike a baby on his back. Let's do it. Izuku was able to put Aoyama's peculiarities aside as Iida charged Bakugo and Kirishima. Iida crossed the field in a matter of seconds and was almost face to face with Bakugo's hands before he sprinted out the way. Uraraka being on his back had no impact on Iida's speed, which was obviously the work of her zero-gravity quirk. Iida was showing the difference between his and Izuku's speed. Izuku had the edge over shorter distances, but he eventually had to rest. Between lactic acid buildup and the toll the Fatebreaker had on him, it wasn't really practical to keep firing all the while. Iida had no such limit, and he only got faster the longer he ran. Bakugo had been aiming blasts at Iida Uraraka all the while, but they were missing by an increasingly wider margin. Soon, Bakugo was just firing in a vague pink and gray blur and missing by a long, long way. What the fuck is this? And it was getting on his nerves too. It was about a minute after the battle had begun that things took a turn. Iida Uraraka sped towards Bakugo, who looked set to fire a stun grenade, but just as they were within range, they pivoted and rushed towards Kirishima. Kirishima had distanced himself to give Bakugo more room to fire away, but in doing so he had cut himself off from his teammate. Iida Uraraka sped towards him and Kirishima hardened himself in preparation, standing his ground. It was the wrong move. A noticeably slower Iida Uraraka plowed right into him, but instead of hearing the crunch of Iida's metal-reinforced leg kicking Kirishima, there was a distinct slapping noise as they slowed to a stop just behind Kirishima. Uraraka hopped off of Iida's back and she looked surprisingly fine considering how fast they'd been moving. Perhaps she had been training against nausea. In any case, that wasn't important. What was important was Kirishima's body steadily rising until he was at eye level with the viewing gallery. Oh, damn. They got me, Kirishima said as he flailed uselessly in the air. Hey guys. This isn't so manly, is it? It's not, Jiro confirmed immediately. You look like a joke. A giant floating rock piñata. Wow, you don't hold back, huh? Kirishima said, an embarrassed smile on his face. You're probably right, though. I'd laugh at me too if I were you. And I guess I did punch you in the stomach. Sorry about that. You know, I'm not all that mad about that anymore for some reason, Jiro said with a very pleased smile. I'm just committing this image to memory. A loud explosion disrupted the impromptu conversation between Kirishima and Jiro. Damn it, shitty hair. Bakugo roared as he defended himself from an onrushing Iida. You couldn't have dodged? I'm not fast enough. That's your fault, was Bakugo's retort. He has a point, Asui said dryly. You definitely should have dodged instead of standing your ground. It's why you look like an idiot now. I got it, thanks. Izuku turned back to the battle with a smile on his face. Iida really had Bakugo on the ropes. Uraraka was further away and she seemed to be keeping an eye on Kirishima in the fight between Iida and Bakugo. Iida was primarily playing defense, allowing Bakugo to get close before rushing off before Bakugo could land an attack. He made Bakugo's anger rise as he kept the chase up. Perhaps, if he hadn't been so blinded by his fury, he would have seen that Iida was clearly guiding him along. Iida hadn't once even tried for an attack of his own, simply preferring to goad Bakugo into chasing him around. This had the added benefit of keeping Uraraka safe, which became a very important deal once they came to a halt below Kirishima's floating body. "Stop running away, glasses, alright, then," Iida said before he launched a blindingly fast kick at Bakugo. Bakugo tried to block it with one of his grenade gauntlets, but Iida's kick plowed straight through it, the mufflers on his calf shrieking all the while. The gauntlet was crushed immediately and a spray of liquid washed over Iida's foot. His kick had been deflected by the now broken gauntlet and it smashed into Bakugo's face with quite some force, sending him to the ground clearly dazed. "Uraraka, got it," Uraraka said before bringing her hands together. Got it, Crimson Comet, release." "Crimson, oh she," Kirishima's question turned into a scream as he was sent falling towards a prone Bakugo. "Fantastic," Izuku couldn't help but breath out. "Why?" Kami asked, but there was no time to explain. Falling as fast as he was, Kirishima had to either drop his hardening and smash into the ground while not armored, not ideal. Or he could keep his hardening up, but then he would damage Bakugo even more at the cost of preserving himself. Bakugo and Kirishima were caught between a rock and hard place. There was a pun in there somewhere, and yet Bakugo managed to figure out a solution with ease. "Keep your quirk up," Bakugo roared as he aimed one hand at his ruined gauntlet that was near Iida and the other in front of him. The rest happened so quickly, but Izuku caught every bit of it. Bakugo fired 2 consecutive blasts. The first was at his ruined gauntlet and Iida barely had time to begin moving before the blast reached the gauntlet. A titanic explosion washed over the part of the field where Iida and Uraraka were located and sent Iida towards the boundary walls. "We can get support items like that?" Mineta screamed over the rest of the uproar from the others. "Why didn't anyone tell me that?" A spark went off on Izuku's mind as he recalled where Bakugo had aimed his blast. Of course, it was genius, that's what the liquid in those gauntlets had been. They were just giant sweat containers that Bakugo could use for a bigger blast. Even if Iida destroyed one, the sweat inside could still be ignited, as he and Uraraka had found out. Bakugo had used the second blast to propel him backwards, and it was no moment too soon as Kirishima smashed into the ground where Bakugo had just been. Bakugo rolled to his feet and pointed his last remaining gauntlet towards Uraraka, who had been blown off her feet by the sheer force of Bakugo's gauntlet exploding. "Give up," Bakugo grit out, and Uraraka frowned before looking at the gauntlet. For a moment, it looked like she'd attack before in one quick motion Uraraka yanked her tag off and threw it to Bakugo. "Good choice. Shitty hair, did you get the other tag?" "Yeah." Kirishima looked pretty fine despite the fall he'd taken, save for some burns here and there. And he stood over Iida, who had had the majority of his armor covered in scorch marks and burns. Iida's helmet had been blown off and his glasses were shattered, but he was clearly conscious, just not very able to move. "Bakugo and Kirishima win. The robots will take Iida to the medic center and I'll switch the terrain now. The 3 of you down there move onto the stairs for now." Bakugo whispered something to Uraraka as he pulled her to her feet in whatever it was seemed to both shock and annoy her. As the field began to sink into the ground, Uraraka had made it to the rest of the class. "That was awesome. Your guys' plan was so close to working. How did it feel to move so fast? You're not concussed, are you?" Uraraka was greeted with louder applause than the ones from earlier, and it seemed to cause Uraraka to blush. Once all the commotion and case died down, Izuku was about to press Uraraka about her plan, but a loud buzzing sound cut that off. "The field change is complete," Aizawa-sensei said before he pointed. "It's a plain rocky field with no boulders or anything like that. You have practically no cover and will be forced into combat right from the get-go. Environmental awareness is key in combat, so keep this in mind. Now, the next team to face Bakugo and Kirishima is..." Izuku blinked. How could he forget? "Midoriya and Utsushimi, you're up next." He was also a part of these exercises. "Deku's next?" Bakugo asked, and it was as if the mild fatigue he was showing had been wiped away. "That's the best thing I've heard all day." "Utsushimi," Izuku said as he began to walk down with his partner, "leave Bakugo to me. I'll give you something that will help you handle Kirishima until you get an opening to use your quirk on him." "That would sound like a plan, but you're like totally not carrying anything other than those sticks on your back." Utsushimi blinked. "I'm not trained and I doubt those would even hurt him." Izuku gave her what he hoped was a reassuring smile. "I wouldn't worry about that." Izuku took a deep breath as he and Utsushimi stared down Bakugo and Kirishima. Admittedly, the latter was actually easier to handle. It would be hard to damage Kirishima, but he wasn't as shrewd as Bakugo was. It was a common misconception that Bakugo was some sort of idiot, but he wasn't. At least in terms of academics, Bakugo was right there with Izuku, if not ahead. Plus, his combat IQ was on another level. Bakugo had a deep understanding of his quirk and how to use it. Unfortunately for Bakugo, Izuku also knew just how his quirk worked and how he'd use it. Izuku took that time to remove both chakra rods from his back. He liked to think that between the rods and the armor he looked like a neo-samurai or something. His hero outfit had been based on the armor he had found. It wasn't exactly the same, but Izuku liked to think that the bearer of the original version wouldn't have minded it all too much. The short vision he had gotten after opening the scroll had been short, but Izuku would never forget any of the faces on that mountain. So getting a flashback of them all at once was cool. The first Hokage had been smiling more than his successors, so maybe he was a nice guy. He did wonder how the mantle of Hokage was passed on, but considering all of them were present in his vision, maybe it was peaceful. In any case, it had been nice to see all of the Hokage lined up like that. They had this regal and magnetism that Izuku only ever saw in top heroes. He wished he could have heard them speak or what had brought them together, though. The vision had ended quickly after he'd barely gotten a look at them all. It was fleeting. Izuku wasn't even sure whose perspective he had been watching from. Izuku shook his head. He was getting sidetracked. He was still way too small to wear the actual armor he had found, so he had to improvise. Either way, Izuku quite liked the end result of the outfit. Kendo had vetoed any versions of the All Might-based outfits he had had and yet had never shown him any of her costume ideas. So, he hadn't shown anyone other than his mother, and Sumay, sketches of this version. Turnabout was fair play, after all. Here, Izuku said as he handed the chakra rod to Utsushimi. I would try to rush Kirishima and try to soften him up. But knowing Kachan, you wouldn't let that happen. You okay with that? This wasn't the best of matchups for them. Bakugo was Bakugo and there was a clear power disparity between Utsushimi and Kirishima. Thankfully, he had 2 chakra rods or else they'd been in a bit of trouble. Got it, Kami said, not even looking at him as she twirled the chakra rod like a baton. Hey, how is this even attached to your back? You don't have a holster or strap or anything. Chakra was how, but of course, he couldn't say that. Magnets? Yup. Magnets. Izuku lied as he watched Bakugo bark something to Kirishima. Now, remember, use it like a tennis racket and he's the ball. Gotcha. Begin. Chakra formed around Izuku before he rushed Bakugo. When he was close, Izuku tried to lash out with a kick, but Bakugo had it well sighted and dodged it with the aid of an explosion. Izuku slid to a stop and kept his eye on Bakugo. The Fatebreaker faded from his body as he adjusted his grip on the chakra rod. The Fatebreaker would begin to damage his body after about half an hour of usage at 100%. Even keeping it on while he wasn't moving would still cause damage, so he had to use something of a stop-start approach with it. Especially since he wanted to run the whole gauntlet. You damn liar, Bakugo growled, his body shaking as he stared Izuku down. Where the hell was this before, Deku? Were you just acting? Bakugo rushed Izuku and instead of panicking he kept calm. Izuku knew Bakugo. He'd watched him from afar and up close all his life. He knew Bakugo's favored tricks and tactics in different fights. Especially when he wanted to win quickly. Which was most of the time, really. Especially when Izuku was involved. First, a right hook. Die. Izuku moved out of the way of the blast, the heat searing his side even through his armor. Then, a blast with his left. Again, Izuku rolled out of the way, moving just before Bakugo had chosen his strike. Bakugo's explosion met empty air once again. A growl of annoyance escaped Bakugo as well as a cheer from their class above. Izuku tried a leg sweep, but Bakugo leapt over it with ease. That was fine, though. Izuku activated the Fatebreaker at full blast for just 1 moment, just 1 second, as blue energy enveloped him. A single burst of chakras sent him hurtling at an airborne Bakugo. A glowing hand was pointed towards him, but Izuku had already clocked it. Izuku grabbed onto Bakugo's arm and deflected it away from him. Izuku's chakra rod blurred through the air before smashing into Bakugo's hurried block. Bakugo winced before a blast from his trapped arm went off. They were sent flying through the air as they wrestled for control. Izuku's world spun and for a moment he thought he had a chance to finally attack. He was wrong. A series of explosions from Bakugo's other hand launched the two of them higher into the air. At the apex of their ascent, Bakugo switched their grip and he now held onto Izuku's arm. They began to spin as if they some sort of tornado. The rotational speed provided and continually increasing thanks to Bakugo's still ongoing explosions from his other hand. You don't know all my tricks, Deku, Bakugo yelled, and Izuku braced himself as he was swung around one last time, X-catapult. Izuku activated the Fatebreaker as he was sent away from Bakugo. The increased strength allowed him to readjust his body even as it was sent clear across the arena towards his class. Plus, the added reinforcement would hopefully absorb some of the shock. Izuku's feet were like an arrowhead as he cut through the air and sped towards the viewing gallery. Move! Thankfully, they already had, and Izuku's sandals crunched into the wall with a loud crack. He crouched down on the wall trying to diffuse the force, but the pain was still there. The Fatebreaker did act as a shock absorber of sorts too, but probably at the cost of a reduced time limit. Already, Izuku could feel the familiar creaks and groans of his body come to life. His feet had made divots in the wall, but he used chakra to adhere him to it further on instinct. Bakugo's new move was really good. Most people didn't have the strength he did, so they wouldn't be able to maneuver himself the way he had to reduce the damage. It was likely that most of his class had just seen a vague red blur and had expected him to be a red smear on the wall. A quiet gasp caught his attention. Izuku looked to his left and met surprised black eyes before he turned back to the arena and frowned as he saw Bakugo close in on him. A series of explosions from both hands was propelling Bakugo forward, his grin clear to see. You're dead. Izuku jumped off the wall with a chakra-enhanced leap. He zoomed towards Bakugo and by using both his hands behind him to move. Bakugo was wide open. He wasn't taking Izuku seriously, wasn't he? An urge born from adrenaline and pain and anger made him curl a fist loaded with chakra back. One Tsunade punch would be enough to end this. Izuku thought back to his morning spar with Kendo as he compressed the chakra in his fist. He'd sent a tree through other bigger trees. He could and would end the fight if he used Tsunade's jutsu, but Bakugo wouldn't come out better for it, if he even survived. Izuku wanted to win, but he didn't want Bakugo to get seriously injured or die. Izuku dispelled the chakra in his fist as he and Bakugo raced towards each other. Instead, he put both hands onto his chakra rod. He was holding it like a baseball bat, or tennis racket ironically, before swinging it at Bakugo, who had thrown one hand forward having realized the plight he was in. Bakugo's intent was clear, but Izuku ignored it, as countless spars and losses from Kendo made him notice the glaring weak spot. "No, you're dead." The rod caught Bakugo flush on his front and there was a loud crack before Bakugo was sent flying. He went clear across the arena before smashing into the ground, kicking up a large amount of dust. Gravity began to pull Izuku downwards, but he was able to land in a similar way to on the wall just moments ago, his chakra once again acting as a semi-decent shock absorber. Bakugo was already rising to his feet by the time he landed, but he was cradling his ribs. Izuku kept that in mind as he looked at the tag dangling from Bakugo's chest. His own was in the exact same spot, neither of their attacks managing to dislodge either their tag or that of their opponents. Izuku pointed at the tag with one hand and with the other pointed his chakra rod at Bakugo once he rose to his feet. "You want my tag, Kachan? Come take it from me." Hold still, Deku, Bakugo growled, unleashing a massive explosion towards him. Izuku glowed as he dodged the blast and slammed a powerful kick into Bakugo's side. He was sent flying back before eventually coming to a stop in a crouch. Izuku gave a glance towards Utsushimi and she seemed to be gaining the upper hand against Kirishima. The strength of the chakra rod too much for Kirishima to withstand, especially when weakened. Kirishima's quirk wasn't unlimited, obviously, and he had taken quite a beating, most notably from Uraraka, Jiro and Ishido. That meant he was all softened up for Utsushimi to take advantage, which she was currently doing. Those hits really hurt. Are you a martial artist?" "Nah, I've just watched some tennis." "Huh, what does that mean?" Izuku's attention was drawn away from them, though, as Bakugo's gauntlet suddenly glowed a worrying red. This seemed to please Bakugo as he rose to his feet. Bakugo was still raring to go despite the bruises littering his body. Izuku, similarly, had been on the business end of some explosions, but his armor had protected him from some of it. Something Bakugo did not appreciate. "Your stupid armor won't protect you from this," Bakugo said as he pointed to his gauntlet. "I knew I needed a bigger blast to get past your armor, so I let you beat me up some. Now, you'll lose." "Hey, that blast is way too strong for him. He can't take that." "Raccoon Eyes is right," Bakugo said with a sneer. "This will show you for holding back on me." "Holding back on him? You can kick a ball over a kilometer away and yet you've only hit me with stuff around the level of my weaker blasts at best." Bakugo spat as he pulled a mechanism on his gauntlet back. "Even now, you still aren't taking me seriously. I saw you go for a punch in midair. I bet it was the same sort of punches that you used to destroy that robot, wasn't it?" Izuku didn't answer, but his face must have given him away. "That's what I thought," Bakugo said before touching something on his gauntlet. "That's why I had this change installed just for you. All the sweat I've stored is now being pumped to my palm. By the time this thing chimes." "Ding, you're gonna lose." Bakugo smiled as he unclipped his gauntlet and threw it aside. "So you better come at me with all you got or you'll lose, Deku." The smell of burnt sugar wafted through the air and Izuku frowned. That was a lot of nitroglycerin. If Bakugo hit with that, then it would be over, that was for certain. Izuku pumped the fate breaker to 100%, ignoring the creaks in his body. He still had quite a ways to go before reaching his limit, but using 100% was always uncomfortable. His time limit wasn't really linear to the percentage and he'd probably need help from one of the teachers figuring it out. He'd only lasted half an hour at 100% before being completely wiped out. Meanwhile, going anywhere between 20 to 40% lasted well over 2 hours with only a bit of lingering pain and aches afterwards. It was something for later, though. Right now, he had to be at full speed if he wanted to avoid this explosion, though. Based on his explanation, Bakugo seemed to be going for a close-range version. This was despite the fact that gauntlets definitely had a long-range feature built in. Not for the first time, Izuku bemoaned his lack of long-range moves. Tsunade punches weren't like All Might's Texas smashes that warped the air around them. The chakra in the punches needed to be channeled into an object to be truly effective. "Kachan, I can't use that punch on you because I'm good at them. You'll explode if I hit you with one now." "Like hell, I will," Bakugo said with a frown. "Those robots were designed to fall apart. How else do you think people with normal strength broke them? I'll show everyone here and your annoying loudmouth girlfriend that your punch is just an overhyped joke." Annoying loudmouth, Bakugo rushed him. His gloves beginning to glow, the right glove, in particular, was glowing much more intensely for obvious reasons. Instead of waiting for Bakugo, Izuku charged in at full speed, anger propelling to go flat out and damn the consequences. The gulf in their speed was clear as Izuku crossed the distance between them far quicker. Bakugo wanted a show of bona fide power from Izuku. As if everything Izuku had achieved to get into UA and since moving in had been a fluke. He'd even go as far as to insult Kendo, which made Izuku pissed. Maybe it had been the conversation he'd had with her, years of baggage coming to the forefront, but suddenly Izuku didn't really mind hitting Bakugo really hard. Izuku flicked his chakra rod at Bakugo. A gambit to distract Bakugo, but Bakugo deflected it with a blast from his left hand, sending it flying up and away. Soon, they were upon each other and Izuku knew he had to give Bakugo what he wanted. Bakugo's palm shone so brightly it almost blinded Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku's own hand was wreathed in chakra as he threw a punch forward. At the angles they'd chosen, both of their hits would connect, which was almost certainly the worst outcome. And yet, he soldiered on. He ignored the screams from his class no matter where they came from and who they were directed at. Time slowed as Izuku and Bakugo were right in each other's guards. Izuku channeled a massive amount of chakra to his front, preparing to tank Bakugo's blast. His armor would definitely not be enough. If it had kind of worked once before, after all. Izuku's met Bakugo's red eyes through the shine and flash of their powers. It was there and then that Izuku had realized a mistake he'd made in his righteous anger. Bakugo's attack needed to be close range, yes, but unlike Izuku's, he didn't need to make actual contact. He'd been goaded into this, hadn't he? Izuku's hand was inches away from Bakugo when the light from Bakugo's palm flared to life. Big bang! Izuku remembered something from earlier today and did the only thing he could to bridge the gap. He focused on his finger, compressing a smaller amount of chakra than had been in his fist. He braced for the fire and fury of Bakugo's explosion, but it never came. Izuku opened his eyes only to see that Bakugo's palm was no longer aflame. Remembering the conversation with Mirio, Izuku flicked his finger forward and it smashed into Bakugo's chest. He watched as Bakugo's face morphed from a furious glee to confusion. Your eyes. Why are they? Bakugo began before his face morphed into a mix of pain and confusion. Release. The chakra burst forth from his finger and into Bakugo. Immediately, Bakugo was sent tumbling across the arena with a resounding crack. Bakugo's body turned and spun and banged against the ground over and over. There were more than just a few cracks and snaps as Bakugo showed no signs of slowing down. It was getting to be gruesome, and then suddenly Bakugo slowed down before he came to a stop. Izuku blinked a few times rapidly, his eyes feeling rather odd, almost as if they were on fire. The feeling vanished almost immediately, and it was only then that Izuku caught sight of what was around Bakugo's leg. Izuku chanced to look up at the viewing gallery and sure enough, Aizawa-sensei, no, Eraserhead met his gaze as he held onto his scarf in a complicated grip. His eyes were burning red as he looked down at Izuku before they faded to black. Bakugo is disqualified due to knockout. A robot will take him to the infirmary. Knockout? Did Izuku hit him on the head? No, definitely not. Then again, Izuku was pretty sure he'd seen Bakugo's head hit the ground a few times after their clash. Bakugo, Kirishima began as he blocked another strike from Utsushimi. What the hell? It was at this moment that Izuku knew it was over. Utsushimi looked a bit tired and had bruises of her own, but finally, she had a bit of breathing room. She took a deep breath in before blowing a massive pink cloud at Kirishima. The boy inhaled quite a lot of it by accident and began to thrash around. Weirdly, the air seemed to warp as Utsushimi disappeared from sight. Kirishima, on the other hand, had dropped his heartening as he threw a thumbs up at Izuku. Good job on beating Midoriya, Bakugo. Look, I already have Utsushimi's tag. Adding to the confusion, Kirishima gestured to his own tag. His eyes were a bright pink that looked eerie and unnatural. Izuku wasn't sure what to make of it until a loud thump echoed through the arena. Kirishima fell to the floor in a heap, and again the air shimmered before Utsushimi appeared in a burst of pink sparkles holding Izuku's chakra rod. The position she was in made it clear she had just absolutely clubbed Kirishima upside the head. Unperturbed, Utsushimi crouched down and ripped the tag off of Kirishima's chest. She twirled it around her finger and shrugged at Eraserhead. Game, set and match, Utsushimi said with what was probably far too wide a smile. We win, right? It is, Aizawa-sensei confirmed with a nod. You took the tag and Midoriya knocked Bakugo out with his finger flick. Anyways, next up are Sato and Sero. Just like that, it was over. Izuku had beaten Bakugo, and yet something about the fight felt off for some reason. Or maybe he was just reeling from actually beating Bakugo, even if he was handicapped to some degree. As robots carted Kirishima off in the same direction Iida and Bakugo had been taken, Izuku went to speak to Utsushimi. She gave him his chakra rods, the second one she'd picked up after Bakugo had knocked it away. Thank you. Did you have to hit Kirishima so hard? Izuku couldn't help but say. She blinked. Did you have to hit Bakugo so hard? Utsushimi asked, and he had no answer. Honestly, they got what they deserved. Bakugo blew Iida up and Kirishima punched a lot of people with his hardening quirk on, especially me. I just wanted to leave my mark. Izuku couldn't fault her logic. Perhaps she had more right to react the way she had. Izuku had had no plans of using Tsunade Shisho's jutsu until Bakugo had insulted Kendo. It was as if a switch had been flicked and he'd just become awash with anger. He could only hope it was a one-off. You're right, I'm making this bigger than it has to be, he conceded before looking at Sato and Sero. I'll take Sato, so that leaves you with Sero. Do you need a stick for this? Nah, it's okay, Utsushimi said as she did a stretch. I held back on using my quirk last time, but I'm guessing I'll need it more this time. Okay, only if you're sure, Izuku said as he braced himself. I think you should use your quirk immediately. I'll handle these two until you get your opportunity. The match began and immediately Utsushimi used her quirk to make her disappear. This left Izuku in what was essentially a 2-version-1 situation. At least until Utsushimi reappeared, that was. Sero seemed wary of the danger and he raised his elbows towards Izuku. That won't work on us, Sero yelled across at him, and in slight worry for Utsushimi, Izuku decided to target him first. He charged Sero as streams of tape were launched at him. Izuku dove and weaved around each strand, just managing to evade them. It was a blessing Sero could only shoot 2 at a time, or Izuku would have been in a world of trouble. He felt like a broken record, saying this over and over. Long range was Izuku's biggest weakness by a long way. Izuku once again avoided 2 streams of tape as he reached his destination. Sato and Sero were quite close to each other, and when it was clear that Sero wouldn't be able to catch him, Sato intervened. A bulked-up version of Sato, which was saying something really, intercepted his charge and blocked Izuku's initial punch with some effort. Izuku strained against Sato, whose quirk was causing quite the problem. Sato pushed Izuku back and tried to punch him, but thankfully his speed hadn't been boosted, so Izuku was able to stay ahead of him. This didn't discourage Sato, though, as he continued to press his advantage. In a cruel twist of fate, it was very similar to his last spar with Kendo, except that this time, he was the one leading Sato around. It was clear that Sato had some sort of training, but he kept making some errors that Kendo had beaten out of him. Perhaps this was how Kendo had seen their fight? Izuku making mistakes she had long since worked out of her style? Sato seemed entirely unfussed with defense and would definitely tire himself if kept going, and yet he did. It was strange too, since Izuku wouldn't have pegged Sato to be like this. It was almost as if a veil. Of course, Izuku grit out as he stepped out of the way of another heavy and overextended punch. Your quirk is impairing your thoughts, which means he could end this in one go if he needed to. Izuku did not wait for Sato to make another mistake. He dashed to the side, dropping out of Sato's field of vision. Sato realized this about a second or two later, but by then it was already too late. Izuku jumped onto Sato's back and locked his legs around his waist and his arm around Sato's neck in a chokehold. Chakra adhered him to Sato, which made his thrashing useless. It should have worked after a few seconds, which he knew thanks to the hands-on demonstration Kendo had given him, but Sato's muscles made that a lot harder. So then Izuku just powered up and finally locked in a powerful enough hold on Sato. It seemed needlessly cruel, but also as though it was the exact strategy to use. Perhaps some lingering anger from Bakugo's jibe was still getting at him. He couldn't ponder that for long, though, as Sato finally collapsed. His body powered down from the bulked-up form, which made it easy to turn Sato over. Izuku found his tag and held it aloft in celebration, and he was about to check his partner's progress when 2 sticky strands wrapped around his arm. Gotcha. Sero smiled, and he had a few oblong bruises on his body before jerking back, which reeled Izuku towards him. Sorry Sato, but you made it real hard to get a clear shot. Instead of panicking, Izuku let himself be dragged towards Sero. He unclipped a chakra rod with his free hand as Sero pulled him in and slammed it into the ground. At the same time, he used chakra to stick to the ground, and immediately he stopped cold. Izuku's arm flared with pain from the sudden stop, but he ignored that as Sero continued to pull him forward, which was, unbeknownst to Sero, a fruitless endeavor. Sero grew a vein as he tried to wrench Izuku from the ground. How strong are you? Sero grit out. I pulled way heavier stuff than you. Screw it. I'll just use my left to wrap you, URK. Sero was cut off as he suddenly grabbed at his throat. The tapes around Izuku's arms loosened as Sero scratched at his throat before collapsing while still standing in about 10 seconds. Sero was thrown to the floor and the air warped before Utsushimi appeared and unlatched Sero's tag. By the time she held it aloft, Sero was already conscious again. Izuku blinked. It wasn't apparent at first, but between whacking an unarmored Kirishima over the head and choking Sero out, Izuku realized something. Utsushimi was actually pretty hardcore. Wait, Utsushimi got me from behind? I totally forgot about her when Midoriya dropped Sato, Sero rasped as he tried to stand up. Damn it. I didn't even feel her boo. Midoriya and Utsushimi win. Asui and Koda are next, get on down. Izuku wasn't sure why Aizawa-sensei had said that in such a rush. It probably didn't matter. Izuku congratulated Utsushimi, and once Asui and Koda were in front of them, he let the Fate Breaker activate. His body began to protest at the surge of energy which spurred him into his next decision. The match began and Izuku rushed towards Asui and Koda. Now, in Izuku's defense, he had been aiming for Asui since she was definitely the bigger threat. What he did not expect was for Koda to inexplicably move between Asui and Izuku's leaping punch headed right for her. Crack, Koda is eliminated due to knockout. At least his jaw hadn't been broken? A dislocation was better, right? Izuku sighed as he dove out of the way of Asui's tongue for the umpteenth time. She really was a pain. Utsushimi, hang back, Izuku hollered at his partner as he sprinted towards Asui. I'll get her this time. Yeah, sure, totally, Utsushimi said a bit too flippantly for his liking. Oh, and call me Kami. Izuku closed in on Asui and he tried not to let himself get frustrated as she just jumped up to the ceiling in one casual dad insult to injury. She stuck to the ceiling much like you would if you were crazy enough to use the surface sticking. It wasn't on purpose, but it still sucked. Izuku had twice made the mistake of jumping after her and twice had almost gotten wrapped up in her tongue. Asui could probably stay up there for the rest of the time limit, which seemed to be her goal. She jumped down very far from Izuku and then spring away back to her original perch once he got close. Occasionally, she tried to nab one of them with her tongue, usually Izuku, since Utsushimi kept using her quirk to disappear and reappear intermittently. This meant Izuku and Utsushimi had to be pretty far apart lest Asui capture them both or Izuku accidentally dispels Utsushimi's illusion. It was a really frustrating fight and it felt like Asui was getting payback for Koda being flash knocked out by an immediate blitz from Izuku. I'm not that mean, Midoriya, Asui said from the ceiling, I just know my limits, ribbit. Fair enough. Wait, he had said that out loud. At this point he might just gag himself. Once again, Izuku bemoaned his lack of range techniques. In Yue's insulated environment, it wasn't all bad since this was where he was supposed to improve. As Cage, though, he could end up hurt very quickly. He gotten immensely lucky against Dabi. He had a feeling that Dabi would take him a lot more seriously if they ever fought again. Right on cue, Izuku dodged Asui's tongue as it shot at him, but as it was in midair it suddenly veered off in a different direction. Izuku was confused until he saw Utsushimi appear from underneath one of her illusions. Utsu, Kami, watch out. What are you? Whoa! Asui had managed to wrap her tongue around Kami and was pulling her in really quickly. Izuku clenched his fist. Asui had managed to play them. Let go of me, Kami yelled as she tried to stay to the ground, but she was lifted off with ease well before Izuku could even make it back. Izuku expected to see Utsushimi get her tag ripped off and leave him alone with Asui. Instead, something a bit more gross happened. Sorry about this, Utsushimi yelled before biting down on Asui's tongue. The noise of pain Asui made sent chills down Izuku's spine, but he put out of his mind as Asui seemed to lose her focus and fell to the ground. However, unlike Sero earlier, the pain wasn't enough to make Asui let go of her captor. This was still a golden opportunity, though. Izuku figured out Asui's trajectory and he sprinted before tackling her in midair. He was able to roll to a stop with him on top of her. Without hesitation, he ripped the tag off of Asui. That's it, Izuku breathed out, it's over. You're a handful, Asui. I'm not sure how else we could have beaten you. You did well to win, Izuku, Asui said before blinking. I couldn't beat you, so I just did my best to get a victory of my own, ribbit. Also, you can get off me now. Asui's voice sounded a bit weird considering her tongue was out of her mouth, but Izuku still got the message loud and clear. He hopped off of Asui very quickly and looked away from her. Instead, Izuku looked towards Kami and it was then that he processed all of what Asui had said. Kami, check your tag, Izuku said pointing to the spot where she had pinned it. Asui's tongue unfurled from around Kami and revealed what Izuku had already known to be the truth. It's gone, Izuku sighed. It is. Kami reached up to the spot and blinked once she realized it was gone. I guess it is. When did that happen? After you bit my tongue, Asui said as she rose to her feet. I've had worse happen to it, so getting bit wasn't great, but that wasn't the worst that has happened. I figured out your pattern of appearing and disappearing and you reaching forward to bite me made it a lot easier. Izuku was impressed by that. Pretty much everyone so far had shown a lot of ingenuity or grit or strength. The battles were brutal and Izuku had expected an intervention from Aizawa-sensei, but there had been none. Then again, Aizawa-sensei had threatened them all with expulsion, so he was clearly more of a trial by fire guy. The winner of this match is Midoriya, who will be facing the next team alone, Aizawa-sensei said, and Izuku frowned as he remembered that piece of information, and that team will be. Izuku calmed himself down even as the class buzzed and chattered with excitement. He still had more than enough left in the tank, even though he was probably going to be pretty sore later on today. Still, though, he was sure he could handle whoever came his way even if he was alone. The hope and confidence he had in himself took a bit of a nasty blow when he read who was next. Oh, boy, Kami said from further away, good luck? He'd need a bit more than just good luck. There was not much that could make Shota confused. He had seen a lot in his day, and that made him sound old, but it was true. He had done a lot of both daytime and nighttime hero work and found he preferred the latter. He'd seen all sorts of criminals and quirks and situations. However, in his time at UA, he had never faced quite a conundrum like the one before him. Bakugo and Midoriya knew each other. Obviously he had read their files and they had both gone to the same school. The number 1 and number 2 entrants had been separated by just 1 point and they had both destroyed a 0-pointer in their exams. Furthermore, their families appeared to be close on some level if the interaction between Midoriya and Bakugo's mother was anything to go by. And yet, Midoriya and Bakugo got on like a caricature of him and present Mike. Without the mutual respect and friendship that he and Mike had for each other. It was just chaotic and volatile and contradictory to what their relationship should have been like. Bakugo considered Midoriya to be far below him. And yet anyone rational, which Bakugo definitely was about everything except Midoriya, could see that they were a lot closer to being equals. That maybe Bakugo was even a little behind depending on the circumstances. It was why he'd rigged the draw so that those two would definitely face each other. He wanted a peek beneath the hood and their battle had given him a lot of insight. However, things had gone too far and he'd intervened when Bakugo and Midoriya had their showdown. He had activated his quirk and had had a chastising speech ready. It was all for naught. Instead of both quirks being erased, only Bakugo's had been. This left him wide open to Midoriya's counterattack. A finger flick strong enough to send Bakugo tumbling well all over 30 meters away and knock him out. It would have been more too if he hadn't used his scarf to slow Bakugo down. Erasure allowed him to cancel out quirks that needed any sort of activation to work. It would work on say Cementos or Kirishima, but fail on a mutant type like Asui or Maruko. There were caveats, though. Simply having a different body wasn't enough to escape his quirk, though. All quirks often had either passive or active elements. If not both. Ordinarily, he could do something about the active elements. So, Shoji passively had 6 arms and was very strong, but he could actively grow as many limbs as he needed. This didn't explain why his quirk had failed on Midoriya. His quirk definitely wasn't always active. The blue aura was a dead giveaway of when it was active. Furthermore, his speed and strength were scalable, which again implied his quirk worked on activation and not passivity. And Shota's quirk was meant to cancel the activation of any sort of quirk and their sub-powers. There was still the possibility that he was wrong, though. He wasn't so arrogant as to assume his subjective experience was the objective truth. He needed to find out more and consult people better versed in quirk science and the like. After all, this was not the first time his quirk had failed in an unexpected situation. All Shota would do, for now, was some initial evidence collecting and probing. He wouldn't sound the alarm, whatever that may look like, until he was dead sure in his findings. Furthermore, he wouldn't let this new development deviate or hurt his other students. He still felt just a tad guilty about what he was doing, just a tad. Midoriya had been a lightning rod for attention from many, from Bakugo to Utsushimi, who was a bit more adept and cruel than he had expected. In the end, was it wrong that he had rigged the draws once again? None of the staff had really complained about his plan to use Midoriya to spur some of the others on. He'd clocked onto Izuku's weakness, and perhaps some strife would reveal more about the boy to him than Midoriya had displayed. Plus neither of the next team was as hot-headed as Bakugo, so things probably wouldn't go as far. Still, though, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty at what he'd done to Midoriya. Despite his power, Midoriya was a bit too cherubic for him to not feel a bit bad about what he had done. It was probably the stuttering and nervousness, he decided. Then again, the situation was funny from a certain perspective, so maybe the stuttering and nervousness made his reactions all the more amusing to Shota. That next team will be. Shota pressed a button, but he already knew what the result was going to be. When it finished, he turned the display to his entire class before finishing it by showing it to Midoriya. Seeing Midoriya's face drop and pale definitely tickled a dark and twisted part within him. Yayu and Todoroki, you're up, author notes. And that's all she wrote. This chapter was really long, but I wanted to fit in a good number of fights, so I hope you guys enjoyed this. And yes, Izuku's first hero costume is a modified version of Hashirama's armor. Not Madara's, I'm afraid. The droopy bit between his legs discounted it from being considered. A bit of the other characters and Aizawa seems to be onto something. There's a lot to unpack in this chapter, I've just now realized. Oh well, at least, I didn't leave it on a cliffhanger. Thanks for all the comments and subs and all that. We've crossed 1,000 favorites on FFN. Thanks guys. 443 Chapter 15. It never came. We back. Izuku was in for a world of pain, wasn't he? Yayu and Todoroki, you're up. He watched as they made their way down. He hadn't even known they were in a team. If he hadn't needed to go to his room, then maybe he would have known, but here he was. Partnerless and facing off against two people who seemed to have it out for him. Why always me? Izuku muttered as he twirled one of his chakra rods in anticipation. Come on, Midoriya. Uraraka cheered from up above and she was joined with a few whistles and cheers of support from the others. At least he had some of the class on his side. That had to count for something, right? After what felt like far too quickly and yet also far too long, Todoroki and Yayu were standing across from him. They had been conferring the whole time, keeping their gaze firm on him. Izuku would be working double time to stay away from these two. In short, it was a terrible matchup. Todoroki could bombard him with ice and fire from afar, and Yayu could also attack from range, considering she could make guns, cannons and all sorts of gadgets. He just had to anticipate what they'd do. He knew a decent bit about Momo and how she operated, but he had barely anything on Todoroki. All he knew was that Todoroki used fire from his left and ice from his right. He also seemed to favor his ice over his fire if Aizawa-sensei's assessment showed anything. Then again, Todoroki had started the campfire last night, so maybe he only used it when appropriate. It's not like any of the tests needed him to use his flames except for maybe added propulsion during the sprint race. Then again, that could melt the ice and mess things up. Or burn the person behind him. Izuku wasn't sure he'd have such restraint this time around. As for Momo, she could make all sorts of things to make his life tricky, but it was hard to nail what her exact fighting style was. It's not like using cannons and guns were her go-to moves, right? Right? It didn't matter, though. Yayu had a good eye on her and was very smart. The same certainly went for Todoroki. As a recommended student it was a given. So if you were them. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu vs Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei said, and he raised his arm before slicing it through the air. Begin. He'd start out with a long-range attack. Immediately, Izuku was under not fire as a fast column of ice soared at him. Izuku had activated the Fatebreaker at 100% and dodged the speedy attack. A black blur streaked through the air and Izuku deflected it with his chakra rod. Immediately, the object exploded into a large cloud of smoke. Yaoyorozu. The smoke cloud enveloped him and immediately Izuku lost sight of his opponents. Instead of panicking, Izuku began to move backwards as he heard the crackle of one of Todoroki's ice columns. He burst out the back of the smoke cloud and it was no moment too soon as Todoroki's glacier wiped out anything that was left in the cloud. The ice wasn't transparent so Izuku couldn't see his opponents, but lucky for him, this meant that they couldn't see him. Izuku could use that to his advantage. Izuku glowed with chakra as he moved out from behind the ice and charged Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. Yaoyorozu was on Todoroki's immediate left and wasn't trying to close in on him at all. Instead, she was holding a launcher of some sort. He was sure that Yaoyorozu knew how to fight up close so they must have wanted to trap him using her quirk instead. Izuku was proven right as Yaoyorozu fired a series of nets with her launcher. The nets unfurled while in mid-air and covered a wide area. They also had weights and would be a massive pain to get out from under if he was caught. So, the solution was clear. Don't get caught. Izuku's joints creaked with pain as he began to weave through the nets with some difficulty. He was forced into doing some awkward twirls and flips, but ultimately he began to make progress. Izuku flipped out of the way of a net before Todoroki fired another wide-range ice attack. At the same time, Yaoyorozu threw a few Matryoshka dolls into the sky. Izuku barely had time to process what they were before they burst apart. A flurry of caltrops rained down around him, hemming him in as Todoroki's attack closed in. The net result meant that Izuku was trapped with nowhere to go. On the ground, of course. Izuku jumped high into the sky and there was a blast of frigid air as Todoroki's attack rocketed past down below him. As Izuku rose he could see that Todoroki's ice attacks hadn't melted or dissipated. In fact, they were taking up the majority of the field and making it nigh impassable for him. So all of those attacks had been calculated? If Todoroki could afford to spam attacks like this then Izuku would have eventually been caught. He would have simply ran out of room, in a massive field. It was ridiculous. Did Todoroki come up with the plan? Izuku's question was answered immediately as Yaoyorozu made a sort of sweeping motion with her hand. Izuku's landing spot was right in the center of that arc and he had a feeling that Todoroki was probably charging up an especially powerful ice attack. Well, if the gloves were off. Izuku spun his body in the air. His core muscles were set aflame from the maneuver as his feet bounced off the ceiling sending him faster to the ground. Neither of his opponents had been expecting that and it gave him valuable time. Without hesitation, Izuku channeled massive amounts of chakra to both his feet. The raging storm beneath his skin made his whole body tremor and twitch. Everything was a blur as Izuku rocketed towards the ground at speed. He was headed for a moderate gap between Todoroki's ice structures, but there was no worry there. Todoroki had already shown to not be able to manipulate already existing ice structures and so it was perfect. Izuku's core complained again as he flipped his body upright and into a cannonball. Yaoyorozu had launched what looked like bullets to him, but they were far too slow to catch him. Izuku fell into the gap between the ice structures and pushed his legs out towards the ground in a double-foot stomp. Immediately releasing the torrent of chakra into the ground with a roar, as sharp lances of pain powered through his legs and body. Paradigm shift. Immediately following his exclamation there was a low thump before a deafening shattering. Izuku shielded his face with his arms as the equivalent of a bomb went off in the arena. His armor shielded him from flying debris and ice as his attack devastated the battlefield. The hail of ice and rock lasted for a few more seconds before it died down. Izuku had instinctively gone to his knees after his attack and once he rose to his feet he was delighted to see he was now in something of a crater. Improvised move that really hurt his legs, paradigm shift was a success. And a better improvised name than Cherry Blossom Impact. The entire battlefield looked as if Mount Lady had punched it with the full force of a Detroit smash. The formerly flat space was now completely uneven and there were rocks and ice shards of varying size spread across the field. The whole arena was pulverized. What the hell, Midoriya? Kaminari yelled at him from up above. I need to fight on this field later, you bastard. He would apologize for that later. It was necessary to slow down Todoroki's ice attacks and the uneven ground was a good enough starting point, he hoped. That was only step one of his plan, though. Todoroki was buried under some massive ice shards and he seemed to be unable to escape. One down. Izuku looked through the billowing dust and when he spotted a metallic and rectangular object, he smiled. One to go. I've got you now, Izuku muttered under his breath as he powered up and he was upon his target immediately brandishing his chakra rods, Yaoyorozu. His chakra rod smashed into the side of the scratched shield and it crumpled underneath the force of his strikes. The shield was pushed towards him, but Izuku sidestepped it as he charged a scruffy-looking Yaoyorozu. He was about to connect with a strike with his right when Yaoyorozu created a metal rod and used it to deflect the strike. She hadn't even pulled it out of her body yet. Izuku dodged a strike from Yaoyorozu's staff and it was so quicky and snappy it would have definitely put his lights out.
Izuku blocked an overhead strike using his rods in a cross guard. This gave him a front row look at Yaoyorozu. She had a few small cuts on her face and larger scrapes and bruises littered her body. Izuku's guard held firm against her assault and Yaoyorozu twirled her staff around before lashing out with another strike. Izuku got there before her and parried the blow before he connected with a glancing blow to her thigh. Yaoyorozu's face flashed with pain as she whipped her staff towards him and on instinct, Izuku lashed out with his other rod. There was a sharp splintering sound and for a second Izuku thought Todoroki had launched an attack, but that was wrong.
He broke her staff. Keep going. Midoriya, pound her into the ground with your rod. Yaoyorozu flipped away as she made some space between the two of them. She looked at her broken staff in surprise. Mineta was right. He had broken her staff. Izuku wasn't sure what the significance was as Yaoyorozu tossed her staff aside. She made a brace of shurikens and threw them all at him with shocking speed and accuracy. Whoa! Izuku exclaimed before deflecting and dodging as many shurikens as he could. He had to use his chakra rods and the Fatebreaker to their fullest extent to survive the onslaught before it was over. Yaoyorozu had made another metal staff and charged him again. This time Yaoyorozu attacked in such a flurry that Izuku's guard was unable to keep up. The Fatebreaker's boost began to wane as it ate away at his body. He definitely still had the physical advantage, but like with Kendo, there was a skill gap that he couldn't quite bridge, and that gap only continued to grow as time went on. The staff plowed into his face and stomach and elbows and knees over and over, but Izuku held onto his rods as he parried and blocked whatever he could. A quick blow from the staff slammed into his jaw. Izuku's vision swam. He felt blood pool in his mouth as white-hot pain radiated from where he'd been hit. Was that bone? Izuku stumbled as the heavy blow discombobulated him. Yaoyorozu mercilessly unleashed another vicious onslaught. A powerful strike caught his left wrist and Izuku dropped the chakra rod in that hand. Parry this. His armor was absorbing some of the force, but the strikes were just so heavy. To make things worse, Yaoyorozu was going for all the parts his armor didn't cover. So this was probably why Yaoyorozu had gone for a metal staff. It hurt. Panicked and pissed, Izuku lashed out with a wild strike that connected with her thigh, the same one as earlier, and it put her down to one leg. 7 minutes remaining. Aizawa sensei's announcement seemed to ignite something in them both. Momo, in a display of her grit, shook off her dead leg and rose to her feet. So cool. But also not important, Izuku decided to go on the offensive as he shook the pain off and attacked his injured opponent. Unfortunately, Yaoyorozu still had a leg up on him and was able to attack first. A heavy strike slammed into his side. The side he dropped one of his rods. Izuku felt his lungs expunge any air in them, but he fought through the pain as he had a sudden brainwave. He trapped Yaoyorozu's staff to his side and Izuku readied his remaining rod, as well as a localized 100% boost. Izuku grunted with effort as his chakra rod smashed Yaoyorozu's staff into pieces. His arm burned with pain and he just managed to keep his hold on his chakra rod. There were exclamations of surprise from everyone watching, Yaoyorozu included. As yet again he shattered another one of her weapons. It was Yaoyorozu's momentary shock that allowed him to press on. Metal shards flew between them as Yaoyorozu gave him a naked look of surprise. Izuku lashed out with an eager strike, but in a cruel twist, his leg spasmed violently. Damn overuse. He should have been more decisive with his fights, today. Using the Fatebreaker as much as he had, at full blast, mind you, meant he was now suffering from his earlier mistakes. Izuku had slipped on some rocks and ice and all the build-up power in his strike was lost immediately. This allowed Yaoyorozu to catch his weapon arm with practiced ease. In a very Kendo way, Yaoyorozu twisted his wrist disarming him handily. His rod clattered to the ground below. Yaoyorozu's roar of effort reverberated in his ears as she adjusted her grip on him. Izuku's world spun before he was slammed into the ground with Yaoyorozu just above him. She'd pulled off a fantastic takedown with pretty much only one good leg. That was awesome, he had to admit. Her face was inches away from his and like him, she was covered in sweat and blood and grime. A tired frown grew on her face as she panted heavily. I win. You're really good, Izuku gasped out as his competitiveness rose within him, but I'm not done yet. Kendo would never let him hear the end of it if he lost. Even though he'd beaten Kendo that very morning, that was it. It was a dirty trick, but Izuku had to win. He just hoped Yaoyorozu could take hits as well as Kendo could. Yaoyorozu had his arms pinned above his head and with a burst of strength, Izuku broke free. Crack, and smashed a headbutt into Yaoyorozu's surprised face. Ouch. What the hell, Midoriya? You should have gone for her. Izuku put his classmates' comments aside as he shoved Yaoyorozu off of him. Her hands were clutching her nose which was dripping profuse amounts of blood. Izuku tried to ignore the aches in his body as he activated the Fatebreaker. However, it was all too much and Izuku collapsed to his knees in blinding pain. Damn it. He was so close to a win, there. Okay, he could still win this. His forehead protector kept him fine and it would have really rattled Yaoyorozu. Izuku slowly rose to his feet, his face still set in a painful grimace. Even with the Fatebreaker completely off, it was actual torture to move. It was one of the only times he'd ever overused Fatebreaker and now it was biting him in the ass.
Sharp lances of pain punctuated his every move, his every step as he jogged towards Yaoyorozu. To her credit, Yaoyorozu was now ignoring her bloody nose as pink light glowed in her hands. She was trying to create something. He had to stop her. Izuku groaned in pain as he began a painful sprint towards Yaoyorozu. His knees almost buckled with every step he took and his vision swam white and black. He made it just as Yaoyorozu finished her creation, which was a shuriken. Yaoyorozu reared her arm back ready to whip it at him, and it was that motion that drew Izuku's attention to the tag on her collarbone. Of course, he could just take her tag. He'd been so wrapped up in beating her, properly, that he'd completely ignored a valid way of getting the job done. Izuku threw his hand out in a grab just as Yaoyorozu threw the shuriken towards his tag. Had they both forgotten about the tag? That was deeply disappointing on both their parts. Still, though, if Izuku could just grab hers, then a double ko would be fine with him.
He just hoped that the shuriken didn't end up killing him. Yaoyorozu realized his intentions too late as she cottoned onto his plan. Her shuriken missed Izuku's tag by a hair's width before it bounced off his armor without a scratch. His tag was still attached, and that gave Izuku the impetus to make his move. His fingers closed around the bottom of Yaoyorozu's tag and he was about to pull it off when cold, pure, unfeeling, unadulterated cold wrapped around Izuku. His desperate lunge was cut off as Izuku's hand could not move any further. Izuku looked at his body and he sighed at the sight of a layer of ice covering his entire body. The ice had also frozen the thread holding on his tag, and it held up for just a second before his tag fell. A stunned Yaoyorozu caught it out of the air, confirming his defeat, and Izuku sighed in defeat. He turned his head to the right and sure enough, he caught sight of Todoroki. Todoroki was buried under some truly massive ice blocks. It was impossible for him to move, and yet he'd managed to get his hand free. It was that hand that had conjured the icy prison Izuku was now in, the ice trail leading from it more than enough evidence. I forgot about Todoroki, unlucky, Midoriya. What a dirty move, I like it. I mean, Midoriya did headbutt Momo, so. Quiet, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki win. Aizawa-sensei said as he called the end of the fight. Todoroki, are you okay to continue under there? Yes, sensei, Todoroki said with a grunt of effort. I just need to melt my way out of here. Izuku blinked as he heard those words. Todoroki could use fire. Why hadn't he used it? It would have made their team's strategy a lot easier. Todoroki's ice attacks couldn't really limit Izuku's dodges the way fire could. All Todoroki would have to do was pivot his arm and the flames would follow. His ice had a bit more of a set path, even if the range of those attacks was still impressive. Izuku was torn away from these thoughts as Yaoyorozu walked up to him. She had a pronounced limp and there were many bruises peppered all over her body. Courtesy of their fight. Worst of all, her nose looked a bit crooked. Okay, a lot crooked. It wasn't the first time he'd seen her in rough shape, but he wasn't the cause of her injuries at the entrance exam. He wasn't sure what to expect, but he was surprised when she created a large spray bottle. As if unaware of her injuries, Yaoyorozu began to hose him down with a liquid, hot water. Her intentions became clear as Izuku was now able to move and feel again as the ice melted. There was a bit of pain as his limbs throbbed in pain from the sudden temperature change, but it was preferable to being an ice statue, so Izuku got over it. With the adrenaline from the fight gone, Izuku was now beginning to feel all the aches and pains of the day building up. One of the worst ones was the spot on his jaw where Yaoyorozu had hit him with her staff. He was so cold, too. If only he could use that fire chakra warming thing he had come up with earlier today. Unfortunately, he doubted anyone wasn't looking at him, so that was a no-go. The warm water Yaoyorozu had used to melt him out was already beginning to cool, which was just an awful sensation. Izuku said as he cradled his jaw, thanks for defrosting me, and sorry for headbutting. Man, it hurt to speak. You don't have to apologize, Yaoyorozu said, and her voice was a bit nasal. It was a good move. Considering how hard I hit your jaw with my staff, I should be the one. That's really not necessary. Izuku was the one to cut her off this time. I've had my teeth punched out quite a few times. It's only thanks to my dentist that I still have all my teeth. You didn't even knock any of them out, so it's all good. Izuku glanced towards Todoroki, who was still melting his way out. You guys worked so well together. And you're really good at all ranges. Was it your plan to trap me? Yes, Yaoyorozu said, and she winced before continuing. It was the best I could come up with considering Todoroki's feelings about his quirk. Could she be talking about Todoroki's non-usage of his fire? So, it was a conscious choice of him not to use it. That left Izuku a bit flummoxed. On one hand, they should always be giving their all in everything that they do. It was almost an insult to other heroes and also to civilians to slack off. On the other hand, what leg did Izuku have to stand on? He wasn't using all of what he was capable of either. So could he really criticize Todoroki for doing the same? Probably not. Yaoyorozu winced again as she tried to walk towards Todoroki, and Izuku caught her as she fell. There was a bit of fumbling before Izuku managed to support her from the side. His arm was around her waist and hers was around his neck. The height difference, amongst other things, made it a bit awkward. Not to mention, Yaoyorozu was giving him a scarier look than any he'd gotten from Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, Aizawa-sensei called down to them, both of you go to the infirmary. And before you complain, Yaoyorozu, you have symptoms of a concussion. Take the rest of the day off. I'll vouch for you, so don't worry. Your belongings will be returned to your rooms later today. The class will be running some debriefs on each fight after this next one. Yours will have to wait. Being this close to Yayu, Izuku could see the displeasure on her face. Her arm around him was tense, but she didn't dare disagree and just gave a curt nod. The truth was Aizawa-sensei was right. Yayu was leaning rather heavily onto him and he doubted she could walk on her own. Kaminari and Mineta, the two of you are against Todoroki, stop giggling and get down there. Giggling about what? I can walk on my own, Yayu whispered right into his ear, making his cheeks burn up. You don't have to do this. Holy whoa, she was close to him. His body felt like it was burning where they were touching as they hobbled out the arena. The infirmary was quite a ways from their position, so they were in for a long walk. Where were those damn robots when you needed them? I'd let you go, but then you'd probably fall to the ground, Izuku said, and his own body ached with pain. At least carrying you keeps me moving forward. If it were just me, I'd probably have waited for a robot. Are you hurt? Yeah, Izuku let out with a dry laugh. I've been put through the ringer a bit. Especially by you and Kachan. You guys were really tough. Plus, my body hurts when I overuse my jutsu, quirk. Overuse my quirk. I can create a robot that, you seriously don't have to, Izuku said tiredly as they hobbled along Yue's manicured paths. It's nice of you to offer, but it's okay. Besides, what would you do with it later? Isn't that wasteful? No, Yayu mumbled as she wiped her nose. I repurpose most of my creations. Seriously? That was cool. He'd never thought about it. How did you break my staffs? Yayu asked, and Izuku stopped walking out of shock. You did to my shield too. And your Eskrima sticks didn't even get a scratch on them. My quirk makes me strong, so that's probably it, Izuku said a bit hesitantly as Yayu's inquisitive gaze bored into him. What type of metal did you use? Maybe that was it? It was the truth, but not the whole truth. As strong as he could be, he doubted using normal wooden sticks would have been as effective. And apparently, Yayu seemed to realize this too. Yayu sighed. If you didn't want to tell me, you should have just said so. I've just never seen an alloy so lightweight and yet so sturdy. Izuku wasn't what to say to that, so he just kept quiet. This conversation was going south fast. It had been okay for the most part, but as always it was veering into an uncomfortable line of talking. He had no idea how to salvage, but the world seemed to shine upon him. Stairs? Yayu said, and she tried to lift her legs before wincing. I don't think I can make it to the top. I'll carry you. On my back, Izuku added a bit hurriedly. I could try fireman's, but your nose is bleeding, so. It wasn't even worth mentioning bridal style. Oh, okay, Yayu said as she weighed things up. Let's just do this. This was fine. Totally fine. He could carry her like this no problem. He just had to make sure his hands were on her costume and not on her skin. Izuku took in Yayu's outfit properly for the first time. There was not a whole lot did, in all honesty. He guessed the skin exposure was to create from all over her body, but that wasn't really useful in this situation. He just had to man up. He faced down criminals that used guns. This was gonna be easy, he was almost sure of it. Okay, get on. It was not the most elegant thing to watch, but eventually, Yayu had gotten on his back. Her arms wrapped around his shoulder and his arm went under her thighs which had no coverage. See comfortable? Why yes. Izuku used Chakra to increase his grip on her before he soldiered on. This was terribly awkward and Izuku was grateful that class was still in session. This was a terrible, terrible situation, but even so, Izuku could spot one benefit. Neither of them felt like talking anymore. Do you want me to hold an ice pack against your jaw? It's looking a bit swollen. Well, for the most part, that would be nice. Uo looked rather different at night. Everything was dark and tinged with some moonlight. The buildings looked beautiful regardless of the time of day, but at night, Izuku felt as though the internal forest of Uo was just sublime. Izuku wished he'd had his phone on him so he could take a photo, but he'd left it back in his room. Izuku had been amongst the first to be discharged from the infirmary, even though it was his second visit that day. Recovery Girl had looked somewhere between exasperated and pissed that he was back just a few hours later. The only upside was that apparently Yayu icing his jaw had reduced the amount of work necessary. She hadn't mentioned anything about him carrying Yayu in, but she hadn't needed to, which was almost worse. He had no idea if she remembered that they had been placed together after the entrance exam, but she probably did. Probably. Izuku wasn't all that memorable, in fairness. Thankfully, he'd been discharged before Bakugo and Yayu. Both of them needed to rest before Recovery Girl could do her magic. Yayu had passed out not long after he'd put her down, which was scary. Thankfully, Recovery Girl had told him it was fine. Yayu needed rest to recuperate anyways, so it was fine for her to take her unscheduled nap. Recovery Girl had taken care of his injuries on the spot, which left him feeling absolutely beat. There were empty beds he could have slept in, but Izuku had taken the noble path of opting for his bed back at the dorms. The last thing he wanted was to wake up and be trapped in Yayu and Bakugo's crosshairs. It was obvious why he wanted to avoid Bakugo, and for all he knew, Yayu had only been cordial because of her concussion. Yayu would probably try to grill him on his chakra rods and maybe his quirk, too. So yeah, Izuku was kinda grateful that his injuries were so minor in comparison to the others. He had gotten off rather lightly compared to the other. Only Koda had left earlier than him, and it was a bit of a rough realization once he figured out he'd sent 3 people to the infirmary on the same day. No wait, it was actually 4. He and Kendo had done a number on each just this morning. Was this going to become his thing? Sending people, and then eventually himself, to the infirmary? That didn't sound like fun. That being said, compared to everyone else, Koda's now fixed jaw wasn't that bad of an injury. Iida and Bakugo had probably taken the worst damage today. Yayu and Kendo were about the same more or less, and ironically he'd taken about the same amount of damage from them. Except instead of fracturing his arms, Yayu had fractured his jaw. Still, though, that was nothing compared to what Iida and Bakugo had gone through. Iida had been sent to the infirmary courtesy of Bakugo and he was fine, shockingly. Apparently, that armor of his was no joke. Bakugo hadn't really held back when he had exploded that gauntlet of his to beat Iida. If it had been someone like Jiro or Hagakure, what was her costume anyway? Then it probably would have been ugly. The same went for him and his finger flick of doom. The advice Tagata had given him had been the key to beating Bakugo. It was a bit violent, but considering what Izuku had done to 1B's garden, it was as good as he could hope for. Of course, he still had no idea why Bakugo had hesitated right at the climax of their duel. The fights were still vivid in his mind and Izuku remembered Bakugo's inaction in clear detail. Izuku was going to lose. Bakugo had trapped him into a frontal clash and there was supposed to be no path to victory, and yet. Your eyes. Why are they? He'd won. What had Bakugo meant by that? After waking up from his nap, Izuku had studied his eyes for 15 minutes before concluding that they were still the same as forever. A bit of a reckless and foolish idea had then come over him. Unless, perhaps he was supposed to channel chakra to his eyes? The scroll had mentioned 2 eye-focused techniques in passing detail. Dojutsu was the name. He didn't know the names of either one, but he did know that they were family-based. In fact, it was said that many abilities were kept within families. Only some of these abilities could be used by a certain family exclusively. For the most part, families were just stingy with their signature techniques. And that was fair enough. He'd already seen Sakura electrocute an old lady to death. In self-defense, mind you, but still. If apparent allies could just switch on you with little remorse, then sharing techniques probably wasn't the best of ideas. In any case, Izuku had decided against channeling chakra to his eyes. For now, he didn't know nearly enough about his eyes to try it in any effective way. It was supposed to be safe to move chakra around her body, but Izuku couldn't take the risk. Not until he'd finished his meeting with Sumay, that was. Besides, he still had to figure out those chakra strings before adding more to his plate. Okay, this should be far enough, Izuku said as he was near a simmering body of water. He put his student tag down underneath some rocks and went through a few hand seals before he was enveloped in smoke. It was a weird sensation to use the transformation jutsu. It didn't hurt, but there was always a bit of an adjustment period. He assumed that the smoke was supposed to help him come to grips with his transformation. It was something that was very necessary, as once the smoke faded, the world exploded into color. Birds could see a wider spectrum of colors than humans could, which wasn't all that fun for Izuku. It was a headache trying to process it all, but somehow he managed. Izuku let out a stream of chirps as he fell to the ground, but a few flaps of his wings and he was off into the air. He flew through the foliage as he gathered speed and altitude, and soon he was sailing high up into the air. From there, it was just a matter of flying towards Sumay's apartment. It was very, very weird and disorienting, but after uncountable body flickers, he handled nausea quite well. There was a definite feeling of dysphoria that he couldn't quite shake, which made sense. He was a human in a bird's body. As cool as it was still deeply terrifying. And that was without taking the height into account. Still, though, Izuku had eventually made it outside Sumay's apartment and thankfully the window was open. He stayed on the ledge and peeked inside. It would have been awkward if he'd flown in while Sumay was indecent. Thankfully, that didn't seem to be the case. Unfortunately, Sumay was passed out on her couch. Sumay, Izuku tried to say, but all that came out was a whole lot of birdsong. It seemed to have the same effect, though, as Sumay woke up with a start. She looked around a bit confused until she spotted the bird on her windowsill. Sumay's face was blank as she stared at him and Izuku stared back confused. He tilted his head at her in a very not bird way. Was she trying to figure out if he were an actual bird? Surely she'd remember that he told her to leave her window open so he could. Ah, get out, and now there was a shoe flying at him. After all of that, Izuku had dropped his transformation and Sumay had apologized for her outburst and asked him to get her shoe. He'd refused. Sumay let out a sigh as she sat down and offered Izuku a cup of coffee, which he gratefully accepted. Sumay's TV was on, but it faded into the background as they got settled in. Coffee wasn't usually his thing, but he needed the boost. Aside from today being a pure pain, he had to deal with the other half of his life. Hero student by day and detective vigilante by night. It sounded cooler than Izuku felt it was. Okay, let's remind ourselves of what we know, Sumay said as she took a sip out of her mug before putting it aside for her laptop, just to have our stuff in order. First of all, we know that the site you discovered and got your powers from has valuable artifacts that people want. Villains and heroes. And so far we only know they're special because they seem more durable. Probably because of the Chakra? Chakra, Izuku corrected as he took over. Also, many high-profile hero agencies were working together to both ship and then protect these artifacts at the Iwatani storage facility. It went without saying that such a collaboration was unusual, or at the very least underreported considering the ramifications of such a team-up. And yet despite all that protection, criminals got into Iwatani and stole items. Items that they tried to give to heroes. Heroes who apparently hired them for exactly that task. That was a good enough summary of everything, and yet Izuku felt they had barely scratched the surface of this thing. After all, even for Chakra Metal or Miraculum, it was deeply worrying that some heroes would be willing to just go off the deep end there. What did you find about Backdraft? Izuku asked as he peered at Sumaya's laptop. He was the one to put out the fire at Miruko's nightclub, which you obviously saw. His agency is way too far away for him to have gotten there so quickly. So, Backdraft must have known that Dabi would use that exact route to escape. There wasn't even a fire in the general area that night, Sumaya said as she clicked through reports at a rapid pace. The only one was at Iwatani, which is far closer to Backdraft's agency. So, he was just lying in wait with his sidekicks to give himself an alibi and not be near the scene of the crime. That sounded about right, but it still felt like there was something missing. Izuku held off on drinking his coffee until it clicked in his head. Can you check his approval ratings? Izuku asked, and Sumaya tapped away with lightning speed. Check it over the period from my debut as Cage until now. Seriously, okay. A few seconds later, they had in front of them. Backdraft had been on something of a surge upwards and would have probably made it into the top 200 the way he was going. However, after Cage's debut, he flatlined and then after some more time began to fall, rapidly. It was a death spiral, really. In fact, the only thing that ended up saving the downward spiral he was in was putting out the fire that night, Sumaya said as she finished his sentences. You were talking out loud, but whatever. You're right. And look at these dates. Over here, was that massive team-up between big heroes. Over here, was Best Jeanist stopping a building collapse, and all of these ones here are your biggest operations. All of them had massive drops. I heard on the news that general approval ratings for heroes had been falling, Izuku said as he recalled the news segment from a while back, just not amongst top heroes. Because they're always going after big fish and handling major operations. Starlight News, right? That whole spiel of how Cage and other vigilantes do normal work for free, right? Yeah, Izuku nodded and he frowned. It has me conflicted. I'd like to think all heroes are in the business out of a want to help, but status and money are obvious draws too. In a way, Izuku wanted that too. He wanted to be an inspiration much like All Might, but that came with other fringe benefits that were hard to ignore. He could afford to let his mother have the most comfortable retirement possible, set up programs to help quirkless students and who knows what else. And of course, he could live comfortably, but that wasn't his goal nor was it what he looked forward to the most. Is it wrong of me to want compensation for what I do? Izuku asked Sumaya as he voiced his concern. There's obviously a lot of money in hero work, but is it wrong for me to want it? Sumaya gave him a good long look before she smiled a bit sadly. It's not wrong. You're working for free, right now. Risking jail time and permanent injury or worse all just to help people. There's nothing wrong with being compensated for your efforts. There are few people who could do what you guys do. Scarcity drives your value up. Sumaya's smile then vanished. Of course, you're one of the heroes who actually cares about the people. I think heroes should be held to a higher standard. It's why I do what I do. I find the guilty and bring them forth into the light. Sure, thanks to you, my website and income have grown beyond any and all expectations, but that's not really why I do what I do. Sumaya yawned as she stretched her body out. There were more than a few cracks as the kinks in her body were slowly worked out. Once she was done she put her hand on his shoulder and perhaps her first true smile of the night came through. I can't dodge bullets or transform into monsters or bend the elements, Sumaya said, her eyes unblinking. And they never really did blink, come to think of it. This is my way of putting bad guys away. Even just one article can spotlight attention to something heroes are not dealing with, consciously or not. Is that what the Stain investigation is about? Everyone had heard about Stain by now, largely thanks to Sumaya. She'd never gotten a picture of him, but she'd drawn connections between the recent killings of pros to thrust him into the public eye. From interviews with sidekicks to coroner reports and eyewitness details, Sumaya's tracking of Stain was far more impressive and detailed than her reports on him. Though, it may be like that because Stain wasn't even trying to hide, which in itself was worrying. It was a good thing that Sumaya hadn't met him directly, Izuku felt. If she had ever gotten a picture of Stain, that meant she would have seen him right in front of her. And who knew how he'd react in that situation? He clearly wasn't the most balanced individual around, after all. Yes, Sumaya said as her grip on him tightened. Hardly anyone seems to want to go near him. He's gone after pros that were rather formidable even if some of their solve rates weren't the greatest. Sumaya blinked before turning away and writing something down on her notepad. Izuku tried to get a peek, but Sumaya turned away fully from him. He craned his neck to try once more, but again Sumaya moved it out of his view. Stain is my case, Sumaya said as she put the notepad away. We are dealing with this. You're already doing more than enough, Izuku. I will not let you do more. Izuku was at once touched and a bit put out. Why? Is it because I'm a kid? No, Sumire said immediately, you're more of a grown-up than many heroes have seen in action. I'm just working with another source on this one and I'm not trying to overwork you. Okay? I can't let you be the cure-all to my cases. You're doing so much as is. Let's just focus on this case, okay? She had another source helping her with the Stain case. Interesting, he wondered if that source had also helped her get some intel on the Stain case. As it was, Sumire was the journalist quoted the most whenever the hero killer came up. It was a bit jarring to realize that the coffee and confectionery addict was something of a big shot in Japan's journalism scene, but life had been crazy. What was one more thing to the pile? Alright, Izuku said and he pushed all thoughts of Stain away. Let's check Death Arms and Native's approval ratings.
The results were eerily similar. Since Cage's debut, both Death Arms and Native had failed in a rather public way. Death Arms losing a fight and Native screwing up a hostage situation. And they had both had cratering approval ratings ever since. It was sad, but at the same time, it was almost to be expected.
The three heroes had never really strived for excellence and kinda just did enough to get by. Their case numbers were low for those in the same ranking bracket as them, which could only mean their approval ratings were what kept them in about the same league as their peers. This was now impossible due to the shift in perception towards heroes that had been going on for a while now. And lo and behold, Death Arms and Native had been spotted fighting the robbers at Iwatani storage facility and had apprehended a few villains whilst other heroes had let the ones with valuable cargo go. Footage of that fight was unavailable, but Izuku was sure he'd find Death Arms and Native allowing the thieves to run free. They'd probably mucked with the guard schedules or something to that effect. They'd hold a lot of sway over the sidekicks from various agencies. Even if they weren't really heroes that went all out in their work. After all, owning a successful agency and being recognizable was a massive sign of success, and all three were like that. Particularly within the Musutafu region. It made Izuku think, though, if the three had artificially created conflict to boost their ratings. Who else could be doing the same? Sumire finished up and she didn't even chastise him for speaking out loud. It's impossible to know really, but I'll try. Hero work is as lucrative as it is cutthroat. Greed and desperation can make people do crazy things. That would be a good idea, Izuku said as he stretched his limbs out and yawned. I'm so tired, school was so rough. It felt just a little odd to pivot to such a mundane conversation topic, but there was not much else for them to do currently. They had pretty much confirmed some shadiness on the part of the three, which was good and all, but it would take more time for all this to be resolved. Oh, right, today was your first day, Sumire said, parking up. How was it? Did you meet All Might? Did you do well with your partner? You didn't get hurt, did you? Is Eraserhead a good teacher? That was a bit much, off the record, Izuku asked, and he got a faux offended nod from Sumire. It's been hell. And awesome. No, I don't think All Might is even there yet. I won most of my fights, but Kachan and Yaoyorozu did a lot of damage to me. I had to go to the infirmary afterwards, but only for a fractured jaw. And Aizawa sensei is scary, but he does seem to care. He'd expected Sumire to be overwhelmed by the word vomit, but she just gave a contemplative nod. That's good. I guess Eraserhead isn't going to figure you out immediately. So everything's good except for the fractured jaw part. Izuku nodded. Yeah, Yaoyorozu hit me with a metal staff, so. Wait, hang on, Sumire said, cutting him off. Yaoyorozu? Like the uber-rich Yaoyorozu family? Oh, right. Yaoyorozu's family was super famous, weren't they? Yeah, Izuku said, dragging it out a bit. What about it? Sumire gave him a disappointed look. The Yaoyorozu family owns the island that Konoha is on, and they own the Iwatani storage facility too. So, that means all those heroes working together outside the public eye. They're all employed by your classmate's family. Oh, she can help us get more details on the Miraculum craze, Sumire said as she began to walk around. They're a disgustingly rich corporation, so they've got to know a lot, right? You just need to smoosh her up and… That's not gonna work, Izuku said as he cut Sumire off. That's a little shady, but it wouldn't work anyways. Momo and I haven't gotten off to the best of starts. We don't hate each other. I think, well, I don't hate her, but she doesn't seem to like me much, if at all. Doesn't like you? Why doesn't she? Plus today I had butted her hard enough to give her a concussion. That would do it. She threw a shuriken at me, so it's not as bad as it sounds, Izuku said before his brain clicked. Wait, I should ask her to teach me. Then I can show her I'm not a bad guy. It would help combat his weakness at long range if he could get really good at it. It wasn't a water dragon or a fireball, but it was a start. Plus, Yaoyorozu had figured out he was the Konoha kid. So, him having kunai and shuriken wouldn't be too out there. That sounds like a plan, Sumire said before looking at the clock. Alright, it's heading towards 7, now. It'd probably be best if you… They were cut off as the volume on the TV went way up. Izuku turned towards it. The shock and surprise from the randomly loud noise made a worrying sensation wash over him. And for a moment, Izuku thought it was just a simple matter of the TV being too loud. He was wrong. We've got some breaking news here. A now familiar Masukomi Suza yelled at the camera. There has been a villain attack at a cultural festival here in Kyoto. Evacuations have been done and current number 5 hero, Edgeshot, is engaging the aggressors. The camera panned to said fight and in all honesty, It wasn't looking all that good. Edgeshot's quirk was a bit hard to understand, but from what Izuku could tell it allowed him to manipulate his body as well as those of his opponents through skin contact. Understandably, pros didn't go around publicizing the exact mechanics of their quirks. With that being said, one of the problems with being a leading pro is that often your fights get filmed. This meant people had access to even more of your fights in various situations and they begin to get something of an understanding of how you did things. Clearly, the villains had done their research because Edgeshot was currently fighting and losing against a series of villains with all sorts of armor quirks. Metal, diamond, rock and even water and wood. Edgeshot twisted and molded his body as he tried to break through the villains' quirks, but it was to no avail. He may have been number 5 but he was still just a normal human in terms of strength. His punches and kicks and grabs were ineffectual against the horde of armored fighters. Edgeshot has reportedly been occupying the villains for 20 minutes straight, but he appears to be nearing his limits. Masukomi's voice grated against Izuku, but the reporter was dead right. Izuku had some fair experience with fights, which was quite the understatement, and so he could see that Edgeshot was beginning to flag. He began with Edgeshot missing his punches and kicks by more and more as well as the villains getting closer and closer to hitting him. Izuku's hands dug into the couch in worry and frustration as he hoped for some miracle. It never came. The first one was a heavy one. A metal fist plowed right into Edgeshot's stomach. The blow so strong it bulged out the back of the hero's stomach. Edgeshot flew through the air at shocking speed before smashing into a nearby stall. He rose out of the wreckage and was about to activate his quirk again when a coil of fire washed over his body. Izuku heard Sumay let out a whimper as they watched Edgeshot scream in pain. He rolled on the ground in desperation, fruitlessly trying to extinguish the fires. Izuku hated this. If only he were close enough to this festival, he could body flicker. Absolutely not, Sumay said as she cut him off. Someone else will come to help him, I'm sure of it. Her voice didn't waver nor did she stutter, but it still felt as though Sumay wasn't convinced of her own words. As if saying it out loud would speak it into existence, somehow. That help would be just around the corner and Edgeshot's respite was imminent. It never came. The flames dissipated, eventually leaving Edgeshot on the ground and covered in numerous, massive burns. Edgeshot's costume was completely ruined and it was even fused to his skin in various parts. All of this was captured in perfect quality by the Starlight News cameraman. We apologize for the graphic images being shown, but this is what news is all about. Edgeshot has lost. Is this truly it? The very best he can muster? There are still many civilians here who are in danger. If the number 5 hero cannot save these people, then who can? I hate that guy, Sumay groused as Edgeshot was forced into battle again. He's supposed to be neutral. All this emotive language and bias. The whole news corporation he works for has been doing the same thing. Inciting the populace can never end well. They should know better. It really pisses me off. Before Izuku could respond, Edgeshot got hit with another long-range attack. A bolt of electricity that forced harrowing screams from the man. The cries were so horrific that the escaping civilians stopped out of sheer fright. The few heroes that were also there seemed to stop evacuation efforts and instead rushes towards Edgeshot. A storm of crystals was created from another villain and fired towards Edgeshot. Izuku was hoping that Edgeshot could dodge it. His hope lasted right until 2 pink beams of light hit Edgeshot. Izuku traced the attack to an oddly familiar face and the camera lingered on that man's face long enough for a seed of worry to settle within Izuku. Who was that guy? That thought was discarded once it was clear that Edgeshot couldn't move. His whole body as stiff as a board. His face was blooming with panic as the shards zeroed in on him and Izuku tensed up as he prepared for the worst. Move back. It never came. A tall woman landed in front of Edgeshot, her long black hair flowing behind her. In a flash of pink light, a massive riot shield sprung up between them and the crystal shards were stopped in their tracks. There was something familiar about the pro and Izuku was struggling to get a good look at her. The hero moved her shield aside as another volley of shards were fired at her. Instead of using her shield again, the hero threw her own volley of weapons. Kunai. The kunai met the crystals head-on and shattered every single one of them. Immediately, Izuku could tell what they were. It was in the gleam of the metal and the sleekness of the design. Is that Chakra metal? And so could Sumay. The hero's shield dispersed into pink sparks before reforming into a number of canisters. The canisters were fired by an unseen force and landed in the midst of the villains. There were a series of explosions as smoke washed over the group. Within seconds, members of the villains began to keel over and pass out. After just 10 seconds, from a group of roughly 15, only one was left standing. That one being the vaguely familiar man with the paralyzing glare. The pro who'd come to Edgeshot's rescue wore a red outfit with a golden decal. Tying everything together was a small infinity symbol emblazoned on her chest. The pro was about to press her advantage when she conjured a metal staff. That was also familiar, but from nowhere a black cloud manifested itself. The black cloud washed over the attacking villains for a few seconds before disappearing, leaving nothing behind. Medics! Get this guy some help. The pro's voice had an affability and sophistication that was hard to fake. As Izuku's heart rate began to drop, he was able to take in more of what had happened. There was a severe annoyance of property damage as well as human casualties.
No deaths were shown on screen, but there were many people walking around with various injuries. It was sickening to see what happened and it pissed Izuku off that they'd gotten away. As Masukomi began to interview the newcomer and try to paint a picture of what had happened, Izuku turned to Sumire.
I don't know who she is, Izuku said as a frown etched its way onto his face. She's really good. Was this her debut? Izuku hadn't been paying too much attention to up-and-coming heroes, so he had no way of knowing. Really? Mount Lady's debut was the last he could remember. She didn't debut too long ago actually, Sumire said with something of a heavy sigh. I actually do know her thanks to an ex of mine. Her hero name is Infinity, though she is really famous away from the hero scene too. It actually makes sense that she was the one to help Edgeshot. Her family helped his agency get to the heights that it currently is at, after all. Wait, Edgeshot's agency had been sponsored by, that's Tomiko Yaoyorozu. Not only is she the fastest rising hero of the year, but she is also the daughter and heir apparent to the head of the Yaoyorozu Corporation. So, that's why she was so familiar. She reminded Izuku of his Yaoyorozu, Momo. The weapons they created, the tone of voice and even the color of their outfits. Izuku blinked. The only reason I was late was because of you and mother, Tomiko. He remembered hearing Yaoyorozu say that while on a heated phone call. The distaste and unhappiness in Yaoyorozu's voice had been quite unlike her. Even in all the awkward chats they'd had, Yaoyorozu had never sounded so bitter. It was the only explanation that made sense, though. Tomiko and Momo were sisters. I think I had to speak to Yaoyorozu, Izuku said as he watched Tomiko pick up her Miraculum Kunai. There's no avoiding it now. It could be dangerous and paint him as a shady character, at best, and expose his investigation at worst, but there was nothing else for it. That wasn't enough to convince himself, though. He, fruitlessly, hoped for himself or Sumire to make a convincing argument against probing for more information from Yaoyorozu. It never came. Author notes. Hey guys, finally back with another chapter. Things have been so crazy, but we finally got it out. If it wasn't clear or said before, Yaoyorozu is gonna be important to the storyline. Other than that, the tapestry is unraveling a bit and Izuku loves headbutts. I read all your lovely reviews and comments while I've been buried under work and I'm so happy to get this one out before the end of the year. It's been about 1 year since I began this FIC and I'm still stunned by all the people following it. So, thank you to all of you guys. I've started a Re-Zero Bina FIC where Izuku gets isekai'd to Re-Zero in place of Subaru. I'm really excited for it, so check it out if you're interested. It's called Zeroed. Happy holidays and I'll see you guys on the other side of New Year's Eve. Stay safe. 443 Chapter 16. You ever get that feeling of deja vu? To quote a wise man. Another one. It was a long flight back to Ua for Izuku. The conversation with Sumire as well as the villain attack weighing heavily on his mind. There was so much for him to unpack that he was glad that he had the skies alone to himself.
Well, if you excluded the other birds. First and foremost, they practically had confirmation that Death Arms, Native and Backdraft were corrupt. It was painful, in all honesty. The more cynical part of Izuku's mind also knew it was to be expected, though. Perhaps not to this extent, but it wasn't terribly surprising some heroes weren't righteous.
The ranking system for all its upside did have some flaws. The approval rating especially was a big factor in all of this. A fantastic approval rating could keep you in your spot even with a low solve rate. Conversely, your solve rate could be phenomenal, but if the public didn't like you, well then you'd have to be amazing to break into the upper tiers. It was a bit of a flashpoint right now too, as All Might had a lower solve rate than Endeavor, but a much higher approval rating. So maybe what those three heroes had done wasn't too out there to consider. Even so, it still hurt. Izuku was a positive guy, he liked to think. He gave most people the benefit of the doubt barring the most exceptional of situations. The last thing he wanted to do was assume that there were many heroes like the Iwatani Three. He wished that he and Sumire were on a quest to prove their innocence, but that wasn't the case. Instead, they were on the precipice of a society-shaking discovery for the rest of Japan. What was more was that attack on Edgeshot. Izuku had a keen eye when it came to quirks, as his many notebooks could attest to. Even if he weren't such a quirk geek, it was clear as day to anyone that the attack on Edgeshot was premeditated. The festival hadn't been the target at all, it was just the location Edgeshot, a rather elusive hero, was guaranteed to be at for some time. The quirks were a perfect counter to Edgeshot, and if it hadn't been for Infinity, all ranked heroes would have moved up a spot. In the end, Infinity had interfered. But the villains had still escaped at the end of the day in some sort of misty warping quirk. The user of that quirk must have been their way in and out of the battle, and also probably not a part of the attacking force. The designated driver needed to be sober or something to that effect. Infinity, or perhaps he should say Tomiko, wasn't someone Izuku knew well. In fact, his first time hearing about her was that argument she'd had with Yaoyorozu not that long ago. He hadn't wanted to pry and there was clearly some friction there, but now he almost had no choice but to pry. Tomiko was using chakra metal. Yes, Izuku had been watching the fight on TV, but deep down he just knew it was chakra metal. It was as if he had a sixth sense that could identify chakra metal on sight. Considering what he knew of chakra, that probably wasn't all the way impossible. The final blow of the day was maybe pointless, but Izuku just knew there was something in it. The villain who'd paralyzed Edgeshot with his quirk looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. He hadn't seen a quirk that worked quite like that either. At least not one that he could remember off the top of his head. Yue was down below and Izuku angled his body downwards, picking up speed as he did so. Why the hell did he think this was a good idea? He let out squawks and chirps as he descended before finally leveling out as he flew over the forests behind the dorms. He had to have a plan of attack to deal with all of this stuff. Sumay was going to do the heavy lifting on the investigation side of the Iwatani 3 and Chakra medal, which was a relief. That left the fallout from the Edgeshot Infinity up to him, specifically the Chakra medal. Izuku flew down to the ground as he stopped before a familiar tree. He spun around multiple times to ensure he was alone before he dropped his transformation. Immediately, the world became duller, but Izuku was thankful for it. He moved a specific pile of rocks over and sure enough, his student pass was still there, looking as pristine as ever. Izuku wore it around his neck before he began to run back towards the dorm. It would have been a lot simpler if he'd just flown from his room, but since he had a shared balcony, anyone could see him use the transformation jutsu. The forest floor crunched beneath him as he ran before finally Izuku emerged into the backyard of his class's dorm. It was no moment too soon as a soccer ball rocketed towards him. Izuku trapped the ball with his foot and looked up to see Kirishima waving towards him. "Midoriya, over here," Kirishima shouted from in and amongst Sato, Kaminari and Mina. "Hey, do you want to play? It's only us 4 right now." Izuku booted the ball back to Kirishima, but waved his hand apologetically. "Sorry, I've got a few things to take care of first, I'll join you guys next time, though." "Alright, I'll hold you to that." Izuku let out a sigh of relief at being let go so easily. The others continued their game and let Izuku leave without much issue. None of them even seemed all that curious about why he was out in the forest, which was good. The last time they'd seen him, he'd had a broken jaw amongst other injuries. Now, he was running out of the forest so close to curfew? Yeah, totally not suspicious. Izuku walked around the house and there was no one out in front, thankfully. It wasn't even that late and even with curfew approaching they didn't have to sleep by curfew. They just had to be indoors. The proper curfew was probably closer to 11 or 12, which was when they'd agreed as a class to shut off the lights in common areas. Izuku slipped off his shoes as he opened the door and he was hoping that no one was around, but that wasn't the case. Almost his entire class was in the common area. Hagakure and Mineta were fighting over the remote whilst all the others were strewn across the couches. "Hey, Midoriya. Where the hell have you? Give that back, Hagakure." Mineta's greeting was cut off as Hagakure snatched the remote from him. "I'll put my balls on it right now. And not the ones you're thinking about it." Izuku didn't want to know which ones Mineta meant. He waved a bit awkwardly to the rest of his classmates, which was returned. Izuku was about to make a beeline for his room, but he was stopped as Iida intercepted him. Walking so quickly Izuku was pretty sure he'd used his quirk. "Midoriya, it is good to see you are back," Iida said as he stopped in front of Izuku. "Uraraka told me you had a fantastic showing after Bakugo defeated me earlier today." "Midoriya's back," Uraraka's voice called as she spotted him across the room. "Where were you? No one could find you." "Oh, right. He had friends and classmates that would. I slept after class and then trained a bit in the forest," Izuku said, which seemed to. "Yeah, you were great," Uraraka said as she pulled him and Iida towards the rest of their class. "You beat the crap out of everyone. Well, except for Todoroki, but still, that was awesome. Way better than how those 2 dorks did against Todoroki." Izuku stumbled and tripped as Uraraka pulled him along, but he didn't resist. Soon, he was also on one of the many couches and right in the midst of his class. Shoji was on a lone beanbag and while his normal eyes were closed, there was an eye open on his tentacle arm. Looking around, Izuku saw that quite a few of his classmates weren't here. Bakugo, Todoroki, Yayu were the most notable absentees, but also Kami, Aoyama and Asui. Still, though, the room felt as if it were filled to the capacity as he was thrown right into the mix. Suddenly, Izuku realized he'd been quiet for a bit too long. What was the last thing said? Oh, right. Mineta and Kaminari had been against Todoroki after him. And judging from what Uraraka had said, it did not end well. That was probably to be expected. Thanks to him using Paradigm Shift, Izuku had ruined the ground floor of the arena. It had probably been near impossible for Kaminari's electricity to find a direct path to Todoroki. Yeah, I could imagine. Plus, Todoroki wasn't the type to hold back, so it had probably been ugly. He should probably buy Kaminari and Mineta something nice. That couldn't have been fun for them to go through and he felt partly responsible. "I would be interested in hearing about your fight with Bakugo," Iida said as he snapped Izuku out of his thoughts. "Our strategy was not good enough and if it were not for my family's outfit, I would be in far worse shape." Izuku grimaced as he recalled the explosion that Iida had withstood. It was a testament to the strength of both Iida and the armor that he seemed completely fine just a few hours later in the day. "Yeah, Bakugo creamed us," Uraraka admitted with a shy grin before perking up immediately, "but you fought him so well and won." "Yeah, you were great. You hospitalized him. That's what he gets for calling me mouth girl," Hagakure said, very clearly biased before turning away as Mineta stole the remote once more. "Hey, give that back, Mineta. Even I don't watch the heroine channel this much." Hagakure's interjection wasn't especially helpful in downplaying what he did. It only made him more nervous as he realized the others were listening in on their conversation. If this was Kendo, Izuku would have had no issues with boasting, but that was done in jest, kinda. He might not even tell her about it, in all honesty. The only reason he'd gotten so mad was because Bakugo had insulted Kendo. She'd never let that one go. A good portion of his class had probably heard that part too, so maybe it was best if he swept it under the rug. Plus, Bakugo wasn't even here to defend himself, so it wasn't fair to him at all. Izuku definitely didn't want to downplay it all because of the potential of Kendo finding out. Nope. That wasn't the reason at all. For the first time in years, Izuku wished Bakugo was here. His absence was definitely why everyone was so nonchalant talking about their fight. The somewhat gruesome affair it was. He highly doubted anyone else would broach the topic otherwise. Then again, no one seemed to be scared of Bakugo, not really, considering how Kirishima had taunted Bakugo after Aizawa-sensei's test. They might have played things up just to get under his skin. It was a complete deviation from the status quo at Aldera. Not even teachers challenged Bakugo the way people here seem to. It was still a bit shocking to Izuku, in all honesty. Is a mere name really something to be upset by? Tokiyami asked Hagakure, his voice as gloomy as ever. It is rather dark and dastardly to do this only because you were bested, Hagakure. How unexpected of you. Oh, like you wouldn't want to know how to beat Todoroki after he beat you in shogi, Hagakure hollered back at Tokiyami. The lack of an immediate response was pretty telling as Tokiyami turned away from everyone's gaze as he crossed his arms. You might be right, Tokiyami finally admitted. Midoriya, perhaps you should illuminate us about your fight. And just when he thought Tokiyami was on his side. I wasn't that good. Kachan almost had me back there. I got lucky, Izuku said, and it felt like everyone was lasered in on his words as they leaned. I mean, Todoroki beat me and 4 other people. Shouldn't you ask him? Well, we would, but Todoroki is kinda scary, Uraraka admitted with no hint of shame. Bakugo hasn't come downstairs since he got back, so that's a dead end. Plus, no one knows where Yaomomo is and you messed her up pretty bad too, so we had to default to you. Because I'm not scary, angry or absent, or injured, but pretty much, Uraraka agreed and the others all seemed to agree too. Even Iida, which was a bit surprising. If there was anyone who didn't seem to be the type to be cowed by either one of Bakugo or Todoroki, it was Iida. Well, mostly the injured part, Iida clarified as he leaned forward in his seat. You're in the best condition and I trust your judgment, so any advice would be appreciated. Oh, boy. He was really doing this, wasn't he? Well, I probably only did so well because Kachan and I grew up together, Izuku said as he addressed the class at large. I don't want to give his secrets away, but I've watched him use his quirk all my life. That's why I was able to hang in there for as long as I could. I kinda have a thing for quirks, so I keep all these little details in my head about them. You seem to get pretty mad at each other, though, Kami said as she appeared from somewhere, startling them all. Oh, hey guys. Please don't do that again, Kami, Uraraka said as she held her hand over her chest. We get scared enough by Hagakure. We don't need another person randomly appearing out of thin air. Hagakure let out a noise. Actually, I never appear since you know. Your quirk. You're invisible. Your quirk makes you invisible. You're invisible. No one can see you. I'm invisible. You guys suck. Hagakure finished her joke far too late for her painfully predictable punchline to have any impact. Yeah, so like what did that dude say to get you so angry? Kami asked as she ignored Hagakure's insult. Is there like bad blood between you two, or is he always that angry? Izuku trailed off as he realized just how intrigued everyone was. He's always been a bit intense. Not that that's a bad thing. We all get a bit mad. Sometimes, right? I guess I just kinda lost it a bit since it was a fight and all that. All that, adrenaline and stuff can make you go crazy, right? I think I read something like that online, once or twice. You guys get it, right? It was a rambling and stilted answer, but everyone seemed to accept it, thankfully. His rambling finally did something good for him. Plus, it had the added bonus of not throwing Bakugo under the bus. Not only would that be a bit mean, but the last thing he needed was Bakugo being upset about Izuku spilling about their past. It was only Kami who seemed very unsatisfied with his answer as she raised a brow at him. He didn't have the time to deal with this. With his luck, Kami would find a way to wring everything Izuku knew out of him. Just as Kami was about to speak, Izuku glanced at the clock on reflex. He got up to his feet as he saw there was only about 20 minutes until curfew. Have you guys seen Yayu? Is she still in the infirmary? I need to ask her something about math. Mineta chose that moment to make a weird sound that everyone seemed to ignore. Where is Yaomomo? She was just cooking something in the kitchen before that festival attack, Hagakure asked as she did something with her hands and head. It was pretty hard to tell what her mannerisms were, in all honesty. I haven't seen her since that Edgeshot fight, Asui said as she walked down the stairs. I think she went for a run. I checked her room and she's not there. That was actually useful information. If he could get Yayu alone, then he could ask her the things that had been swirling around in his mind. If she'd been in her room, then it would have been very impossible for him to speak to her. No chance in hell was he going over to the girls' side of the dorm. It didn't even matter that Yayu was on the same floor as him. Okay, got it. I'll see you guys later, Izuku said, and he was surprised to catch a few disappointed looks from a few of them. I've just got some stuff to handle. Don't think we forgot about you and Iida matching outfits, Uraraka said, pointing at the two of them rather dramatically. I still want an explanation, you promised one. Oh, right. That was true. The others seemed to remember all at once, and Izuku felt dread broil within him. This was more public speaking than he'd ever done before. The last thing he wanted was to explain. Midoriya said he would explain when everyone's here, and not everyone is, Iida said as he silenced the class very effectively. Until then, we just have to wait. Okay, so he had to get something for Iida too now. Sorry guys. I'll explain once I've handled everything, Izuku said as he walked up the stairs, but no one seemed truly bothered by his departure. Izuku bounded up the stairs to his room before he unlocked it. He flicked the light switch on as he shut the door behind him. It was then that he saw his phone screen was on. He picked it up and grimaced a bit at the notifications. He had quite a few missed calls and texts from Kendo. The texts varied in length and politeness, but they all seemed to carry the same message. Well, there were two messages she was trying to get across. Firstly, Kendo had heard about his little visit to the infirmary and was trying to check in on how he was. Secondly, she was asking where he was and that she needed to talk to him now. The second set of messages were sent about an hour ago.
Izuku picked his phone up and called Kendo. He really wished he could have taken his phone with him, but unlike his clothes, Izuku was pretty sure the transformation wouldn't work on it. A bird flying with a cell phone was bound to draw attention.
And that was if he didn't drop it in the first place. The dial tone barely began before Kendo picked up. Are you okay? I heard about your fight. Apparently, you got clobbered real bad. Maybe I went too hard on you in the morning. As much as Izuku appreciated her first question being about his well-being, he wasn't about to take the veiled insult. That's not what happened. Both times. I definitely won our fight and I only had to get my jaw healed. Yayu broke it with a metal staff. She broke your jaw? That's a girl after my heart, Kendo said, and he rolled his eyes, but he dismissed that as her tone shifted. I'm glad you're fine. I heard you and Bakugo really got into it. Apparently, you fingered him so hard he passed out. Hang on a bit, Izuku. Tokage. Why are you laughing? Please keep it down and stop snooping, the others are trying to. Izuku heard a bit of a commotion on Kendo's side. He heard a very loud and obnoxious laugh and Kendo yelling at someone. Presumably Tokage. There were a few more yells and laughs before he heard what sounded like running. Finally, he heard a door slam shut. I'm back. Sorry about that, Kendo said, and he could practically feel the smile that was on her face. Tokage is so annoying. You have no idea how bad she can get. Despite what she was saying, there was no venom in her voice. Did that mean Kendo was already on the road to making friends with her classmates? That was great. It was maybe the best news Izuku had heard all day long, and it made a warm feeling bloom in his chest. I might have an idea, Izuku said through a smile as he thought of his classmates. Anyways, what were we talking about again? About Bakugo and how you used your finger too. Oh, right, Izuku said as he collapsed onto his bed. Well, I just finger flicked him at full strength and it kinda knocked him out. I got lucky, though. He was charging up a major attack and I thought for sure he'd get it out before me. He didn't let off his attack, Kendo asked a bit surprised. He doesn't strike me as the type to hold back. Izuku snorted. That was rich coming from her. Takes one to know one. What was that? Kendo asked, her voice just a touch raised. Nothing, Izuku said far too quickly. Anyways, you're right. For whatever reason, he held back and I got the win. It was weird. He isn't the type to back down like that. Maybe something went wrong with his quirk, Kendo supplied before snorting, or maybe he realized he owed you one for being such a dick. Yeah, definitely not the second one, huh? Kendo asked as she let out a giggle. Izuku, despite it all, laughed as well, and then when they calmed down, did her laugh always sound so nice? He was able to remember why he called. Anyways, you blew my phone up while I was out training. What's up with that? Izuku asked, and if he'd been expecting a mundane answer he was dead wrong. Oh, right. You totally made me forget. He made her forget. About what? And how was Kendo being forgetful his fault? Maybe the headbutt he'd given did some permanent damage. I heard that, Kendo said, and Izuku didn't even have time for a rebuttal. I'll get you back for that headbutt, by the way. Anyways, I want to send you something. Put me on speaker and check it out. Izuku did as Kendo asked, and he saw she'd sent him two things. An image and then a video. He clicked on the image and to his surprise, he saw one of the villains that had fought Edgeshot. It was the guy with the paralyzing laser beams. Dread bubbled in his stomach. Isn't this one of the guys that attacked Edgeshot today? Izuku asked as he tried to keep the worry out of his voice. Yeah, now check the video. Izuku clicked on the video and he blinked at what he saw. Hey, isn't this? Yeah, it is. Please just keep watching. Pause when I hit the first guy. Izuku did keep watching. He watched surveillance footage of Kendo outside her gym being accosted by a few criminals. He watched as a man's eyes glowed pink and it made Kendo freeze. One of the criminals' nails began to grow as she stalked towards Kendo and another held a bat at the ready. This video was from when he'd rescued Kendo as Cage. Sure enough, a trash can was thrown from off-screen onto the car and the airbags took out the battle. Kendo could move again and she did so to devastating effect as she punched the guy with the glowing eyes. It was there that Izuku was able to get a good look at the guy's face and the last puzzle slipped into place. This is the guy that fought Edgeshot, Izuku began, and he didn't need to fake the confusion in his tone. Isn't he supposed to be in prison? What's his name again? Fuzui Narami, Kendo supplied, and her tone had hints of confusion and anger. I knew it was him straight away, but his quirk is so different now and he should be in prison. The police came by the gym to let us know he'd been sentenced. That's why the guy stuck out to Izuku so much. He'd seen him and his crew before. The only reason it took so long to recall the guy was because Kendo had been the one to take him out, not Cage. Izuku remembered the faces and quirks of everyone he had fought. He even had an entry for the woman in the video with the long nails, Sumay and Chu. He had followed up on the case, and Sumay, much like Fuzui and Hiken as well as the driver, whose name eluded Izuku currently, had all been sentenced to years in prison. Prisoners had just about no way to use their quirks. Depending on the quirk and the severity of their crimes, prisoners would be sent to prisons suited to handling them. For example, fire quirks users were sent to prisons with extensive fire suppression systems. Strength quirk users were sent to prisons that had technology designed to suppress their quirk, courtesy of Island. Those were the nicer ones too. There were many prisons that executed prisoners who used their quirks. Apparently, Tartarus and other prisons of its ilk worldwide were said to be like this. It sounded crazy, but apparently, they had brainwave sensors that would activate the killing mechanisms if prisoners thought of using their quirk. He had no idea how true it was, but it was quite barbaric and not a situation he'd want to find himself in. He was getting sidetracked. The point was, there should have been no way for Narami to use his quirk at all, let alone develop it to such an extent and then on top of that somehow escape prison. And even if that had happened, which it evidently had, there was still one burning question. Why hasn't the commission said anything about an escaped prisoner? Izuku said, and unbidden another question flowed from him. And how many more of them are there? Yeah, Kendo said with a heavy sigh, that's what I was thinking. There was just one question left now. What should we do? I don't know, Kendo said, and Izuku hated how subdued her voice was. I want to tell the Hero Commission, but surely they already know. There's no way they don't. I just don't know who to go to or who would take us seriously. That was without taking Kendo's sour history with the Hero Commission into account too. He had to get this to Sumire, that was for sure. He'd be sure to keep Kendo out of it as much as he could. But Sumire could be the push needed to blow this open. That wasn't enough, though. Despite their rather short friendship, Izuku knew Kendo. Simply going to the media wasn't enough for her. She wanted to tell someone that could actually apply pressure to the commission. The media could do that, but Kendo probably thought no one would take her seriously. They needed someone who had enough stature in the hero world but was also easily accessible to them. Someone who knew what they were like and would actually trust their word. After all, no reputable media outlets would accept their slightly circumstantial evidence. Sumire would, but was busy with the hero killer and the Miraculum, Konoha situation. Speaking of, Izuku looked at all the weapons hanging on his wall. He really should learn how to use those. With the silence hanging between them, Izuku let his eyes traverse his room. He did so idly until he blinked as he realized something. Wow, this was embarrassing. Even for him. How hadn't he thought of this yet? I've got an idea, Izuku said as his eyes widened. There's someone we can go to. Someone bigger than the commission. Kendo perked up. Really? Who? Izuku smiled. Only the world's best hero. You don't mean, yup, Izuku said as he stared at the array of action figures in his room. We can go to All Might. He teaches at UA now. Kendo was silent for a second before she squealed in excitement. Izuku may or may not have made a similar sound. He'd never tell, that was for sure. You're right. We just need to find him and then we'll tell him, and maybe Vlad-sensei and Aizawa-sensei too. Just to cover our bases. Yeah, let's do it early tomorrow. Before school, Izuku said as his mind whirred away. That means we can't spar or anything. We can start out at the teacher's lounge and then go to Principal Nezu's. Okay, that sounds like a plan, Kendo said, her voice back to its sunny disposition. I've been sitting on this for a while now. I'm really glad I told you this. It would have been torture keeping it secret. You're the best. Yeah, Izuku knew how much it hurt to keep a secret from everyone. I'm sure you would have figured something out eventually, Izuku said as he felt a weird tingling in his chest. You are you, after all. I am me? That doesn't sound like much of a compliment. Kendo's voice was teasing, but for whatever reason, Izuku felt like he had to reaffirm what he'd said. It is, Izuku said, his voice a touch firmer. I wish a lot more people were like you. You're awesome. Oh, really? You don't have to flatter me like that, you know? We're already friends? Izuku's heart was blaring in his ears. Why did she think he was joking? He wasn't the type to joke about stuff like this. Hell, Izuku was barely the joking type. Usually, his jokes fell flat with everyone. Not with Kendo, but that was probably because her jokes were somehow worse than his. Even if they still made him laugh. No flattery. I mean what I said. Truly. You're one of the best people I know, Itsuka. I'd never lie about that. It was a bit naughty of him to use her first name, but he only did it when he was serious. Surely, she'd know he was being honest now. He even used his cage voice to assert himself more. It felt silly without the mask, but he did sound more assertive, maybe, probably, hopefully. Oh, I am. Wow. You too. Ha ha ha. Well, Setsuna told me that mathematics and Vlad-sensei were stopping Monoma from falling. Ha ha ha. Thank you, good night. The line went dead after that, leaving Izuku just extremely confused. What the hell had that been about? He'd never heard Kendo sound so flustered and nervous. Was it something he'd said? Izuku sat on it for a minute before he realized. It made sense. How stupid could he be? His mouth as the words fell from his mouth. She was making fun of my muttering, Izuku groused as he got off his bed, and after I was so nice to her, next time we spar, I'm definitely headbutting her. Or maybe I could. There was a knock at Izuku's door that drew him from his revenge plans. It was a surprise that someone had come to see him, but he put the thought aside. There were only 5 minutes until curfew. If Yaoyorozu was going to come back, then it would be very soon, if it hadn't happened already. Izuku opened the door and blinked. I heard you were looking for me, Yaoyorozu said as she stood patiently in front of his door. She looked to be completely healed from the damage she'd taken, from him, lest he forget, earlier today. Her expression was as placid and cold as ever, which was at once worrying and calming. She didn't seem that mad at him, at least compared to the norm. Yes. I was looking for you, Izuku said, and he took a deep breath. We need to talk, in private, it's important. Can we do it here? Sure, Izuku answered automatically before blinking. Wait, you mean here as in my room? Yaoyorozu tilted her head just a touch. It made for a scary yet heart-stopping effect. Oh. Well, if you do not want me to go in, then we could go to my room. Izuku stepped aside to let her in. Yaoyorozu stared at Izuku. He stared back. They were in his room, and now that Izuku had Yaoyorozu right where he needed her, he didn't know where to start. It was shaping up to be one of the worst experiences in his life. At least his room was clean. Yaoyorozu was sitting on his chair and Izuku was on his bed. Even sitting down, Yaoyorozu still had a bit of a height advantage over him, so she was looking down on him too. As you could imagine, this did nothing to alleviate his worries. Well, that and the fact that Yaoyorozu stared at him, her gaze sharp and unblinking. Okay, screw it. How's your nose? Izuku broke the ice with the first thing to come out of his mouth. Huh? Yaoyorozu lifted a brow for a second before it dropped. Oh. It's fine. Recovery girl took care of everything once I woke up. Well, that's good to know, Izuku said before he sighed. Sorry, this is just kinda weird. I'm not really all that comfortable around strangers. Strangers? This was going great. Of all the words in the world, why did he choose that one? Strangers? Yaoyorozu crossed her arms as she leaned back. We met at the entrance exam. I've known you the longest out of anyone in UA. Really? Izuku couldn't help but ask, me? Seriously? Yaoyorozu nodded. Remember the bag? Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Again, Izuku said, a touch of nervousness in his voice. That day was pretty hectic and that bag was pretty expensive. Sorry for ruining it. I get why it made you so upset. Yaoyorozu seemed to curl in on herself at his words. Unlike Kendo or Bakugo, it was hard to tell what that meant. Even Todoroki was easier to read than this. Though, Todoroki seemed to only have one real emotion, which was apathy. And now that he thought about it, that was pretty weird. What was up with that? Look, about that day, Yaoyorozu began before shaking her head. Why were you looking for me? Okay, so small talk was over. Finally. Their talk was almost as bad as his first time meeting Sumay. And that was how it always seemed to be between the two of them. It was as if there was some sort of invisible and insurmountable wall between them. It's about that terrorist attack today, Izuku said, and he almost flinched as Yaoyorozu's eyes darkened, the one with Edgeshot. What about it? Izuku put the frosty response aside as he pulled on all his confidence. The hero that saved him. Infinity. She's your sister, right? Yaoyorozu sighed. Yes, Tomiko is my older sister. How did you make the connection? Was it her quirk? Izuku bit back a flinch. Well, not really. Remember our first night here? When I brought you some of that pizza? I do, Yaoyorozu supplied, and he noticed her hands were gripping onto the sleeves of her jersey. What would you like from her? Tomiko is very busy nowadays, so. What? No. Izuku waved his hands as he cut Yaoyorozu off. It's nothing like that, honestly. It was just that after seeing the both of you fight, I wanted to ask you for a favor. Yaoyorozu paused as she took in his words. What could I do for you? Do you want me to create something? What was up with her and jumping to conclusions? Did he really think he'd want to use her as some sort of printer? It was probably easy as all hell for Yaoyorozu to do that, but that felt wrong, somehow. Then again, what he was about to ask would actually need more effort on her part, so maybe not. No, that's not it, Izuku said as he cut her off, causing her to clam up. I need your help improving my long-range capabilities. Just like that, the tension in the room bled away. You need my help with that? Yaoyorozu asked, and Izuku nodded. Why not go to one of our teachers with this? Snipe-sensei would be perfect. 2 reasons, really, Izuku replied. 1, Snipe-sensei has a homeroom class of his own, so he's probably very busy. Yaoyorozu seemed to accept that answer. And 2, I need to find a way to use all these kunai and shuriken, Izuku finished as he gestured around the room. You used some shuriken against me earlier today, and so did your sister. If you're even half as good with shuriken as you are with that staff of yours, then you'd be doing me a massive favor. Yaoyorozu stared at him for what felt like forever before she turned away and rose from his chair. Can I hold them? Yeah, go ahead, Izuku said as he joined her by his desk which had a lot of weapons hanging over it. I haven't even used these since I got them. Yaoyorozu took a kunai off the wall and examined it. Her fingers ran over every inch of the kunai. What was that about? Before he could ask her anything, though, she put it back on the wall. She then picked up a shuriken and examined the sharpness of its blades. These are superb quality, Yaoyorozu said without looking away from the shuriken. The balance and sharpness is near perfect. They are also remarkably lightweight. I'm not too sure what these are made of. Where did you get these? Well, that was a bit odd. Tomiko used the exact same weapons. How is it that Yaoyorozu didn't even seem to realize that? In fact, she seemed to almost be enthralled by them. Her fingers traced the edge of the shuriken's blade with barely controlled curiosity. They're from Konoha. It was payment to do an interview with Japan News Network, Izuku said, and he almost missed Yaoyorozu's flinch. Quite a few networks really wanted an interview with me. Isn't your family handling the research? Yes, but access to Konoha artifacts wasn't allowed for many outside of our scientists and my mother. One of our lead scientists got fired and blacklisted for dropping a plate even though it never broke. Blacklisted too. Not just fired. That was worrying. Over a plate? The same plates that Izuku's mom was probably eating off of right now? Izuku could feel he'd stumbled into something Yaoyorozu wouldn't have liked him to. He knew Yaoyorozu wasn't lying. There was no way of faking her sheer enthusiasm at looking over those weapons. But he also knew that Tomiko was using actual chakra metal weapons in the field. This was after the Iwatani robbery. If Native and Death Arms knew the value of Miraculum, it was impossible for Tomiko not to know the value of them. So, why would she run the risk of using them? Did she think no one could spot them as quickly as he did? Was Tomiko allowed access? Tomiko? Yaoyorozu asked, her face set into a confused frown. No, my mother is the only non-scientist in the company to have seen these up close, and that's only because she's the CEO. She told me that she would not let either of us near them. Why would ask about Tomiko? Yaoyorozu had stepped closer to Izuku, which made him lose some of his nerve. In her fight today, Tomiko was using Konoha weapons. Right at the very end. You're wrong, Yaoyorozu's answer was immediate. You don't know what you're talking about. My mother said they were invaluable and that we could only see them once the excavations were complete. Look, Yaoyorozu, I don't know your mother, but exactly, Yaoyorozu spat back as she stepped closer to him, so please don't try to tell me what she'd do. Yaoyorozu's glare was so intense Izuku couldn't quite meet it. Instead, he looked down to the ground and it was there that he saw Yaoyorozu was still holding onto the shuriken. This would have been fine if it weren't for the fact that it was now digging into her palm. Blood was oozing onto the shuriken and falling to the floor. Yaoyorozu, Izuku said, his voice as placating as possible as he pushed Yaoyorozu back by her shoulder. Please calm down. You're hurting yourself. It seemed to do the trick as Yaoyorozu looked down at her hand. Oh, I need to get this fixed. I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. I'll clean this and then. Yaoyorozu made to leave, but Izuku caught her by her elbow and halted her escape. Come with me. Yaoyorozu tried to complain, but Izuku all but forced her to follow him. He got a clean rag from his dresser before they went into his bathroom. He opened a tap and put her hand under the water. The water gushed out the tap and washed over the cuts on Yaoyorozu's hands. The blood and water swirled around in the sink as Izuku waited long enough for all the blood to be washed away. Once that was done, he moved Yaoyorozu's hand away from the stream. He wet the cloth with tap water before he closed it. His bathroom was a bit cramped, so Izuku had to move things back to his bed. Still guiding her by the elbow, he made Yaoyorozu sit on the bed and he was at the desk. Once they were settled, he made sure the cloth was sufficiently wet before looking up at Yaoyorozu. Please give me your hand. Thankfully, Yaoyorozu didn't fight it. Instead, she just held her hand out. There was still some blood leaking out, but not as much as before. Izuku gently held her hand before he used the cloth to dab away at all the cuts. Izuku was methodical with it and he soldiered on despite the whispers of pain from Yaoyorozu. He needed to get his first aid kit for some dressing. It wouldn't be right to ask Yaoyorozu to create something. Thankfully, his first aid kit was right by his desk and he was able to get what he needed in short order. He looked at Yaoyorozu's hand, which was partially covered by the long sleeve of her jersey. Yaoyorozu's sleeve was covered in blood and also some darker liquid that he couldn't quite pinpoint. It was also on the other sleeve, so it must have been from somewhere else. But that wasn't important, right now. Izuku dried her hands before he applied some wound dressing and plasters to keep it in place. Izuku could have used the mystical palm, but that would have been problematic. Plus, he had some experience with dressing wounds thanks to his lovely childhood, so it was nothing. It was actually easier than applying it to yourself and also trying to hide it from your mom. How does it feel? Izuku asked Yaoyorozu, who seemed a lot calmer than before. It should stay in place long enough if you don't aggravate the area. You should go to Recovery Girl first thing in the morning. Just to be on the safe side. The wounds weren't seriously deep, but Izuku was sure that they probably still hurt like all hell. Judging from her expression, Yaoyorozu didn't seem to be in pain. If anything, she just looked like she wanted to hightail it out of there. Now, that was an expression he could recognize and empathize with. After all, Yaoyorozu found out from probably her least favorite person that her own family was cutting her out of the discovery of probably the last few centuries. It was something that would hurt most people, and Izuku hoped she didn't hate him even more for being the one to expose it all. "I'll do that," Yaoyorozu said after a sigh. "You did a very good job wrapping my hand." It was then that Izuku realized he hadn't actually let go of her hand, which he did as quickly as he dared. "Sorry, I kind of forgot about that." "You have nothing to apologize for," Yaoyorozu said as she placed her hands in her lap. "I should not have lost my temper the way I did. A loose temper is not befitting of a hero. Sorry for my reaction, I just—" "It's okay," Izuku said as Yaoyorozu trailed off. "We can't be perfect all the time. Even as hero students, we are still human." It was true. Yaoyorozu had hurt herself and now she was apologizing to him? That didn't feel right. Yes, she'd lost her temper, but it was nothing compared to how Bakugo had been in the past. For a moment, Izuku wondered if he was right in trying to smooth things over, or was he just placating Yaoyorozu like he used to do with Bakugo. Perhaps it was both, but the fact remained that he didn't want to smooth things over with her. "I'll have to clean this," Izuku said as he picked up the now bloody shuriken off the floor. "Wait here." A quick douse of water was enough to get rid of the blood. It hadn't dried yet, so it was a very simple task. Izuku dried the shuriken before walking back to Yaoyorozu, who hadn't moved once since he'd left. Her gaze was firmly on the wall of weapons before her eyes whipped towards him. "May I ask you a question?" "Sure," Izuku said as he sat down again. "What is it?" "Earlier today, you were in bad shape from all the fights." That didn't feel like a question. "I was. You guys were real tough to deal with. My quirk hurts my body if I overuse it, so I'd have probably lost even if I'd somehow got past you in Todoroki." Yaoyorozu's lips tightened as she heard that. "Why didn't you heal yourself then?" "What? At the entrance exam, you came back for me after I messed up your escape plan." Yaoyorozu's uninjured hand clenched at the memory. "You broke your ankle trying to take me back. But then you healed yourself and destroyed the zero-pointer. If you had healed yourself in our fight, then you would have been back to perfect shape." Izuku tried not to let the panic bloom on his face, but judging from her facial expressions, Yaoyorozu had already clocked it. Strangled noises escaped his mouth as he tried to formulate a response, an excuse to explain it all away. "It's complicated," Izuku settled for saying as a geyser of frustration burst within him. "In all honesty, I'm far behind everyone else in trying to understand my quirk. I feel like I'm not living up to its potential and I hate it. I need to do better, but as things are, I'm not good enough." Izuku blinked as he noticed his eyes were tearing up. Just a few minutes ago, he'd been laughing with Kendo, and now Yaoyorozu had somehow brought him to tears. Not of sadness, but of frustration. Izuku needed to use chakra beyond what he's shown, but he was scared. If he did that, then IR would not take long for someone to connect him to Cage. Perhaps being revealed as Cage before the Iwatani robbery wasn't too bad, but right now was probably the worst time for that to happen. It would derail Sumayer's investigation, and the Iwatani 3 would probably get away with their crimes scot-free. After all, who would believe a child vigilante over established and famous heroes? The stakes were so big that Izuku could not risk being caught out, whether it be while on duty as Cage or off duty as Izuku. Yaoyorozu asking this was bad enough. It would be worse coming from a teacher, or even worse than that, Eraserhead. Aizawa sensei was probably watching his every move and step. Much like Yaoyorozu, all the teachers would have seen him heal himself at the entrance exam. Izuku felt his heart race as his breaths got shorter and shorter and shorter. What if they asked him questions? What if All Might asked him questions? He had dealt with thousands of criminals in his career. There was an infinitesimal chance of Izuku being able to deceive any of his teachers. Izuku felt a trembling come over him as a sharp pain in his chest. His heart was pounding so loud. "Midoriya. Breathe." Yaoyorozu's voice punched through his spiraling thoughts. "Just calm down and breathe." Izuku's breathing was sharp and rapid as he met Yaoyorozu's gaze. Where he had expected to see disdain or shock or even sadness, there was none. Instead, Yaoyorozu was smiling at him. It was not a full-on grin, but it was true and genuine enough to feel like on. "Just focus on me, okay?" Yaoyorozu's voice was like a balm for his nerves as Izuku felt himself begin to settle. "Everything is fine. There's nothing to worry about or panic about." That was easy for her to say. What did she know? She didn't know. "You're right. I don't know what is troubling you," Yaoyorozu responded to his inadvertent and slightly insulting remark. "What I do know is that you can handle it. Out of everyone in our class, you impressed me the most. At the entrance exam, Aizawa sensei's assessment, and at the battle trials." His breathing slowed. "I won't ask you to tell me what's troubling you, but please believe me when I say you're more than equal to the task." Izuku's heartbeat faded into the background. The trembling stopped. Yaoyorozu seemed to sense it as well as she pulled her hand away from his chin. Her hand glowed a bright pink before revealing 2 white pills. She handed them over to Izuku, who was careful with them. "Those should help you sleep tonight," Yaoyorozu explained. "I always find it hard to sleep after a panic attack." "Thank you, but I need to be up at like 5:30 a.m. so I don't think." "I will wake you up," Yaoyorozu said as she cut him off and lost the casual tone and smile. "Sorry again about the shuriken. I promise I will not be as reckless with them in our lessons." "Lessons? You mean?" "Yes, I will teach you," Yaoyorozu said as she rose to her feet. "I am busy, so I can only teach you on the weekends. The rest will be up to you." "That's great," Izuku exclaimed as he rose to his feet. "That's fine by me." I'll find a way to pay you back for this. You don't have to, I know, but I want to. Izuku racked his brain as he scanned his room before he had a brainwave, that's it. Izuku grabbed 2 kunai off the wall and held them out. Here, I think this should be enough. Yaoyorozu's mouth fell open. I cannot accept that. Those are priceless artifacts that you discovered. I'll probably end up losing a few of these, so it really isn't that a big deal, Izuku said as he forced the kunai into Yaoyorozu's hands. You can use these if you ever run out of lipids for your quirk. That's a far better use than taking up wall space in my room. Wait, you do know to use these, right? If not, I could give you shuriken instead of. I do, Yaoyorozu said as she took the kunai from him. Thank you for this. You don't know how much this means to me. For not the first time that night, Izuku found himself completely speechless. A nervous smile grew on his face as he waved her off. He couldn't quite meet her gaze as they walked to the door. He opened it for her and Yaoyorozu walked through, but before leaving she turned back. In our next fight, you won't get the better of me, Yaoyorozu declared, but there truly was no malice in her demeanor. I still haven't forgiven you for that headbutt. Good night and please take your pills. With that said, Yaoyorozu was off as she marched away. Izuku watched her go for the longest time without saying a word. It was only when she turned the corner that a response bubbled free from his chest. You broke my jaw. It was a fair move. Naturally, there was no response. That didn't bother Izuku too much. Somehow, he'd broken through that barrier and become almost friends with Yaoyorozu. All it had taken was destroying a priceless bag, saving her at the entrance exam, beating each other to a pulp, treating her injured and finally having a panic attack in front of her. Izuku sighed as he raised a hand to his head. It won't always be this hard, will it? Surely not, right? Izuku was on good to great terms with most of his class. In fact, now that they'd reconciled a bit, there were only 2 people that Izuku couldn't really call himself even remotely friendly with, Bakugo, which was obvious, and Todoroki. Who were you talking to? Who was his only neighbor? Oh, Todoroki, Izuku all but yelped as his neighbor stared at him from further down their hallway. You surprised me. I didn't see you there. I was in my room. Izuku waited for Todoroki to say more, but that was it. Alright, Izuku said before remembering the earlier question. I was just speaking to Yaoyorozu. I needed her help with something. It was a bit embarrassing to admit he'd been alone with a girl in his room. There were definitely a few others in the class who would make all sorts of assumptions. However, if Izuku was expecting Todoroki to be one of those people, then he was dead wrong. I see. With that said, Todoroki turned away and walked back into his room. What the hell? He didn't have the energy for this. He'd figure all that out later. Izuku went back into his room as he went through his nightly ritual. He knocked back the pills that Yaoyorozu gave him before shooting a long message to Sumay about the whole Fuzui Narami situation. She hadn't been online in a while, so Izuku was sure she was swamped under work. Currently, it was a bit of a relief, to be honest. That talk would end up being a lot longer than he thought he could handle. He was drained after everything, and while he'd hid it well downstairs, he did collapse in front of Yaoyorozu. And yet, that had somehow impacted their relationship positively. After the day Izuku had had, he'd take any positives that he could. Wake up! Izuku twitched as he heard the garbled voice. He waved it off as he turned in his bed, which felt and smelled different than he remembered. He'd only just fallen asleep. There was no need to wake up just yet, right? Kid, wake up! Something nudged him in his side rather hard. Izuku groaned as he turned in his bed. Whoever was trying to get him up was super persistent. Also, what the hell had happened to his bed? Did Ua really cheap out so badly on beds? It felt like he was lying on the ground rather than laying in bed. Alright, fine. This is a waste of the skills Tsunade Shisho taught me, but... The rest of whoever was above him was lost as the voice trailed off. Izuku smiled as he got a few more seconds of serenity before a hand settled on his chest. Izuku's sleepy mind barely processed it before suddenly it felt like he was hit by a lightning bolt. Screaming, Izuku leapt to his feet. He was on high alert as he looked around the random field he'd found himself in. Izuku scanned the area for enemies as he activated the Fatebreaker. He heard something move behind him and Izuku lashed out with a Tsunade kick. It was drastic, but considering the circumstances, he felt it was warranted. What he did not count on was for his kick to be stopped effortlessly by a gloved hand. It was strange too. Instead of it being due to brute force, it almost felt as if the expelled chakra had been negated by an equal force. So what was supposed to be a building crusher ended up being a moderately strong kick at best. Wow, a girl with pink hair said as she held onto his leg. You actually know how to use Shisho's super strength. Shizune would be ashamed if she knew. Izuku tried to rip his leg free from the girl's grasp to no avail. He loaded up a super punch in his right hand as he prepared to strike, but that was stopped as the girl let go of his leg. Oh, I had your leg. Sorry about that. Izuku stumbled a bit before regaining his balance. Izuku's mind was confused from everything that had been going on, and this girl's upbeat personality was not helping things. Who the hell was she? Did you seriously forget me? The girl huffed as she crossed her arms. Just my luck that I meet the forgetful buffoon first? Forgetful? Izuku peered at the girl's face. It was twisted into a frown and she was facing away from him, but even then it was still familiar. The last dregs of sleep were wiped away, allowing Izuku's mind to finally start working. He took in the girl's pink hair, red shirt and black gloves. Those struck some sort of chord within him. However, it was the eerily familiar headband that truly kickstarted his mind. The cloth was red, which was different to his blue. Her eyes opened as she looked at him. Still nothing? And yet, despite all the very familiar features the girl had, it was her voice that made it click for Izuku. Sakura? The girl, or rather Sakura's, annoyance faded away as if it were never there to begin with. That's me. I seriously thought you were an amnesiac for a bit there. How is this possible? Aren't you dead? Yes, Sakura nodded with an air of nonchalance. It's because of that fruit you ate. You've been getting my memories, right? That's what I've seen from watching you. Mostly yours, yes, Izuku confirmed before something came over him. Wait, you've been watching me? Like all the time? No, Sakura shouted as she raised a fist, making him flinch back. I only get random glimpses, I'm not a pervert. I never said you were Shut it, Sakura said as she raised her fist. Look, I don't have much time left. This could be the last time we speak and I don't want to spend it arguing. I don't even know who's next. It could be that pig Ino, and trust me, she knows nothing worth learning. Who in the world was Ino? Anyways, Sakura said, and on a dime, she adopted an almost lecturing tone. This place is a physical manifestation of me, the god tree in your mind. It's an amalgamation of all three of us melding into one place. The god tree? The tree that had the fruit you ate. It's dormant for now, but just me being here is proof that that won't last. Huh? Look, I'd love to go on about all that stuff, but it isn't really important, Sakura said as she ignored the questioning look on his face. What is important right now is that you learn to harness the god tree in your chakra. You've been doing well, but it's nowhere near good enough. I know, I'm sorry. I've been trying, but it's slow work. I haven't even made progress on those chakra strings you used to kill that old lady. You saw that? Wait. Not important. Look, don't beat yourself up about your lack of progress. You learned the basics of Tsunade Shisho's technique far quicker than I did. You'll get the god tree under control. I'm sure of it. Wait, I've been doing the basics. And what do you mean get the god tree under control? The tree is alive and is the reason my world fell, Sakura said, and for the first time, genuine sadness seeped into her face. We couldn't quite defeat it and now it's your world's problem, and yours especially. Unlike other shinobi, you have the potential to perform any and every form of jutsu. Even ones that only certain clans knew. Sakura frowned. It's been a blessing to you thus far, but the potential cost is high. What do you mean? The visions you've been getting are vestiges leaking from the god tree, Sakura said, and the world around them blurred. When everything settled, they were standing before a truly titanic tree that reached high up into the skies. Even the roots of the tree were gigantic and well beyond what he'd ever seen. It was so big that Izuku couldn't accurately assess its height. Furthermore, there were all these strange pods that sprouted from everywhere on the tree. These roots cover the entire world, and inside of them is virtually every man, woman, child, and even plant or animal that has chakra. The god tree gave us chakra, and when it awoke it tried to claim all that chakra back. Our world was divided and it went after all the major powers. Sakura swiped at the air and the world shifted again. Before they were in a vast desert. They were standing on the walls of what looked like a vast city in the desert. Suna. The world shifted to a village that was seemingly built upon multiple mountains. Kumo. Another village, this time in a rocky desert. Iwa. A modern-looking city blanketed in mist. Kiri. Finally, a very familiar one. They were on a mountain overlooking another walled city. A forest stretched as far as the eye can see. The cities were all vastly different from each other in many ways, but the common thread was the titanic roots that were sprawled across them all. And Konoha, Sakura said as she turned towards him, our people didn't band together and it ended life as we knew it. We couldn't let the god tree remain in our world, so we sent it to yours with a cloaking seal that we knew would eventually. We hoped that it would last long enough to hide it. A cold sweat formed on Izuku's neck. Hide it? Izuku asked as worry and curiosity bubbled within him. From my people. Sakura smiled through tears in her eyes. No, we wanted to hide it from the people who sent it to destroy our world. The god tree itself is just a weapon. An unbelievably strong and alive one, but still just a weapon. The curiosity was squashed out as the worry replaced it. We sent it away to get it away from its wielder, Sakura said, tears still streaming down her face. We used the villages I just showed you as nexus points for the jutsu used to send it here. They had the greatest concentration of chakra, which made the process simpler. We prepared the technique and sent the villages and the tree to your world. This was a lot and the implications of dimension traveling were insane, but Izuku had to focus. So, Konoha is pretty much a transplant from another dimension entirely? Izuku asked, getting a nod as an answer. You said you used the other villages as a nexus point. Does that mean the other villages are out there under a barrier of some sort? Yes, Sakura said before her lips pursed. The good news is that there should only be one fruit, the one you ate. The bad news is that without the tree the other barriers will soon fail. Why is that bad? Your senses aren't as keen as mine when it comes to chakra just yet, so you can't tell. The bottom line is that absolutely everything in Konoha is now saturated in chakra, Sakura said before she frowned. The same stands true for all the other villages. If your people discover and are somehow able to extract and harness chakra, then they will undoubtedly attract the attention of the god tree's wielder. Wait, does that mean people will have a chakra system like me? If they do harness it? Sakura pondered the question before shaking her head. I'd say it's unlikely. Our people only got chakra thanks to someone who'd eaten a chakra fruit. Only that person and their descendants were able to spread chakra. The latent chakra in the world didn't actually give them chakra. Well, there was that at least. However, chakra has many benefits beyond simply giving one a chakra system. Sakura said before he could feel optimistic in any way. Your people seem to have powers fully independent of chakra. Has it always been like that? No, it's a fairly recent event, Izuku said as many documentaries and lessons poured into his head. The first emergence was in a city in China. It's a country fairly close to my own. Oh. Today, immigration between China and Japan was a common thing. Kendo had mentioned that there was a Chinese exchange student in her class. It was therefore possible that the weakening of the barrier resulted in the emergence of quirks. With the resort being a popular tourist destination for locals and tourists, then it became easy to see how quirks were spread worldwide as an offshoot of chakra. This was groundbreaking knowledge, as one of the world's greatest mysteries was very likely just solved. And it wasn't even the craziest thing he'd heard in the past couple of days. Yeah. Oh, Sakura said after giving him time to process, you will have to curb the discovery of the other villages as well as the spread of chakra artifacts. Your people are strong, but if things ever get to a point where they ever attract the attention of the God Tree's wielder, then you'll be the only shot your world has at surviving. That was the craziest thing Izuku had heard in the past couple of days. No, the craziest thing he'd ever heard in his life. Do you think I can do it? Your world had many people like me and still fell. Is this power enough? I'm not good at these sorts of speeches, Sakura said as her cheeks reddened just a touch before sighing. Naruto would know exactly what to say. Okay, listen. My people lost because we weren't united. Centuries of bloodshed formed rifts between us, and not even the end of the world itself was enough for us to survive. We all did terrible things, whether in action, reaction or inaction, Sakura said as she clenched her fist. There's so much that I wish we could have gotten right, but that chance is gone now. We lost and I accept that. Sakura's body began to glow pink as she began to fade away. My time's almost up, Sakura said as she stared at her body fading away. I'll just leave with you this. As much power as you will have one day. You have one thing that far too few people in my world did. Sakura walked up to him and jabbed her finger at his chest. You have a heart of gold. I haven't seen much of your life, but I've seen enough to know that you are the right choice. It could have been luck or fate or whatever that called you to the fruit, but you have it now. Sakura was almost fully transparent now, her entire being bathed in pink light. You're the greatest chance at stopping your world from turning into mine. I believe in you. I can't do it alone, Izuku said as he reached for Sakura and his fingers slipped through her form. I need your guidance and everyone else too. I'm just a normal kid who ate some fruit. What makes you think I deserve or could even handle this? Sakura was almost fully gone now, but even then her smile was radiant. I think you're too hard on yourself. I had the same problem. I was just a normal girl thrown in amongst gods and legends. Team and Tsunade Shisho are the reason I was able to overcome those feelings. You just need to find a team of your own. Can you promise that? It was something Izuku had always felt on some level. Kendo and Sumay and now his classmates like Yayu and Uraraka and Iida. They were all willing to help him when he was down. He was surrounded by people with hearts of gold and the thirst to fight for what was right. Perhaps that was the true blessing he had been given instead of the chakra fruit. I can, no I will. Izuku nodded to Sakura, who was almost fully gone by now. I won't let you down. I know you won't, Sakura said and her finger poked him on the forehead. Remember Izuku. You're the legacy of my world. If you're ever in serious trouble, someone will help. You just have to look inside. Izuku nodded as he felt tears build in his eyes. Do you have to go? Can't you stay? I can't, Sakura said, and it was then that she turned to light completely. My story ends here. You may get more memories from me, but this is the end of the line for me. Ideally, I'd have stayed for longer, but I couldn't stay back while you began to doubt yourself. This was worth it, so don't feel bad. The pink light began to fade, but even as sad as Sakura sounded, he could hear the smile she had in her voice. I'll leave it to you. Sakura's voice got softer and softer and softer. That was actually a good speech by me. I guess I'm not all that bad at them, after all. Izuku didn't get the chance to respond as Sakura faded away entirely. Sadness, surprise, happiness, determination. So many things flowed through his head. Yayu had raised the point, but Sakura had driven it home. He could and would do this. He had no idea what he'd do if the God Tree wielders ever came to his world, but what he did know was that he had to be prepared either way. Not just for his world, but for Sakura's world too. Their world was a brutal and evil and ugly place that lacked unity when it needed it most. He wouldn't let that happen to his own. The world turned white and just like that Sakura was gone forever. Izuku woke up with a start as he heard knocking on his door. The sun peeked through his curtains, but he could tell it was still well before school had to begin. Izuku stumbled over to his door and opened it to reveal Momo. Izuku winced at the first name slip-up, but Yayu didn't seem to mind. She skipped right past it. I said I'd wake you up, Yayu said before she thrust a thermos into his hands. Here, this should help perk you up. It's mate tea. It'll energize you like coffee, but without any of the jitters. Seriously, that's perfect. Thank you, Izuku said as he took a sip of the delicious tea. Whoa, this is great. Where did you get this from? I had a batch imported from one of the best tea farms in South America. Izuku almost spat the tea out, that couldn't have been cheap. You gained 2 priceless artifacts, yesterday, Yaoyorozu reminded him. This is the least I could do. Right. I forgot who I was talking to you. Either way, thank you, I needed this. I had a pretty weird dream. Maybe it was those pills you gave me. Oh, they did work, though, so I'm still grateful. Yaoyorozu blinked before she smiled. You must have been really tired. I could see it in your eyes. I was, Izuku agreed as he returned her smile. I feel better than I have in a long while and you're a part of the reason. Thank you. Not just for the lessons and the tea and the pills, but also when I kinda lost it for a bit there. I doubt I could have slept without you calming me down. And without sleep, he probably wouldn't have had that all-important talk with Sakura. It's really no problem, Yaoyorozu said calmly, but she did turn away from him. Anyway, I need to take care of something, so I'll see you at breakfast. See you then, Izuku said, and he watched as Yaoyorozu walked down the hall. He was about to go back into his room when Yaoyorozu stopped just before she turned the corner. Izuku? Yeah? Those pills you had weren't actually sleeping pills. They were just sugar pills. Izuku tilted his head. What? But they worked so well. Why would you do that? I'm not a pharmacist. What if I got the dosage wrong? You made pills for Uraraka back at the entrance exam. That was different, Yaoyorozu insisted, and she covered her mouth almost immediately. How? Yaoyorozu blinked. Her mouth opened to respond before it closed. She then turned on a dime and left him without a response. It was an almost exact mirror image of yesterday, but this time Izuku was the one feeling good about himself. He just hoped he hadn't woken up. Who were you talking to? Todoroki. Oh, I didn't see you there, Todoroki. I was in my room. Yeah, I gathered that. I was just speaking to Yaoyorozu. I hope I didn't wake you up. I see. Todoroki just decided to skip over the last part of what Izuku had said. Hey, Todoroki. You ever get that feeling of déjà vu? No. With that said, Todoroki turned away and walked back into his room. Izuku blinked a few times to confirm that had just happened. What the hell? Author notes. Not a lot of action, but a lot of talking. Izuku has a very important conversation with Sakura and also got an idea of what could happen if he doesn't get his chakra and the artifacts under control. Will that future come to pass? We'll have to wait and see. Also, Yaoyorozu and Izuku are getting along quite a bit more. We're past the cold stares and bumbling around phase. Mostly, there's still a lot to unpack, and I finally used Todoroki lol. Even if it were a bit part, he's a part of the rotating cast of important players. He, and others, will get their time to shine. Some sooner than others. The action will be back very, very soon, so sit tight until the next one. Thanks for the kudos, comments and subs to this FIC. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this FIC. Stay safe, join the Discord and rock on .443 Chapter 17, no big deal. Smiley face after the second awkward interaction with Todoroki. In just a few hours too, Izuku got ready as quick as he could. He drank the rest of the amazing tea that Yaoyorozu had gotten him before dressing in his uniform. He took his phone with him before walking out. The house was dead quiet, and so Izuku didn't have to worry about bumping into anyone, or at least that's what he had been hoping for. Instead, he ended up bumping into Bakugo just before he got to the bottom floor. Watch where you're going, Deku, Bakugo spat once he recognized Izuku. Bakugo gave Izuku a quick look over and he frowned as he saw that Izuku was fully dressed in his school uniform. Izuku tried to walk past and be diplomatic, but unfortunately, unsurprisingly, that didn't work for Bakugo. Where the hell are you going? Bakugo demanded as he blocked Izuku's way. School doesn't start for a few more hours, you nerd. Izuku had always found it deeply ironic that Bakugo called him a nerd. They got the same marks usually. Hell, Bakugo beat Izuku more than Izuku beat Bakugo. It was an insult that made no sense and was just to throw Izuku off and make him feel awful. Before being friends with Kendo, it would have made Izuku nervous, but as it were, Izuku had bigger things to deal with. Kendo was waiting for him, and if they were late to this thing, then it would be catastrophic. Good morning. I just have plans, Kachan, Izuku said, and he tried to walk the other way. But Bakugo blocked him off again. Can we do this later? I don't want to make Kendo wait any longer. So, you're meeting with Carrot Top, huh? Bakugo frowned as he crossed his arms. You've been weird since you started going to her gym. It's like you've forgotten where you stand in the world, Deku. Is it because of her? Izuku took a breath as he tried not to let Bakugo's nickname for Kendo bother him. What's it to you? You've never cared about what I did before. Just ignore me like you used to for the past 10 years. Izuku wished he could take those words back immediately. They were filled with spite and accusations and most of all truth. Izuku had always tried to diffuse and deflect whenever it came to Bakugo, but that was getting harder and harder for him to do. Especially when Bakugo brought other people into it like he'd done with Izuku's mom and Kendo. Either way, Izuku realized he should have de-escalated instead as Bakugo's nostrils flared. I guess little Deku has manned up, Bakugo sneered and his voice rose a few notches. Ever since that stupid accident on that stupid island at that stupid resort, you've been acting like you're above me, Deku. I hate it. Is it because all those reporters blew hot air up your ass? Keep it down, shut up, Deku, Bakugo growled before he pinned Izuku to the wall. What the hell do you want from me? Should I be grateful that you never mentioned why you fell into the stupid river in the first place? Is that why you're acting so different now? What? Confusion saturated Izuku's voice. I don't care about. That's exactly it. Bakugo growled as he cut Izuku off. Why don't you care? I could have killed you and you act all nice to me? You just ignored everyone at school and went to that carrot's gym? Then I find out you actually do have a quirk after all this time. You could have saved yourself, but you still hid it. Why? To make me feel guilty or something? Or was it so you could finally beat me in a fight? You must feel so great that you fluked a win yesterday? Bakugo's rant was getting very loud before it was cut off by a third person's voice. Yo, Bakugo, shut up, Kami said through a yawn from the bottom of the stairs. It's way too early for you to start shouting. Momo is trying to teach me how to cook and you're, like, way too loud. Just chill out, bro. Izuku turned to Kami and sure enough, Yaoyorozu was there too. She frowned as she took in the scene before them. She didn't say anything, but he could tell that she was a few seconds away from intervening. Izuku just shook his head and she seemed to get his message as her posture relaxed just a touch. Okay, that was good. Bakugo would not have reacted to her stepping well at all. Was that what Yaoyorozu's plans were? Teaching Kami how to cook? Izuku would have guessed that Kami already knew how to cook, but apparently not. Then again, both Izuku and Kendo had needed extra lessons from their moms before coming here. Before those lessons, Izuku's cooking had been passable at best. So, are you guys gonna just stand there? I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing. Bakugo spat at Kami with a venomous look. It looked like Bakugo was about to say something else, but Izuku cut him off as he broke free from Bakugo's hold. In all honesty, he probably should have done that a bit sooner. Can't we do this later, Kachan? Izuku all but begged. People are asleep and you're gonna wake them up and I've really got to go. TCH, whatever. I don't care, Bakugo said as he finally let Izuku past him. Next time we fight, I'll get you. You were lucky to get that hit in. I had you an if. Dude, you're still being way too loud, Kami interrupted once more. Is this like your thing? Being super loud in the morning? Cause that's gonna suck for the rest of us? Bakugo looked all but ready to blow a gasket at Kami's words before he calmed down. With noticeable effort, Bakugo turned away from Kami. He took a few calming breaths and the anger bled away from his face. His voice was finally at a normal volume as he said to Izuku, we'll finish this later, Deku. I won't do this in front of these extras. With that said, Bakugo walked off. Izuku watched him go for a second before he remembered he had to meet Kendo. Kami and Yaoyorozu must have had something on the stove as Kami rushed back towards it now that the show was over. Izuku nodded as he walked past Yaoyorozu, but he froze as she held onto his shoulder. Are you alright? Yaoyorozu asked and her eyes had a flicker of concern in them. That seemed personal. It's nothing I'm not used to, Izuku said as he gave what he hoped was a reassuring smile, but it didn't quite feel he'd achieved it as Yaoyorozu's face dropped further. Seriously, it's nothing. Kachan and I have just kinda always been like this. Yaoyorozu stared at him for the longest time before she lifted her hand off his shoulder. Alright, she conceded with an unsteady nod. I will not pry, I just. What is it? Izuku could read the conflict on her face clear as day. Never mind, Yaoyorozu said instead as she stepped back. I had to get back into the kitchen. Enjoy your day. Thank you, Izuku said after a pause as he walked off. Oh, I'll get your flask back to you later, Momo. I just need to clean it first. Oddly, that seemed enough to dispel the gloomy look Yaoyorozu had. That's okay. Thank you, Izuku. Izuku was running to Kendo's dorm after that as he realized it was almost time for them to. It was only after Izuku was halfway there that he realized something. I called her Momo again. Izuku yelled to himself. That's so rude. She wouldn't go back to hating me, would she? I'll tell her it was just an accident. If Izuku hadn't been so stressed, he might have remembered that Yaoyorozu had also called him by his first name. Instead, he kept running to the 1B dorm and as if the universe were shining on him. Kendo chose that exact moment to exit the house. Hello, Kendo said as he slowed to a stop. I brought along my laptop and phone just in case. Ready to go? Yes, I am, Izuku said, his breathing only a touch heavier. How did you sleep? The air was rather chilly and so Izuku used the fire chakra warming exercise he'd thought of before. Immediately, a toasty warmth spread across his body, relaxing him a bit. Pretty well actually, Kendo said as she stretched her limbs. Well, at least after Tokage stopped pestering me. What about you? I had a really weird dream, but yeah, I did sleep well, Izuku said as they began to head towards the main building. It's too bad we couldn't train this morning. You'd have had to visit Recovery Girl 2 mornings in a row. Kendo seemed to be a bit nervous, so Izuku wanted to try and calm her down. And for Kendo, the best way to do that was to distract her, whether it was with jokes, insults or whatever. Kendo snorted. As opposed to visiting her twice in one day? I don't think you have a leg to stand on. That's a pretty arrogant thing to say for someone who lost. I did not lose, Shiozaki interfered. My punch destroyed your back garden. You couldn't handle that. Oh, man. Next time we fight, I'm putting you through a tree, mostly because of that stupid headbutt. It's a valid move, yeah, for weaklings who get trapped. The only problem was that Kendo got him riled up way too easily too. He wasn't truly annoyed by it in all honesty. If anything, it was good to see that they could still have their usual back and forth. Either way, by the time they were walking into UA's main building, any anxiety and worry they'd both been feeling had been flushed away. This place is way too big, Kendo groaned as they climbed another set of stairs. It's kinda evil of them to make Principal Nezu's office right on the top floor. Whatever happened to elevators, huh? Izuku couldn't help but agree with Kendo. First his flat, then his room at the dorms and now Nezu's office. Was he just destined to climb flight after flight after flight of stairs? Is that what this was? Technically, he could use Chakra to run up the side of the wall, but if he'd done that he might as well check himself into Tartarus. We're almost done, Izuku said as he pointed ahead of them, and sure enough they climbed one last set of stairs before reaching the top floor. I'm just glad we didn't take long with those stairs. That could count as exercise, right? We did jog most of the way here. Yeah, Kendo chirped brightly as they walked towards the massive oak door before them. I guess that could count as. Ding! Izuku froze as heard a hauntingly familiar sound. As one, both he and Kendo turned towards the source of the sound. It was exactly as they feared. An elevator. Off to the left, the doors opened and out walked Midnight. She was holding a cup of coffee that she took a massive swig off. She didn't even notice them until she was right in front of them. Oh, good morning, kids, Kayama-sensei drawled as she smiled at them. What are you two doing here? Oh, wait, I've got it. You know, Recovery Girl has exactly what you need. Did she know what they were here for, or was she just guessing? Just the tone in her voice made Izuku feel a bit under the weather. Yeah, that was it. Kendo, fortunately, didn't seem to realize how Izuku felt, but unfortunately, Kayama-sensei did. We're actually not here to get healed up, Kendo said as Midnight leaned against a desk. We just needed to speak to Principal Nezu about something. Oh, I see, Kayama-sensei said as she peered at them over her glasses. The last time I saw the two of you, you guys were in rather rough shape. No sparring this morning. No, Kendo smiled before she flashed Izuku a mischievous look. I was up for it, but Izuku said I couldn't handle what he'd throw at me. What? Izuku choked on his spit. Don't say it like that, I was being honest. I've gone softer on you before and you said you felt sore for weeks. That was before we knew someone with a healing quirk. I can totally take it, come on, just once? You say that, but you'll hold it over my head if I end up hurting you. Plus, I never hold it against you when you hurt me while we spar. That was a massive lie, and judging by Kendo's face she knew it too. What? You? I see Snipe was right about you too, Midnight said as she cut into their conversation. You two seem rather spirited. It's a bit odd that you had this conversation in front of me, but I'll just take it as a sign of trust. Huh? Sensei? What do you? I can read through the lines. Kids, Kayama-sensei laughed as she fanned herself. You're talking about sparring, correct? Izuku and Kendo nodded. See, Kayama-sensei clapped her hands together. You just need to use adequate preparation and no one will be hurt. No matter how rough you are on each other. Use protection and always stretch first, trust me. That's a golden tip. See, Kendo said as she elbowed him. We'll be fine. How does tomorrow work for you? It's still a no, Izuku said vehemently. I really don't think protection is the issue here. I mean, you were the one that said we shouldn't use it ever. She said what? Kayama-sensei was ignored for the time being. It gets in the way, and I don't think it would help in this case anyways, Izuku said before he turned to Kayama-sensei. Kayama-sensei, please make her see reason. No amount of protection can help against it. I don't even think you could handle it all that well and you're a pro. You what? Kayama-sensei tilted her in genuine confusion. Before we jump to any conclusions here, what are we talking about? The argument between Kendo and Izuku was stopped in its track. They looked at each other in confusion before looking back at their sensei. What do you mean, Kayama-sensei? Kendo mirrored their teacher's head tilt. You were there too, don't you remember? That's the thing. I definitely remember something like that. Izuku blinked. You don't remember the teachers interrupting our spar? You guys said you thought it was some sort of invasion or something? Kayama-sensei blinked once, twice, 3 times. Huh, we weren't on the same wavelength at all. Pretty weird of her, Izuku had to admit. What did you think we were talking about, sensei? Well, I thought you were talking about. Kayama-sensei was cut off as the door to Principal Nezu's office was opened. Good morning, everyone, I'm guessing you are all here to see me? Yes, sir, Izuku and Kendo said as one before he added. Sorry for not going through the proper channels, but this is important. We can wait for Kayama-sensei first, though. Oh, and good morning. It was only the second time that Izuku was speaking to UA's principal, so he was still pretty nervous around him. It had been easier with Kayama-sensei since he had thought she was giving them useful advice. Now, though, he had no idea what they'd actually been talking about.
Oh, no. You two can go on ahead, Kayama-sensei said as she waved them forward. I need a few minutes to process. Okay. Thank you, Kayama-sensei, Kendo said and Izuku mirrored her bow.
Maybe all pro heroes had a screw loose. Or maybe just all adults, people? No problem. Just be sure to have another talk just like this in front of Aizawa and Vlad. Okay. Ooh. Throw Mike in there too. That should be fun. Okay, Izuku said in response before they were ushered in by Principal Nezu. We'll do that, I guess? The what was still a little unclear. Talk, that's all I ask. Izuku didn't have much time to dwell on Kayama-sensei's words as he and Kendo made their way into Nezu's office. It was quite nice actually. The furniture was made of glossy wood and the windows behind Nezu's desk gave a wonderful view of Ua and Musutafu as well. Please take a seat, Nezu offered as he took a seat of his own, on his desk. Now, tell me what is it that you two need? Did you destroy some more trees? Izuku and Kendo sat down opposite Nezu and they glanced at each other. Both were trying to figure out who would begin. They had a short standoff before Izuku sighed. He just hoped he didn't make a fool out of himself. But Kendo was feeling nervy so he had to be a good friend and take the plunge for them both. Well, sir, it's about the attack on Edgeshot. Izuku trailed off as he tried to muster up the courage to speak his mind. That was quite the unfortunate incident, Nezu said and his voice was far too cheery for what he was saying. I hear that he's well on the road to recovery so you have nothing to fear when it comes to that. That's good to know, but, that's actually not why we're here, Izuku said and he let one of his hands dangle off the armrest. It's just that I noticed something odd about the villains that attacked him. Nezu's face didn't change. You did? What did you see? The Hero Commission would have probably figured this out already, but I guess it just seemed as though those villains were too suited to fight Edgeshot. For one agonizing second, Izuku expected Nezu to laugh them out of his office. Either for stating the obvious or for coming up with an outlandish theory that no one could ever believe. Yet, none of that happened and all Nezu did was lean in a touch. It gave Izuku the confidence to continue. From what I've seen in about 60 of his fights, Edgeshot's quirk allows him to manipulate his body and even attach himself to other people's bodies, but he needs to make direct skin contact first. Izuku rattled off his memories of watching heroes surge to the fore. Practically none of those villains had their skin exposed. They all had a variety of quirks that made that an impossibility. Plus, there were a few long-range fighters which is another good way to fight against Edgeshot. Between the armored villains and the ranged fighters as well as how the villains didn't seem to care about the festival all that much, I have a feeling that the attack was solely meant to focus on Edgeshot. Especially since Edgeshot is a bit elusive and hardly spends any time at his own agency according to reports. Izuku took a deep breath as he finished the mother of all info dumps. He hadn't meant to say so much so quickly, but it had all just kinda come out. He had been speaking so quickly that he wondered just how much the others had understood what he'd said. Kendo rapped her knuckles against him and he took that as a positive. She was already used to his motor mouth so he wasn't surprised she understood what he was saying. I see. Well, I agree with your assessment, Midoriya. Now, that was a surprise. You do? Izuku asked and he got a nod in response. What? Why? It's just a hunch and I haven't had much time to go over it. Nezu raised a hand paw and shushed Izuku. As I've already said, I agree with you, Midoriya. In fact, after witnessing the attack myself, I sent an email to the Hero Commission stating just about what you just told me. However, I also have some knowledge about the attack that I think would interest you. Izuku glanced toward a confused Kendo before he said, what is it? Well, some artifacts from the site you discovered were rumored to be making an appearance. That was the biggest attraction of the festival, after all, Nezu said as he set off a bomb in Izuku's head. Unfortunately, the Yayu company had a delay, but the villains didn't get the memo. I imagine they were hoping to make off with the artifacts. I see. Well that's, good to know. It really was. Sakura's warning was vivid in his head. He had to stop the spread of those artifacts as soon as possible. He had no idea if people were somehow harnessing chakra off of them, but on some level, he knew that they were. It was the only thing that could explain the scramble for them. Well, either that or all these people were really avid history buffs. Now, Kendo, I assume you also had something to say? Kendo blinked. Yes, I do. This is hard to explain, but a few months ago my family's gym got attacked by a gang of criminals. Ah yes, Nezu nodded rapidly. One of the only times the vigilante cage was caught on camera, correct? A bolt of panic shot down Izuku's spine as he heard Nezu's response. His lips felt super dry all of a sudden and he licked them as he sat a bit straighter in his seat. Thankfully, Kendo didn't seem to notice his fidgeting as she nodded. Yes, Kendo said as she pulled out her laptop and it was already on the video. This is the night I got rescued by Cage. Though, that isn't really important. What is important is about this guy, Fuzui Narami. Fuzui Narami, him. His quirk was a sort of paralyzing gaze, correct? If I remember correctly he was sentenced to 5 years in Hoshi prison. You are not the first person he went after unfortunately. Why is he relevant? Kendo looked toward him and all Izuku could do was give her a nod. Izuku didn't feel he had been all that convincing, but for whatever reason Kendo did seem to gain more confidence as she sat straighter and her voice became firmer, more assured. He was one of the assailants that attacked Edgeshot, Kendo said as she tapped away at her laptop and brought the video of the festival attack up. He's the one that uses the long-range beam to paralyze Edgeshot. See, right there. He's a bit thinner, but that's him. His quirk is a little different, but even so, I know it's him. As opposed to before, Nezu didn't answer back with a smile. Instead, he watched the video of Edgeshot's attack over and over as he took control of Kendo's laptop. He put the gym surveillance video and the festival attack before letting them play. Nezu must have repeated this 10 times before he sighed. I see, Nezu said and there was no longer any levity in his demeanor. I did not catch this detail yesterday. I remember the vast majority of people I read about, but my brain did not make the connection. Perhaps because I did not expect a villain to have escaped one of the most secure prisons in Japan. He believed them? Just like that? Wait, you don't think we're crazy? Izuku blurted out. We barely believed it ourselves because an escaped prisoner is big news. I mean, I guess it's not that unbelievable since they have someone with a warp quirk on their side. Though that must mean that someone broke Fuzui out on purpose, which all but confirms that the attack on Edgeshot was premeditated. Even more than just the selection of quirks his opponents had. Izuku blinked as he remembered where he was. Nezu gave him a blank look, or maybe Izuku just thought it was blank because animals didn't really have facial expressions, while Kendo was motioning with her hand for him to carry on. Ahem. Hitsuka and I were just wondering if the commission had mentioned anything about this. We both believe it's in the public's best interests to be aware of someone breaking villains out of prison. I'm sure heroes have already been made aware unless. Izuku paused. He couldn't read Nezu's face all that well, but judging from Nezu's posture he was not happy. Still, Izuku voiced the treacherous thought aloud. Unless the commission hasn't made heroes aware of this specific prison break?
It didn't need to be said why that was a bad thing. They were all thinking the same thing. If they said nothing about this one breakout, then the obvious follow-up was how many were they keeping quiet about. The follow-up to that was what other things were the hero commission hiding.
Izuku could think of a few things that would fit the bill, all of which he really shouldn't say. In the end, Nezu didn't answer Izuku's question. Thank you for coming in, you too. I must say that this meeting has been rather illuminating. There was a glint in Nezu's eyes that neither Izuku nor Kendo decided to bring up. No problem, sir, Kendo said as they got out of their seats. I do feel a lot better now knowing I wasn't going crazy. Well, you weren't. It was smart of you to come to me with this, Nezu said as his foul mood abated. Do you have any more questions? Well, other than your compensation, of course. Compensation? Why, yes. You didn't think I wouldn't reward you for this, did you? Izuku and Kendo looked at each other. An unspoken conversation was had between the two before as one they nodded. Could we settle that later? Kendo asked, which drew a quick nod from Izuku. We really didn't want or expect any compensation here. There's nothing wrong with being rewarded for a job well done, you know? Nezu said as he rose to his feet. Are you sure there's nothing you want? For now, we're sure, Izuku affirmed and Kendo nodded at his words. I'm sure we may need that favor later, but it just doesn't feel right asking for something now. Not that we aren't grateful, but… Kendo kicked his foot, causing Izuku to let out a small yelp. It's alright. I understand, Nezu said as he put his hands behind his back. Now, run along, kids. Let's go and see Kayama-sensei. She has been out there for quite some time now. Izuku was about to leave when he remembered something. Sir, if you don't mind me asking, when could we speak with All Might about this? I'm sure he's busy since he's still an active pro, but he's the only teacher that I haven't seen yet. Well, him and 13 actually. It was a bit embarrassing to ask this of Nezu, especially since he could definitely put some pressure on the commission. In all honesty, though, Izuku both wanted and needed this. Meeting All Might under any circumstances was good for Izuku, but this was critical. If he could get confirmation that even All Might didn't know about this situation, then he'd have a better idea of what they were working with. They essentially had their answer since Nezu hadn't been aware of Fuzui's escape, which was something All Might definitely would have told him. Even so, you could never be too sure. All Might is currently working with the third years as well as his normal hero work. The chance for a meeting may open up in the coming weeks. I'll tell Aizawa and Vlad to keep you posted, Nezu said, and thankfully he didn't sound offended at all. Now, I saw you complain about the stairs. I'd offer the staff elevator, but I'm afraid that would attract a lot of untoward attention. Kendo and Izuku exchanged looks. So, it was a staff elevator that Kayama-sensei had used. No wonder they hadn't seen it anywhere. The access was probably in the teacher's lounge or something. It was a bit annoying that the students had to use the stairs again, but there was no use crying about it now. No problem, sir, and thank you for listening to us, Kendo said, but she was waved off by Nezu. I should be thanking the two of you. From what I've seen and heard from your teachers, you two had already piqued my interest, but now you have my attention.
Izuku licked his lips nervously. That was a compliment quite clearly, so why did it feel like a threat? He couldn't sense any true malice in what Nezu had said, but he sensed just enough to tell that this would be a problem in future.
After all, Nezu would have seen his entrance exam and probably other stuff Aizawa-sensei would have mentioned about him. And now they were blowing open a likely cover-up by the Hero Commission. Izuku would watch himself closely too, in all honesty. We won't let you down. Naturally, Kendo was either oblivious or welcoming to the underlying threat in Nezu's tone. They walked out of the office and Kayama-sensei looked up as she rose. Is everything alright? Yes, Nezu said as they walked out. Just gather the staff. Midnight. We need to have an earlier start to our morning meeting. Midnight. Not Kayama-sensei. Izuku looked at Kendo and her face mirrored his. The severity of the situation was unknown, but they now knew they were privy to something rather important. They bit their tongues as Midnight, clearly no longer Kayama-sensei, made for the elevator with controlled haste. Midoriya. Kendo, Nezu called after them. I trust you'll be able to keep this between us for now. There's no need to cause any unnecessary panic amongst your peers. Kendo nodded as Izuku stepped forward. We understand, sir. Izuku would honor the faith Nezu was showing in them and wouldn't tell another soul. Mostly because Sumay already knew if he were being honest. He doubted he could have kept such a straight face otherwise. Well, run along now, Nezu said as his cheery mood returned. Class 1B is running the same trial 118 did this week, correct? Oh, yes. Kendo nodded before she turned to Izuku. I think we had to do it in another venue because of damages. Vlad-sensei didn't want to elaborate. Yesterday and today had been so crazy that Izuku just realized he hadn't told Kendo all that much about yesterday's trial. Yes, that's true. Midoriya and Todoroki certainly did a lot of damage. I hope your class will be different, bye. Nezu waved and he walked away with a pep in his step as if he hadn't just thrown Izuku under the bus. You destroyed a training room? That's awesome. Kendo yelled as she grabbed him by the shoulders. You're telling me everything. Let's go. We're taking the scenic route for this. Izuku didn't bother letting Kendo know that it was a team effort between him, Bakugo and Todoroki. Instead, he let Kendo drag him along as he began to run through the fights from top to bottom. They did indeed take the scenic route and Kendo was enthusiastic about everything as she asked question after question and made comment upon comment. It was the furthest thing from annoying, though. In fact, it was the perfect bomb for his nerves. Shoving it in your mouth is an option? Iida tanked an explosion? You broke someone's jaw? Kinda mean of you. Someone broke your jaw? Huh? If Kendo could remain the same after all that, then so could Izuku.
Izuku wrapped his story up as they came up to the 1A house. They had taken a path that led them away from the school building so Izuku could be dropped off first for a change. There was a large truck parked in 1A's parking lot, but he was too far away to see any useful details.
So after Todoroki got me, Yayu and I both needed medical attention and I don't know what happened after that, Izuku said as he wrapped the story up. I had to carry Yayu to the infirmary cause I kinda busted her leg. And Todoroki apparently won really quick, knowing him he probably glacier-read the whole arena, twice. Was that even a word, glaciered? He wasn't sure, but it was just something he could see Todoroki doing. Your class has some really awesome quirks, Kendo said as she continued to walk while also doing a few punches. I hope my class is full of as many nutters. You got me so revved up, right now. It wasn't news that Kendo wanted to get hit, it was still a bit odd, but Izuku didn't have a leg to stand on there. He punched way too many washing machines to be thought of as normal. And fridges. And cars, and trees, and criminals. Bakugo must be pissed at Aizawa-sensei, though, right? Kendo said as she did a few shadow punches and kicks to her imaginary opponent. I'm sure you could have tanked his attack if your sensei didn't get involved. Izuku blinked. What do you mean? Kendo stopped her shadow boxing as she turned to him, confused.
You said Bakugo's attack flickered out abruptly, right? Kendo asked as a frown grew on her face. He isn't the type to hold back. Let alone against you, so I guess Aizawa-sensei must have tried to cancel both your quirks, but you were just quicker to the punch.
No, this was bad. That was why Bakugo had backed out. It was thanks to Aizawa-sensei's intervention. It also explained how his battle scarf had caught Bakugo so quickly, because Aizawa's quirk was already active. Izuku just didn't notice because erasure didn't work on him. And that was something that Aizawa-sensei most likely knew now, but for whatever reason chose not to bring up. Izuku? Kendo put her hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? You seem kinda off. Is it because of Bakugo? Did he say something to piss you off? I knew I hated that. No, Izuku lied through his teeth as he forced a smile. Sorry, it's just been a hectic few days is all. I kinda feel like I'm drowning. Oh, sorry to hear that, Kendo said before her eyes lit up. We should go out this weekend. Who? Us? Yeah, Kendo said as if he were stupid. We used to go out all the time and just have fun. Now, we don't really do any of that anymore. We went out last week, though, plus, I have plans for this weekend already. Oh, I guess you're just bored of me, then, I understand. Izuku choked on his spit as Kendo walked away. In a flash, he turned her around and grabbed onto her hands. What? No, that's not it. That actually sounds great. I think I do need to let off some steam. Genuinely, he did need to relax despite it only being 2 days into the semester. He just didn't want to blow off Yayu and undo any progress they'd made in their friendship. Great, Kendo said as her smile returned in full force. Do whatever you planned first, though. We can go out at any time you want, really. Much like this morning with Todoroki, Izuku got a strong feeling of deja vu. Alright, Izuku grumbled as he let go of Kendo and continued down the road. You know you make it really hard to say no when you pull that sad act. I know, Kendo said far too smugly. Anyways, I've got run. Tetsu said he'd cook today, so yeah. I should be there, just in case. I can't let my class get hurt. Unless it's by my fists. I need to do better than you did in the battle exercise. That was a terrible motive, but wisely Izuku didn't voice that, or so he thought.
Yeah, it is, but it's allowed, so who cares? Kendo agreed with his spoken thoughts. Anyways, let me know what time you want to go, okay? I'll figure out what we can do. My treat. Sound good.
They were now right in front of the 1A house. Izuku could see someone was busy in the back of the moving truck and there were already a few stuff on the lawn. Curiously, despite the van, there were no movers and there was a lot of stuff that needed to be moved. Perfect, Izuku replied to Kendo whose phone rang as she walked off. She waved goodbye as she answered only to scream out a very loud, what? before sprinting down the road to her dorm. Izuku felt he owed Tetsu a gift. Izuku was about to go inside when he heard a voice talking, cursing from inside the moving van. The person sounded absolutely drained and it was still early in the day. It was very understandable, though, considering the amount of stuff that needed to be moved. Who in the world had or needed such a huge mattress? Yes, mother. I know she's busy, but Tomiko definitely did this just to spite me. Oh, Yaoyorozu walked out the back of the van carrying a large box. It began to tip forward, so Izuku dashed forward and caught it using some chakra as insurance. The box was heavy, but thankfully it didn't fall. Izuku looked up at Yaoyorozu's shocked face and all he could was smile, a bit embarrassed. Need a hand? Yaoyorozu didn't answer. She had a wireless headset in her ear and there was sweat pouring from her face and even through her uniform. She stared at him for a while longer before she snapped out of her daze. I will call you back later, mother. I need to move all my stuff alone thanks to Tomiko. Enjoy your day. Thank you, Yaoyorozu said before she ended the call. She stepped out of the van and held out her hands to take the box he'd caught. Thank you for that, Yaoyorozu said, her voice holding a touch of exhaustion. I can take it from here. She stepped forward to take it, but Izuku stepped away. You don't have any movers? Does that mean you moved all your stuff out there on your own? What about the driver? Izuku looked at the driver and he blinked as he saw a rather old man who was asleep behind the wheel. He's too old for that, Yaoyorozu said dryly before she sighed. Come on, just pass me the box. It's the last one. Yaoyorozu made another lunge that Izuku dodged. Sorry, I can't do that, Izuku said after easily avoiding her grab. Why is your stuff so late anyway? I thought you had everything you needed. My sister's secretary got my stuff lost in transit, Yaoyorozu said as she crossed her arms. I guess she was too busy with other stuff to solve this sooner. In any case, it does not matter. I can handle this. Yaoyorozu's tone was neutral, but her fingers were digging into her arms. Any more force would probably shred her blazer. Izuku put the box down before he checked the inside of the truck. He confirmed it was empty before he shut it. I'm moving your stuff, Izuku said. No, told Yaoyorozu, you should have asked someone for help once you saw there were no movers. I don't care that you think you can handle this alone. I mean, we both know you can, but you don't have to. Yaoyorozu was quiet for a bit before she sighed. Thank you. I was worried I would not have had enough time to move it all and I did not want to wake anyone after the day we had yesterday. It was a terrible excuse. Especially since Yaoyorozu had had the worst day aside from Iida and Bakugo. It was really nice of her, though. It was a side of Yaoyorozu that had always been present, but one he hadn't learned to appreciate until recently. She seemed aloof and cold, but she was really nice at her core. It was why she had risked her health to save everyone at the entrance exam and left herself too weak to hold onto a rope, which led to her getting rather hurt. It was why she prepared so many meals for their dorm without ever asking for a word of thanks or praise. It was why she'd calmed Izuku down from his anxiety attack and still thought she owed him something for getting a bit of blood on a shuriken. Yup. Really nice. Maybe that was why Izuku had felt just a little drawn to her, like he had with Kendo and Sumay and above all Might. There was something in Izuku that just responded to genuine goodness. The same trait was shared by many in his class. After just a few days, he truly considered a few of them to be friends already. Friends don't let their friends suffer alone, Yaoyorozu, Izuku said before he picked up the box and smiled. Shall we? Yaoyorozu stared at him for a bit before she returned a blazing smile. Yes, I'll walk in front of you so I can warn you of any girls walking around. They should start waking up fairly soon. Kami and I already made food, though, so that will not be a problem. That sounds good, Izuku said before he paused. Where is Kami? Wasn't she awake too? She got bored after we finished and went to sleep, not long after you left, Yaoyorozu said with a sigh. I didn't even think to ask her. Izuku smiled as Yaoyorozu picked up a few bags. That sounds like her. You stay on the top floor. Yaoyorozu turned to him as his words trailed off. What's wrong? That bed is a lot bigger up close. Really? I brought the smallest mattress we had at home. Smallest? Suddenly, Izuku felt about 10 times poorer than a few seconds ago. Maybe 20 times. He shook those sobering thoughts off. Let's go, Yaoyorozu. I doubt Aizawa-sensei would accept us being late. Yaoyorozu chewed on her lip for a moment before. Momo. Huh? Izuku blinked. Just call me Momo, she said before turning away sharply. I introduced myself like that to you at the exam, so it just makes sense. Plus, I noticed you kept switching between my name and surname, so this is just to help you. Actually, I have no preference either way and it's preposterous of you to think otherwise. So, in short, you can call me Momo if you want to. Izuku blinked at Momo's unexpected and verbose rant. There was a flash of pink from one of Momo's legs before a small fire truck fell to the floor. Did you mean to do that? Izuku asked as he peered at the toy fire truck. I have no idea what you're talking about, Izuku, Momo said as she charged off. Now, let's go. We need to make haste. She was never going to bring the fire truck up again, was she? Okay. It didn't take them long to move everything upstairs, even the gigantic mattress. Momo had given him another generous helping of her fancy tea, which Izuku would probably need another helping of later on. They lived on the same floor, so once they moved everything, Izuku just had to cross the divide to get back to his. Neither of them mentioned the fire truck, not even when Momo failed at stealthily picking it up. As opposed to his first few days in UA, the next 3 weeks were very quotidian. There hadn't been any major happenings in his life or in Japan in general. It was relieving in a way to Izuku. He had been able to focus on school and harnessing his chakra as well as getting used to using kunai and shuriken. The weeks of nothingness had been immensely helpful to him. He had even gotten around to using chakra strings, and while he could make them now, he couldn't quite use them, but he was getting there. They seemed to stick to anything, which was super helpful when he was too lazy to get up and get a pen. Unfortunately, half the time he'd end up throwing the pen away instead of bringing it closer. Like he said, he'd get there. As for the kunai and shuriken, they came fairly quickly to Izuku. Momo had been surprised at his learning speed, and in truth, Izuku wasn't sure where it came from. He wasn't quite as accurate as Momo was, but she said he was probably able to use them in a fight now, which was a big deal. He wondered if the chakra fruit had anything to do with it. Did he have a bit of an innate sense of how to use them because they were laced with chakra? Or perhaps it was the instincts and skills of thousands of shinobi coming to the fore? Or maybe he just had good aim. Either way, Izuku was glad for the rapid progress. He'd even come a far way with using a few jutsu, elemental jutsu. That being said, things were far too quiet for his liking. The proposed meeting with All Might had not happened yet, but he had been sighted around the school apparently, which was a start. On the other hand, the news had still made no mention of Fuzui being out of prison. Sumay had agreed that there was something larger going on and she needed some capital to get things started. Thankfully, they had plenty of Miraculum kunai to spare. He had given her just the one which they both felt was plenty. How much was one worth anyway? Probably not too much. Sumay was going to use it to try and lure Fuzui in particular out of hiding. Principal Nezu's tip-off about the reason for the Edgeshot attack had inspired this plan. However, despite exhausting her sources, Sumay had made no progress. And that was probably why she had decided to do something unbelievably stupid about all of that. He thought back to the message that Sumay had sent him just earlier that day. Sumay, I'm going to meet with this guy who apparently knows how to set things up. It cost me a lot just to find out where the guy is, but apparently, he's the go-to guy for these things. I leave all my passwords and the clock in my living room. I just want you to know in case I die, smiley face. Izuku had called her immediately after she'd sent that. Unfortunately, Sumay had declined all his calls. The worst part was that Izuku had been at school, so he hadn't been able to fly over to Sumay and provide her with some protection. As a result, this left Izuku rather distracted for the majority of lessons. Even during the rescue exercises they had done at the USJ, which was admittedly a spectacular place, he hadn't done so well. When it was all said and done, Izuku wanted to get back on the bus and then touch base with Sumay. Midoriya, please stay behind. Unfortunately, Aizawa-sensei had other plans. Izuku ignored the looks he got from the rest of his class as they were escorted to the bus by 13. Momo gave him a questioning look, but he waved it off. He could only hope it was something mundane like choosing their class representatives like how Kendo's class had done. Kendo loved gloating that she'd been made 1B's representative, which was so childish and definitely not class representative material in his books. He truly felt that. Really, it totally wasn't because he was jealous or anything. Him jealous? Never. It's not like he was worried that Kendo would have an edge on him if he wasn't made 1A's representative. No, Kendo was mature enough to not bring something like that up. Especially with how Aizawa-sensei seemed to have it in for him. He doubted he'd ever be made class representative, and Kendo would definitely be 100% empathetic and kind-hearted about the whole thing. Yeah, he was screwed, wasn't he? Why yes, sensei? Izuku asked, and he winced at the stutter. What is it? He had gotten a lot better at the stuttering thing. Truly, he didn't even feel that nervous around girls anymore. Yeah, sure, Hagakure and Ishido had about zero care for personal space, but he was gonna get past that eventually. He'd done it before, but this was different. Ever since Kendo had speculated that Aizawa-sensei had interrupted his and Bakugo's fight, everything seemed all too obvious now. Izuku was always the one to run through exercises first. He got terrible matchups all the time, and any drop in performance was chastised, harshly. It was terrifying and aggravating, but it didn't feel malicious, which was why Izuku accepted it. This treatment was leagues better than the cold indifference that he was used to at Aldera. Plus, Aizawa-sensei definitely spread some misery around for them all. He had given Hagakure and Mineta harsher fitness regimens than everyone else. He was also quick to shut down any excessive boasting done by Bakugo, Kaminari, and once again Mineta, just to name examples. He had even criticized Todoroki for not using his fire, and that had been all everyone had spoken about for 2 whole days. While Todoroki wasn't around, of course. No one was dumb enough to say that to his face. No one wanted to get glacy red, after all. All in all, Aizawa-sensei was a slave driver to them all. It was for their own good, but even so, Izuku still felt like he was being singled out by his teacher. He could be right, or maybe it was just in his head. It was possible that he was panicking because Kendo had planted the idea that his sensei was watching his every move. Your performance was subpar today. Aizawa-sensei crawled as he went through his notes. I know you want to specialize in frontline combat, but rescue is just as important. Do you only care about fighting? Izuku held back a wince at the cutting criticism. Brutal as it was accurate. It was hard to feel truly aggrieved when Izuku himself couldn't disagree with any of what his sensei said. Sorry, sensei. I do value rescue work. I know how important it is. Izuku bowed his head out of a mix of shame and fear. I've just had a lot on my mind today. I shouldn't have let that distract me, though. I'm sorry, sensei. I'll do better tomorrow. Usually, these talks ended with a silent dismissal, and a part of Izuku was hoping for that. Midoriya. Izuku looked up at his sensei, his hopes for a quick dismissal up in smoke. What's on your mind? Aizawa's sensei asked as he crossed his arms. It's not good enough to bottle these things up. A worried mind is a distracted mind, and in our business that could be deadly. Oh, this was different. Aizawa's sensei was asking about his feelings? No, that couldn't be it. This was Eraserhead. There had to be another play that he just wasn't seeing. Then again, what if he was trying to get through to Izuku? What was the best response in a situation like this? It's no big deal, Izuku said, and even he didn't believe his own words. I'll handle it and won't get any more distractions. Aizawa's sensei sighed. Look, Midoriya. Principal Nezu told me what you and Kendo from 1B had discovered. If that is what is bothering you, then know that some of the best are on that case as we speak. Some of the best? You mean pros are investigating our tip-off? Yes, Aizawa's sensei nodded as he held up his phone. This is confidential, but I think you deserve to know. I got a request on the Hero Network from someone who has a lead. Apparently, my Quirk would be well suited to handling the person we're tracking down. Izuku wasn't sure who Eraserhead wouldn't be well suited to hunting down. Even if the person had a mutant Quirk, Eraserhead was still extremely adept with his battle scarf. If Izuku were a hero, he'd always try to get Eraserhead to work with him on larger operations. It just made sense. If it's confidential, why would you tell me this? Izuku chose to ask instead of mentioning any of that. Isn't that against protocol? Not that I'm not grateful, but… It is, Aizawa's sensei confirmed immediately. However, as you are the one who tipped us off, I think an exception can be made. You're only a first-year student. You should only be worried about performing well in class and not about jailbreaks. For one painstaking moment, Izuku wanted to let it all out. He wanted to tell his teacher about everything from the chakra fruit to the miraculum to Sumay to Cage and everything. Just vent and let it all out at once. He could see that Aizawa's sensei, much like Sumay and much like Principal Nezu, wanted the best for him. It was so obvious, and yet after he'd caught out the Iwatani 3, Izuku wasn't sure if that was enough anymore. Appearances were deceiving. 3 of the best heroes in Japan could be cooperating with heinous villains right under your nose. That didn't apply here, though. Aizawa's sensei was definitely a good person. Izuku was the problem if he were honest. Aizawa's sensei had no want for fame or riches. That was how most underground heroes operated, after all. After 3 weeks, Izuku had a good bead on the genuineness of Aizawa's sensei, no matter how harsh his criticism was. There was exactly zero chance that Aizawa's sensei was on the wrong side here. The only reason Izuku kept quiet was because he was scared of the fallout. In the current climate, heroes had to do everything right. Following the terror attack, Edgeshot had been slated for losing his fight. It was bordering on a smear campaign that was being ran by many media outlets and platforms including Starlight News. Unsurprisingly, it was clearer by the day just how twisted that channel along with Masuko Misuza was. Even Maruko hadn't faced this type of an onslaught after the fire at her nightclub. A fire that had only been started thanks to some of her colleagues collaborating with Dabi and Muscular. Not that many even knew that. It was a bit of a hard time to be a hero. Approval ratings were still plummeting and the public and media seemed eager to jump on any failures made by heroes. Which wasn't wrong per se, but it did sometimes feel incredibly unfair to those on the receiving end of those criticisms and frustrations. UA couldn't afford the drama that having a vigilante student would bring. Let alone one of the most prominent vigilantes in recent days. As true and righteous as the teachers were, Izuku could not and would not expect them to let him off the hook. Not when UA's flawless image was key to a lot of the funding he got. It was how UA managed to be a free hero course and still be the best one. Asking UA for such help could screw things up for current students and immeasurably more students and civilians in the future. Plus the effect it would have on the reputation of the teachers, something they would have spent many hard years building, would be devastating. So, it was a twisted form of cowardice and practicality that kept Izuku's mouth shut. In a way, Izuku was glad that he hadn't met All Might again. He doubted that All Might would look upon his actions and thought process positively. And that realization hurt more than a giant uppercut from Kendo. Sensei, Izuku turned to see Hagakure not too far away from them. 13 was asking if we could leave now. Everyone's waiting for you guys. Hagakure, much like Kami, had appeared out of nowhere. Or maybe it was obvious that she was there and he just hadn't noticed. She was in her costume. After all, so that couldn't have helped. Either way, Izuku was too relieved to care about it too much. Don't worry, we're done here, Aizawa-sensei said to Hagakure before he turned to Midoriya. I hope you understand that I just want what's best for you, Midoriya. My door is always open if you need extra help. Izuku nodded. He knew that already. For whatever reason, he just couldn't take that leap of faith. Not yet, not when he still had unfinished business as Cage. It was bordering on self-punishment, but sometimes sacrifices had to be made. If Izuku had to deal with anxiety and stress and dread and worry and pain until this was solved, then so be it. He'd just have to endure it. The three of them walked back to the bus in silence. As soon as Izuku was seated, he was swarmed by questions, but he forced a smile and waved off everyone's concerns. He liked to think it worked. It was only once they were back at their dorm that Izuku was able to get enough respite to check his phone. Sumay had responded. Sumay, I got a tip-off from the broker that a massive Miraculum deal is going down tonight at the Crasher Wake water park. It's gonna be after hours. Apparently, one of the people has an in with the owners. You want in? A worrying glee filled Izuku. Me? I'll go there. I'll meet up at yours first. Crasher Wake was pretty far away, but it would only take a train ride to get there. And probably quite a few body flickers if he wanted to get all that stuff out of there. Unless he could finally use some of the stuff he'd gotten from the Iwatani Three's deal with Dabi. Izuku was about to charge upstairs, but he was held up as a hand landed on his shoulder. He turned to see Momo and her face was set in a bit of a frown. Their classmates filtered past them and were paying virtually no attention to them.
Come with me, Momo said, and there was no room for negotiation. I need to talk to you.
Izuku stalled for a bit before he nodded. He followed Momo to the elevator, which was thankfully empty. It let out on their floor and oddly instead of going to his room they went to hers. Momo invited him inside and Izuku took in the look of her room. Her entirely too massive bed took up a large chunk of the room, but that wasn't even the best part of it. She had a bevy of books all placed on bookshelves. From the book covers, he could see that they ranged from textbooks to encyclopedias to manuals to even romance books. He even spotted the toy fire truck that Momo had accidentally made resting on her windowsill, its coat as glossy as ever. There were also a lot of failed and/or decommissioned creations that Momo had taken apart. The hoverboard from the Quirk aptitude test and also the blunderbuss he had seen her use at the entrance exam. He had helped her get her stuff here, but he actually hadn't been in here since then, nor had he helped her unpack. They usually met downstairs before training and split up once the elevator got them to their floor. So seeing all of Momo's room like this was awesome. Izuku breathed out as he carefully picked up a Matryoshka doll that was empty on the inside. Your room is great. Did you put something in here before? Yes, I put smoke bombs, Momo answered as a hesitant smile grew on her face. Do you actually like it? This is how it was always like at home. My mother and sister always said it was too disorganized. I try to clean everything, but it always ends up like this somehow. It is busy, Izuku conceded before he added, but it's you. A blunderbuss next to a bookshelf filled with books on physics and chemistry? I've never seen anything like it, but that's a good thing. We all have our quirks, right? At least it's not all Might figurines and shuriken.
The room somehow fit Momo perfectly and it reminded him that he had to go and see Kendo's room. Usually, they met outside the dorms or in his room. It probably wasn't fair of him to let Kendo keep trekking between the two dorms.
Thank you. And I already told you I liked your room, Momo said with a more assured smile. I still think mine is a bit cramped, though. The organized chaos of Momo's room was remarkable to him. There wasn't all that much space to move around, true, but only because Momo's very essence seemed to fill the room. Confusingly, that also seemed to make the room so big that Izuku could probably get lost in it. Maybe this was how Momo had seen his room. It was quite something to see a full-on visual representation of who someone was as a person. Despite all the conversations, weapons training and such that they had, this still felt a bit more personal. It was weird. It also wasn't why he was here. Why did you call me here?
Momo straightened at his question. I forgot about that, apologies. I wanted to know if you were okay. You have seemed a bit out of sorts recently. I have. In class, yes, Momo confirmed with a nod. You seem distracted and tired. I have no idea if it is due to all the early and late training you do.
She knew about those, so I just want to make sure you're okay. Momo finished with a nervous smile, as your friend. A conflicting storm of emotions crashed through his mind.
These past few weeks have been hard, but things are looking up, I think, Izuku admitted as he recalled Sumayer's last message. I'm sorry if I worried you, and the extra training is just something I do either on my own or with Kendo from 1B. If anything, all the extra training I've been doing has been keeping me centered.
The obvious implication was that Izuku included the few training sessions he'd had with Momo. Momo, being Momo, seemed to get the hint as she turned away in embarrassment. He almost felt like doing the same, but honestly, nothing could surpass him having a panic attack in front of Momo. That had been awkward. Hauntingly so, but it had inured him against most of the awkwardness that being around Momo seemed to generate. You seem close to Kendo, Momo said as she zeroed in on his words. Are you guys friends? Best friends. She's a lot of things, but she's just the best, Izuku said before frowning. You're not gonna tell her I said that, right? That would be almost as bad as him showing Bakugo up in literally anything. No, Momo said, her brow scrunched up. Aren't best friends supposed to hear nice stuff like that? That's in all the books I've read. I've read those books too, and Kendo isn't anything like the people in them, Izuku said, and he was only half serious, in a good way, of course. Most of the time. She is a great person. I should introduce you too, she'd love you. You think so? Definitely, she likes that you broke my jaw in our fight. Really? Izuku nodded. It's like I said. Nothing like the people in the books. She'll probably try to fight you, actually. Me? Momo exclaimed as she pointed at herself. Why? What did I do? Nothing really. Kendo just likes fighting strong people. Izuku shrugged as he made his way to the door. She's a fantastic teacher though. Just like you. Once I finish with my stuff I'll introduce you to each other. This would be good for both Kendo and Momo, right? He did feel that way. If Momo had read the same books Izuku had on making friends then she probably struggled with doing that. Just like Kendo and he both had before meeting each other. One thing the books got right was that all sorts of people struggled with making friends. On paper, Kendo and Momo both seemed like the type to have a whole coterie of friends to call on. In reality, that clearly wasn't the case for either of them. Plus, it would give Kendo another friend. After the horror show that was Kendo's middle school, she definitely could do with more good people in her life. Momo more than fit the bill for that despite the rocky start she and Izuku had had. I didn't expect to make too many friends here, Momo said and her reluctance was painfully prominent. You're sure she won't hate me? Our class has been fine but… It was strange. Looking at Momo now reminded him of Kendo. When she had been super hesitant to even acquaint herself with the rest of 1B. And yet they now trusted her enough to make class representative. It made his plan to introduce them even more of a priority. Their desire to make friends was hamstrung by their reluctance to open up to anyone. There was definitely more to Momo's reluctance than she was letting on. No one normal would hate you, Izuku assured her, which made Momo relax before she looked away. Trust me. You guys will get on great. I'm almost sure of it. Almost. Izuku's phone beeped and he checked it to see it was a message from Sumay. His improved mood took a bit of a hit as he shot a reply back before putting it away. Momo was watching him with a keen eye. She clearly had something on her mind, but in the end, she let it go. Sorry, but I need to go, Izuku said and his tone was a bit more serious. I'll probably be back around the dorms late at night. Please let the others know in case anyone's looking for me. The tonal shift was a bit unintentional on his part, but it did seem to resonate with Momo, who nodded her understanding. Is there anything I can do to help? Izuku shook his head immediately. No, this is just something I have to do. I'll see you later, Momo. Oh okay. His good mood faded a bit at Momo's reproachful look and flinch away. Izuku felt rather awful for his quick dismissal of Momo. It was actually rich of him to push her aid aside so casually. Especially considering how much help Momo had been offering him. Yet, that was exactly why he didn't want her or Kendo or Iida or anyone involved. This was his burden. He was responsible for the burgeoning miraculum trade so naturally, he had to put a stop to it all. Not just because it was illegal, but also because of Sakura's warning. It had been on an infinite loop in his mind. Its volume in his head could only be dimmed, but never fully silenced. A furious need to fix this mess drove Izuku to get this out of the way. He was now better than he had been 3 weeks ago and he hoped that would be enough to take on whatever came his way. It had to be. Before he knew it, Izuku was in his room and he locked the door behind him before also drawing the curtains shut. Izuku extracted a scroll and he unfurled it before channeling chakra into it. There was a burst of smoke before he saw it. His mask. Izuku picked it up and the ceramic was cool to his touch. The animal decal on it was the same as ever as was to be expected. Hiruzen's scroll was next to it, but there was a third and last item that drew the eye. It was clearly a handle of some sort and yet there was no blade. He had seen it many times since he'd gotten it from the Iwatani 3, but he'd never actually used it. If there even was a use for it. It looked like a hilt of some sort, but beyond that, he had no idea. Stealth though, today was as good a day as any to use it. He just hoped he could figure out how it worked. After night had fallen, Izuku had flown on over to Sumay's. Much like the last time, he hadn't faced any issues and so while he was going through some stretches, calm and anticipation were at war within him as the time to leave drew nearer and nearer. Are you ready for this? Sumay asked as he began to stretch his legs. It's been a while and the last time we got involved with Miraculum was chaotic to say the least. I'm better than I was back then, Izuku replied to Sumay's very valid point. I'm prepared for this whole thing to go sideways, but I've got a few things going for me too, you know? Izuku believed in himself. He had to. After all, any doubt or hesitation could be disastrous. It had always been easy for him to believe in others, but believing in himself? That was something he had learned to do way too late. Kendo was a big reason for this. She was currently one of the best teachers he'd ever had. This included the UA staff who were all superb in their own right. I know, Sumay conceded immediately before sighing. I think my meeting with that broker guy just has me pretty messed up. Izuku paused. Why is that? Sumay's face scrunched up in confusion. The thing is I remember starting our meeting, but the rest of it is just gone. My quirk was on and even after looking back at the video nothing resonates within me. I only recognize his face because I've seen that video. A memory erasing quirk? Izuku pondered with a frown. That's a useful quirk for a criminal. It's a good thing you had your quirk on. Wait, but if he made you forget the meeting, how did you find out about the meeting? And what did he want in return? I found details notepad in my own writing. Sumay held up the aforementioned notepad. That was what prompted me to rewatch that tape back. From what that broker said, Fuzui should be there. If you can interrogate Fuzui or find something out about how he escaped, then that would be huge for us. Stopping Miraculum trade was of the utmost importance, but Fuzui being there would be major news. There was just something of a snag. Won't this broker know it was you that led me to Fuzui if he's there? Izuku asked and he bit back a frown as Sumay avoided his gaze. What if he gives you up? That won't happen. Izuku dismissed her curt answer immediately. Why not? How can you be so sure? Sumire tried to walk away, but Izuku leapt across the room to cut off her escape. She was taller than him, but if anything she seemed to shrink in towards herself. I gave him a Miraculum Kunai to have him on retainer. That's why. On retainer? Izuku asked, his voice breathless. You can't go meet him again? Are you crazy? Once is enough? No, it's not. Sumire yelled right back in his face. This guy. He knows things. A lot of things. None of my sources are anywhere as good as he is. None of them knew anything about Fuzui, but this guy did. Izuku sighed. I understand that, but don't you see that there's a reason for that? This guy is bad news. Who knows what he'll pull if we ruin something he's involved in. Look, Izuku, Sumire said as she settled her hands on his shoulders, don't worry about that. I know the risks of what I'm doing. You do too, which is why I try my best not to hassle you about being an underage vigilante. That's different, is it? Sumire cut him off. Because you have a godlike power? Or because you are the only one allowed to put yourself in harm's way? With that, the roles were reversed and Izuku couldn't quite meet Sumire's eyes. You put yourself in far more danger than I do. Chakra be damned, Sumire said as she pulled him into a hug. I know you'd never stop willingly, so if we work together at least I have an idea of what you're doing. You're far too reckless with your own safety. The hug was warm and calming. Izuku wrapped his arms around Sumire as he felt the worry he'd been feeling flicker away for just a bit. His words were mumbled into her shoulder and barely audible. I can't help it. I know I'm being stupid, but you can't just let something bad happen if you think you can do something to stop it? Sumire asked and her tone was chiding and yet understanding. Trust me, I know. The hug lasted a bit longer before they had to separate. This time Izuku was able to focus in on the task that laid ahead. He had his chakra rods at the ready and also the odd handle that he hadn't quite gotten to work. He also had a sealing scroll which immediately drew Sumire's attention. This thing has unlimited space inside, right? That does seem to be the case. Izuku nodded as he rolled it up tightly. I once sealed everything in my room in it and there was no sign of it being full. It's empty now though, so I'll be able to seal the Miraculum away in here and catch a train back to here. It would have been a tall order to peel off with the stolen goods otherwise. Izuku transformed into Cage and immediately the billowing cloak covered his entire body. He chanced to look in the mirror and stared at the face that stared back at him. It was a completely random and unfamiliar face with a different hairstyle and facial features. Just in case his mask ever got knocked off. Speaking of which, Izuku put the mask on and it fit him like a glove. He put the scroll in his back pocket and reached for his chakra rods as well as the strange handle. He was about to pocket it when Sumire stopped him. What does that thing do? Have you figured it out yet? No, Izuku admitted as he held it up. I'm guessing I just have to channel chakra into it, though. That usually works for me. Please don't do that in here, Sumire said, waving her hand frantically. What if that thing is like an exploding sword or something? We'd be very dead. Izuku snorted loudly. An exploding sword? Kachan wishes something that weird existed. I highly doubt Shinobi would bother making a sword that exploded. How would that even work? It would just destroy the sword and send shrapnel everywhere. And Izuku thought he got crazy with some of his theories. You can walk on water and dodge bullets. Sumire blurted out as she crossed her arms. An exploding sword isn't that crazy in comparison. Maybe the Chakra sword makers made a sword that had unlimited explosions. Stop giving me that look. I'm wearing a mask. I can feel you judging me, Sumire groused and Izuku just tilted his head. I hate you. Harsh, Izuku's answer was garbled and distorted, but you could still hear his smile. I should be able to get to the water park by 8. The meeting is at 9-ish, so I'll push to be back at 11 latest. It depends on how many people there are. You know, I could probably find a hero to work with you, Sumire suggested as she paced back and forth. They could help you grow and become better? It was a good offer, but it only made Izuku think of a pro that was both teaching him and likely to come across Fuzui at some point in the future. Perhaps even tonight. Oh, wait. That reminded him. Eraserhead is apparently on Fuzui's trail, Izuku blurted out, which made Sumire freeze. I don't even know who he's working with, but since it's him. They're definitely the real deal, Sumire finished before she sighed. I wish you'd told me that earlier, but it's fine. Just make sure you get out of there if it gets to be too much. Even if you don't get the kunai. I will, Izuku said, and he was surprised at how smoothly the lie flowed from his lips. I'll contact you once it's safe for me to do so. Wish me luck, please. He had a feeling he'd need it for tonight. Sumire's reply was lost as Izuku took off in a powerful body flicker. He let out a scream of excitement as he soared through the air and towards the nearest train station. Cars and people and buildings flashed below him and Izuku enjoyed the sights for a little bit before eventually focusing in. He landed in a nearby, and thankfully empty, alley before switching transformations. He was now another nondescript office worker who was rushing home. He paid for his ticket and soon he was on his way to a water park of all places. All to stop a deal that could contribute to an invasion by multidimensional aliens. No big deal. It was official. Of all the water parks in Japan, Crasher Wake was definitely one of them. Nothing good about it really stood out to Izuku. If anything, its flaws were painfully obvious. He was crouched on the roof of a building that was opposite the entrance to the water park. The signage was rather faded and the fencing showed a fair amount of wear and tear. The grass outside was yellow and overgrown. It was a bit of a dump. The only thing it had going for it was its size, which was nothing to scoff at really. It was a fair way out of the city, and honestly, Izuku had no idea how popular the business was. Based on the outside, it had definitely seen some better days, but maybe the inside was nicer. He wasn't holding out too much hope, though. Izuku tensed up as a car pulled up from across the street. The buildings in the area were mostly non-residential, so any sign of life had his attention immediately. Sure enough, the car turned towards the entrance of Crasherwake and parked. After some time, the gates were opened by someone Izuku couldn't discern. Izuku transformed into a bird and trailed the car from up above as it wove its way through the water park's winding road. Thanks to the enhanced vision being a bird gave him, he was able to spot one of the people in the car. A large man with a shaved head was leaning out of the window as he took in the meager sights of Crasherwake. Izuku couldn't see too much about the man's features as he had a mask covering his face, which was to be expected. Izuku caught glimpses of cameras all around, and they actually seemed to be fully functional and widespread. Izuku was pretty sure he'd seen banks with less security than this place. Another fight of his would probably end up on the internet, then. Oh, well. That was the least worrying thing right now. The inside of Crasherwake wasn't really anything special. There were worn-down picnic areas and unkempt and ruined lawns all over the place. Not to mention the litter that Izuku was able to pick out. Clearly, the water park was down on hard times. It was probably very close to closing down if it wasn't already there. The owners were probably prioritizing the water rides over everything else as a way of cutting costs. Izuku was no businessman, but he wasn't sure if that was the best idea. Aesthetics and presentation were key for places like this, after all. The car finally came to a stop outside the water park proper, where a vast variety of attractions awaited. The car was shut off and Izuku tried to remain calm as he counted how many people got out of the car. In the end, 3 people left the car. One being the big bald man and the other being the driver. A thin blonde man who also had some sort of mask on, but instead of it being a medical mask, this one seemed more like a beak. The third and last man was a man with silver hair and what appeared to be a mutant quirk of some sort, judging from his appearance. If Izuku had to guess, then it was probably some sort of shark quirk. It would be wise of him to avoid getting bit by that guy. There was still no sign of Fuzui, but crucially there was no sign of other heroes. That would have been a headache that Izuku didn't need. Izuku watched as the driver took out a large duffel bag before following Sharkman as they went on a walk. He had no idea of what quirks the others had, so he figured it was safest if he trailed them in bird form. It was a little odd that they were going into the actual part of the park where all the aquatic rides were, but that was just the advantage that the Sharkman had. After a while, Izuku settled on a ledge that had a variety overlooked a fake beach complete with what Izuku was sure was a wave pool. There were regular pools of various sizes scattered down below him. Izuku was certain that the ledge he was on was probably a food court during operational hours, but the buildings behind were all shuttered close. Finally, there were the stairs that led to 2 massive water slides to his right. They all started a little away from the ledge Izuku was on, but they continued off all across the water park. They were more like roller coasters than slides from Izuku's perspective. Honestly, the inside of Crasherwake looked to be a blast. He would have loved to come here with Kendo, Momo and his other classmates if it wasn't the location of a Miraculum deal. He had a feeling he'd never get an opportunity to go on any of the rides once all was said and done. The 3 men, and likely criminals, settled on the fake beachfront as Sharkman typed away on his phone. A little later, there was a bell sound as a man came pushing an ice cream cart. Izuku's enhanced vision skipped over that as he took in the man's features. Sumaya's source had been right. Fuzui. So, Sumaya's source had been right. Somehow that man knew the location and activities of a man that had escaped from prison. And not just in a general sense, either. Fuzui rolled the cart to a stop in front of his accomplices before pulling the top open. "What's your poison?" "I got kunai." "Kunai and oh more kunai." Fuzui grinned as he held up a handful of kunai. "This to your liking?" Silence. "Don't mind the ice cream cart," Fuzui said to fill the void of talking. "This is a lot easier to push through sand than a trolley and I wasn't in the mood to carry anything, so." "Let me look at them," said the bald man, his tone irate. "I wouldn't have cared if you used a dinosaur skull to carry those. The boss wants this wrapped up quickly, so let's get to it already." The bald man's aggressive tone wiped away the relaxed mood of the trade-off immediately. "Hold it," Fuzui said as his eyes gleamed dangerous pink. "Fuka, I thought you said these birdies weren't gonna be a problem." Sharkman, or rather Fuka, sighed. "There isn't a problem. You're just annoying us all with your theatrics. Our payment is in the duffel bag over there. No need to fight." "I've been locked in prison for months," Fuzui replied immediately with a shrug. "Is a little drama so bad? Besides, even if we fought, I don't think these 2 birdies could stop us, Fuka." That seemed to set the bald man off. "Why, you calm down, Hojo," said the lean blonde man as he brought the duffel bag forward. "The boss wouldn't be pleased if we screwed this up." Setsuno, the blonde man, Setsuno, pointed a hand towards Hojo, who immediately cowered back. "That's what I thought. Now, then back to business. The money is all in there. In dollars, of course. You promised 20 kilos of that stuff and the going rate for Miraculum is about $500,000 per 100 grams, so." Izuku almost fell off his chair once he heard that. The kunai he had all weighed around 100 grams and Izuku had hundreds of them. He knew that certain metals like rhodium and other super rare metal were expensive, but this was a whole new level of absurdity. Chakra metal could very well be the most valuable substance on Earth, right now. The question was why? There you go, Setsuno said as Fuka finished counting, 25% of what we owe you in cash. The rest will be accessible to you through shadow identities and offshore accounts which we'll only give you once we verify this is in fact miraculum. Fuka immediately snatched away the bag and clutched onto as if it were his firstborn. An engine sputtered in the distance as a car zoomed off in the distance. Setsuno and Hojo didn't even seem slightly bothered by giving away an eye-watering amount of money all at once. It was really strange to Izuku. How on earth did a few criminal types have so much money laying around in cash? How do we know you'll keep your end of the bargain up? Fuzui asked looking both giddy and yet cautious. That's a lot of money. Not for the Shi Hasaikai, Setsuno assured him. Miraculum was the best thing to happen to us in ages and don't worry about verifying. Hojo over here can do that immediately. You might want to step back. Things are about to get messy. Izuku watched as everyone huddled behind Hojo who reached into his pocket before he took out a syringe. Of the criminals down below, only Fuka seemed to be confused, a mirror of Izuku's own feelings. Thankfully, he let his confusion be known. What is that? Fuka asked as Hojo injected himself. What's going on? You're seeing one of the uses for Miraculum, Setsuno said as Hojo began to groan and mutter under his breath. I'm sure you've heard of Trigger, a drug designed to supercharge quirks. It has a myriad of short-term and long-term downsides even if it can give you power at the level of a trained pro for a few minutes. The crystals on Hojo began to grow and morph with loud crackling. There was an ethereal glow from within the crystals that illuminated the beach and the surrounding pools. Blue energy began to stream off of him in waves and as soon as the first wave shot past Izuku he felt it. Chakra. The Shi Hasaikai's new version of Trigger has none of those defaults, Setsuno said as Hojo rose to his feet and took aim at the ice cream cart, and once we perfect it, the world will not be ready. We will ascend right to the top of this world's food chain. No one from Endeavor to Crust to All Might himself can stop us. Hojo's transformation stopped as he pointed his hands towards the ice cream cart. The light show died down, but another spectacle followed it as a storm of diamonds were fired at the ice cream cart. The diamonds moved at the speed of bullets and Izuku had trouble keeping track of them all. The screech of tearing metal and colliding crystals tore through the night and it was all done within a matter of seconds. The beach glimmered with diamonds that reflected the moonlight. The quiet lapping of waves was the only other sound as Setsuno inspected the desiccated remains of the ice cream cart. Despite the speed and cutting power of Hojo's diamonds, there wasn't even a single scratch or blemish on any of the kunai. Amazing isn't it? Setsuno asked Fuka who was in stunned silence. A beach full of diamonds and we care most about the gardening tools on them. What world? This is just one of the many uses Miraculum has. If you doubt us, you can ask Fuzui over here. How else could a loser like him take the fight to Edgeshot? Izuku had heard enough. Fuka had no idea that things were this crazy. His water park had already begun to fall into disrepair once his parents had handed it to him. It wasn't their fault nor was it his that he couldn't slow the decay that was spreading through it. This had been the site of a battle between Yoroi Musha and two villains with corrosive quirks. One that affected metals and the other that poisoned water and plant life. The villains had escaped custody from a nearby hero agency and for whatever reason, they thought Crasher Wake was their best shot at getting away. It was only after their capture that the plan was to hold the park hostage through the use of the water poisoning quirk. The water park had never really stood a chance, especially with how Yoroi had a strong defensive fighting style. The collateral damage was immense and by the time the fight was over the countdown to the demise of Crasher Wake had begun. They had not been insured against high-level villain attacks and the Hero Commission wasn't all that sympathetic to the case. After all, there had been no loss of life and a water park was hardly at the top of anyone's list of important places. Let alone one that had almost made the commission look painfully foolish. They did give some money out but it was a pittance. It was enough to undo most of the damage to the water park itself, but beyond that was different. He had tried to fight for more, enough to fully restore the park, and had gone from lawyer to lawyer to lawyer. He squandered his payout chasing after a case where the perpetrator was also the judge. Lawyers would string him along or defer to the Hero Commission unwilling to be on their bad side. Others would swear up and down he had a phenomenal case before suddenly changing face about his chance. The situation was a riptide that was drowning him beneath its power. Without fail, his next lawyer was always a bit more greedy and yet also a touch worse than the last and even less willing to truly fight his case. By the time his appeal was heard, he was under the care of an overworked graduate doing pro bono work for experience. Fuka wasn't surprised when a snooty commission lawyer crushed them after they made it to court. The ruling should have been obvious to him. Yet, his hope that someone or something would help him kept his dream alive. Adequate. The court finds the compensation amount to be adequate, the judge said as she banged her gavel. Fuka Cowan. I would like to remind you that collateral damage is an unfortunate reality of our day and age. I cannot in good conscience give you more money when there are infinitely better places for that money to go. The most I can do is ensure you only pay for your own legal fees. And also advise you to get insurance. Something you already should have had, mind you. Fuka had been playing in a rigged game and despite warnings from lawyers, he never saw it until he was escorted out of the courtroom. The ruling had almost ruined Fuka as well as the park. He was content with wasting away until he'd been given a lease of life through Hanrin. Hanrin had paid for the rest of the repairs to the water equipment which actually allowed Fuka to begin saving for the rest of the repairs to the grounds. Business was picking up slowly as time went on and the only thing Hanrin had asked for was a few favors. Acting as muscle for meetings, which was laughable, Hanrin could beat Fuka with supreme ease. Outside of his hero costume, though, it was impossible to tell. Fuka had never been the fighting type, but his quirk was certainly suited for it, Shark. He could have made a formidable hero if he had ever felt the need, but he hadn't. All he ever wanted was to run his family's water park. Perhaps, in an ideal future, he would move to a beachside town where he could reap the full benefits of his quirk. So, it was a no-brainer when Hanrin had asked him to go meet some broker to set this whole thing up. It didn't matter that he had been set up with an escaped convict from prison. It didn't matter that Hanrin probably saw him as disposable. All Fuka knew was that to get anywhere, he had to play and stop being played. Stop, right there. Nobody move. Fuka whirled around and looked beneath the balcony. There stood a man with flowing black clothes and a gleaming white mask. The decals on his mask stood out from beneath the moonlight and only enhanced his eerie image. The man was bathed in shadows and his mask struck a chord within Fuka. The crystalline brute to his right took aim for the mask who was immediately besieged by a storm of diamonds. Die, trash. The execution was as swift as it was brutal. Fuka expected to see the bloodied corpse of a hero on the ground, but instead, there was nothing of the sort. The dust settled and revealed nothing there other than a trash can. The speed with which he had moved was inhuman. This was no ordinary pro. Hanrin, Fuka spoke into his radio, things are bad, we need to. Fuka was cut off as their assailant appeared right behind Hojo, the crystal giant. The mask reared his fist back before punching the giant right in the center of some diamond. In yet another worrying moment, instead of the mask's hand breaking it was Hojo who was sent rocketing away and across the beach. Hojo flew up and over the balcony and went on until Fuka heard him crash into one of the closed storefronts. Panic set in amongst them as the mask shook his hand and turned to the rest of them. Miraculum, huh? The mask's garbled voice said as he looked at the kunai on the beach. I'll be taking all of these, thank you. I've seen more than enough. The mask took out a strange black handle, but before he could put it to use the water park suddenly came to life. Water began to flow and surge all around them as the full might of Crasher Wake was awakened all at once. Fuka knew what this meant. Hanrin was coming. He was safe, then. He just had to. Here, inject this, Setsuno said as he threw 2 syringes at Fuka that he caught. I know you're a mutant type, but it'll work. Trust me. We'll need it against this guy. I've heard about him before. Who is he? Izuku's hand was throbbing with pain. The punch he'd thrown at Hojo should not have hurt this much and it was hard to figure out why it did hurt. Furthermore, the water park had decided to come to life and Izuku was having a hard time figuring out what this meant. Who is he? Izuku tightened his grip on the handle in his hand before channeling chakra into it.